one state.
And they will come from everywhere.
4 days.
This will be special.
9 matches.
The umpire holds the footy up.
And all 18 clubs for a once-a-year festival of footy.
You just cannot take your ears off this game. Oh, there's a bit to get excited about.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the 2026 AFL Gather Round, live from South Australia.
The celebrations as they come from everywhere.
Gathers bursts away, kicks the goal, and the party continues.
This is Gather Round.
Back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and rides it all the way home. An ambitious effort, unbelievable. The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah.
See, 'cause it don't get better than this.
Throws it, kicks off goal. The Branson Pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running from 45 to get the party started.
See, 'cause it don't get better than this.
It's bouncing, it's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
Not camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it. Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out, snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Bacon goal square, goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
Get better than this.
100% pure footy.
This is AFL Gather Round.
Runs into a dead end. Holding the ball. Big tackle. How loud is it out there?
See, 'cause it don't get better than this.
Kick on goal. Dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
AFL.
Inside 50, off a step, turns and goes bang.
And snap.
And goal.
There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to AFL Gather Round 2026 on ABC Sport.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
See, 'cause it don't get better than this.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat, 'cause it don't get better than this.
Welcome to Gather Round, live from Adelaide Oval. Corbin Middlemas with you in commentary, alongside Aaron Bryans, our premiership pair, Adam Ramanauskas and Rod Jameson, to join us throughout the call. And Ben Cameron is with us on the boundary's edge. It's a huge night in front of us, a pair of 1 and 3 teams. So the Adelaide Crows up against the Blues. Both need to get about the business of winning. As I said, Aaron Bryans alongside me to call the footy. He's held it down here as the voice of footy in this state for a number of years now. G'day, Az.
Corby, good to see you. Welcome again across the border. And 4 years in, and I still feel like a kid in a candy store when the Monday of Gather Round week rolls around. I know there was some concern, the wet weather this morning, and obviously the cost of living crisis that we're going through, that maybe it wouldn't be as big as previous editions. Saw Premier Peter Ramanauskas at a media lunch today. He is adamant that the hotel bookings and airport arrivals are larger than ever before. Tonight is the only official sold-out game right now, but there's limited tickets for the rest. And obviously he'll be tied to the hip with Andrew Dillon across the weekend. But I reckon the state is going to embrace it once again, and the weather hopefully will stay pretty calm across the weekend after the thunderstorms this morning.
Holy smokes, the amount of rain this morning.
We were underwater.
I saw images of the bridge, and the iconic bridge, of course, and the walk across, and you had to get your gumboots on to go through there. It was a whole lot of rain this morning. Beautiful sort of purple skies above at the moment as the sun sets. I've got a little bit of competition news for you to bring you in just a moment as well. So all of that to come. We'll go inside both camps. The footy boss from both the Crows and the Blues are going to join us. Rod Jameson is here. I've lost track of fingers and toes trying to keep track of how many years he's been with us on the ABC now. What I can tell you, though, is that he's a premiership player with the Adelaide Crows back in 1997. He was also part of their inaugural team of the decade. slotted in there at fullback, and he's holding it down behind the ball in our team as well here on ABC Sport. Hello, Jamo.
Hello, Corby, and welcome. Yes, Azza, you do look like a kid in a candy store, let alone feel like one.
I'm
hey?
dressed the part tonight.
Got a pinstripe shirt on.
Yes, but what a weekend. In its fourth year, unsure how many more years it might get locked away for, so still a bit of negotiation to happen, but in terms of the state, outstanding in all facets of it. If anything, the weather's just been poor, hasn't it? We've always had great weather for the 3 years prior, but rain yesterday, rain today, and the weekend, unfortunately, more rain coming. So, but geez, how lucky are we?
Fun game of footy, second time we'll see it. These two teams actually kicked off the inaugural gather round back in 2023 on a Thursday night. They meet again here, Adelaide and Carlton. First of the footy, last to leave on ABC Sport, so it's too early for teams. We'll bring you those when they drop. The youngest Essendon Premiership player on planet Earth is Adam Ramanauskas. 4th edition. He's always the first one on the plane to get here to Adelaide every year, and so he is again on ABC Sport for Gather Round version 4. Hello, Ram.
Well, good evening to everybody, and why wouldn't you be? It's amazing, the 4th edition, and still excited to be here. Usually these things sort of run their race a little bit and people lose the enthusiasm, but again today walking the streets and going to get some lunch, people as are enthusiastic as ever. So it's going to be big crowds along the weekend. I don't think we worry about the weather too much, Jamo. Just have a bit more fun in the rain.
It's a winter sport.
That's right. So we get on with it. But look, it's a special round. It really, really is. I think it rivals Anzac round. It rivals any of the other rounds that the AFL put on throughout the year, and the way South Australia and particularly in the city of Adelaide do it. It's amazing.
So do we think it could possibly go somewhere else?
So it's interesting. I've spoke to a few state governments in the last week or so.
Well, you in those areas now.
Don't worry about that. And the other state governments that I've spoken to around the country feel like they don't even have a seat at the table. So this is by all reports, this is and I'm reporting that too. There's a two-way conversation being had here between the AFL and the South Australian government, and it's just about how they get that deal done. So I guess the question is, who's got the leverage in the deal? Is it more the AFL, or is it more South Australia in making sure that this deal gets done to extend here in Adelaide beyond 2026?
Well, I think they've got equal amount of leverage, if I'm being totally honest. Now, South Australia know it works here. So there's a proven track record now of 3 years. So, but also the AFL want to capitalise on it from a money point of view, and so Andrew Dillon and his executive will go, well, if we're going to give it to you, what are you giving back to us in terms of numbers, in terms of money? So I think leverage works both ways, and really it'll be who blinks first, Jamo.
I think it's just your reference to the other big days that have been in the AFL for such a long period of time, and the comparison it holds to there. Potentially, it was a bit of a whim to go, let's give this a go and try it. So maybe the AFL feel like they've given or have given up too much based on economically what the state has received based on how successful it has been. So I'm guessing that's probably it. And geographically, it just works for everybody because we're right in the middle.
Look, I think no doubt this round will eventually be in Tasmania because they've got the infrastructure there. If you look at, they're going to build a stadium that's going to hold, call it 25,000, 30,000 people. Then they've got Bellerive, and then they've got York Park. So they've got the 3 stadiums there that can do it. But that's down the track. We're talking, what are we, 2026? We're talking probably 2032 before we even start to think about that. So lock it in here for another 5 years and let's get on with things.
I think you can put your house on it that it's going to be here in 2027.
Yeah.
The issue is how long this extension is going to be. So 2 years and 5 years are currently on the table. Ramanauskas wants it long term, which gets us to 2031. Tassie should hopefully have their stadium by then. The AFL wants to do 2 years purely because when Tasmania comes in as the 19th team, we have an uneven amount of fixtures. So the reports today out of the Herald Sun are that what they might do moving forward next year is Adelaide plays 2 games. So gather round starts on, say, a Wednesday night, goes all the way through to Monday. Adelaide play the bookends and everybody else gets a game. I think the Crows aren't overly happy about that idea, even though they get an elongated break after it. But that seems to be a little bit of where they're stuck on right now. But I mean, I don't want to sound too biased here as the local voice. The economic revenue that this has generated every single year has been over $110 million. So the state is making its money back. The AFL is certainly getting, its share of that as well. And Peter Ramanauskas and Andrew Dillon consistently seem to get a deal done. So I think it's happening. It's just a matter of how long.
It's a weird negotiation, though. Like, usually you have someone playing hard to get and whatever it turns out to be. These guys are clearly, they're only talking to each other. And so you think they'll get there eventually. But it's just
a love-in.
Who wants to blink first as to what the final number looks like. As Peter Ramanauskas said with us last week, whether he gets... making sure the state doesn't get fleeced was the term that he used for it. And likewise with the AFL, it feels like they don't want it to go anywhere else. They want it to be here, but they also sort of want their cake and eat it too.
Well, the AFL are doing everything. They've got 10 cents off a litre for fuel for this weekend alone. So they're encouraging people to get across the borders from whatever state you're in to get to Adelaide.
I know we're not much of a rumour mill either, but there's some of the murmurings at the functions over the last couple of days. So there's the idea that every game is at Adelaide Oval if it's an elongated Wednesday to Monday, and maybe that's the way, because as Peter Ramanauskas has said, you've got to keep adapting, make it fresh, make it new. Obviously McLaren Vale's the one that's been floated as well. South Adelaide have a pretty big proposal to try and nab a game, so they've got a $16 million offer that already has $15 million of the federal government's approval money. So everyone wants a slice of this to try and improve their suburban ground. It's just a matter of how you continually evolve the concept.
Well, I think Glenelg, they've put their hand up. 10 k's out of the city, tram by the beach. A lot of teams actually stay there, so it's more of a destination for people that come interstate. You go to Elizabeth, where Centrals have their home base. They're looking to spend $80 to million out there, and that's about 25 kilometres from the CBD too. So. Yeah, all the grounds that have been invested into by Gather Round have certainly benefited greatly from the surface and what's the surrounding through the stadium. So there's multiple areas I guess you could go, but where do you stop? We went to one at Mount Barker only a couple of years ago, and no one hardly uses that oval anymore.
Which is that's a shame to me.
Yeah,
that feels like a sort of an Olympic Games sort of scenario where these cities build these elaborate stadiums and the like, and then they become derelict after that. Well, that's what we don't want.
Correct.
If we're putting the money in, let's be smart. There's enough participation of sport around any community. Use the grounds. Use the best grounds.
Yep. Are we happy with the fixture? I saw some murmurings during the week about, it's a bit of a soft draw and it feels like the event just takes care of itself. You don't need to burn all your marquee fixtures. What do we make of the suite of 9 games that are on offer this weekend?
I feel probably if there's one team I feel that has missed out would be Brisbane. Just where they are. I've called them twice at Mount Barker, and now we're off to the Barossa. Now, that's nothing against...
Reigning Premier. You expect them to be on the Adelaide Oval.
I would have thought it'd be a Friday night, a Saturday night, or a Sunday night game, particularly here, where there's the ability to... I think they're all pretty full, except for maybe one at the moment, but to be at this type of venue, I think that's probably...
I would love Adelaide or Port Adelaide to be playing here on a Saturday night.
Okay.
I think then you can build out a lot more around it, whether it's a Saturday night or Saturday twilight here, whatever you want to do.
You don't like the idea of the bookends? One at the start, one at the end?
Originally I did, but I think... I know it's school holidays and all that sort of stuff at the moment, but I think you could do something a little bit more on a Saturday.
Yeah.
That's would be my only thought to the fixture.
I don't understand the idea of the double-ups. So we've had Brisbane versus North Melbourne for a third time, Essendon and Melbourne for a third time. We're only in edition 4, and 3 times the same quinella of teams have played each other. Adelaide Carlton for the second time, Geelong and West Coast.
A paste goes into the fixture every year.
I was about to say there's a bit on it. I guess the only counterpoint I'd make around the Brisbane Lions aspect of that, about them being away from home, and a lot of people have spoken about it during the week, about why don't Brisbane sort of bang the table a bit more on it. And I was thinking about this today when I was out and about, and maybe I've sort of got my cynical hat on, where I thought, if you think about this game is a neutral site game, right? So it's no one's home or away game for teams like North Melbourne and Brisbane. And maybe they're just the perfect dance partners for each other, where they look at each other and they think, we don't really want to host you in a home game, and the other team doesn't really want to host them. It's not in North Melbourne's best interest to play a game against, Brisbane at Docklands, because the Lions aren't a huge draw. It's a good opponent, so they're unlikely to win it. And likewise for the Brisbane Lions, North aren't a great draw either. So if you get them at the Gabba, it's a tough home game to try and sell. So maybe they just think, you know what, we're better off going there, shaking hands, and hanging out on some, you know, in the back suburbs or whatever it turns out to be, and, you know, call it a day done, and then we won't cop each other later in the schedule. So, whereas what I'm alluding to in that, the last thing Brisbane wants is to play Carlton or Essendon or Richmond or one of these high-powered drawing teams, because they want them to come to the Gabba so they get the gate when Carlton come to town or whatever it turns out to be. They don't want to waste their home game, in inverted commas, in Adelaide, where essentially they don't get any royalties or any gate takings or anything for that.
I think there'd be some view of that, and I tend to agree with what you're saying. This is, again, separate. Like, we've been to Alice Springs and been to Darwin, where teams have sold their home game and gone up, and they're a neutral venue, and then they get rolled by the opposition too.
Yeah.
Like, from a supporter or a player or a club, just don't do that for the sake of funds. Like $300,000 to take it elsewhere. So don't give up your home game. But it's probably along the lines, but I hear what you're saying about the Kangas would certainly want to take on Brisbane at a venue where they don't want to go to Brisbane and play them up there. They're going to get smoked. So, but I just feel probably Brisbane here at Adelaide Oval have probably missed out having to go to the outer grounds.
I think the narrative might be a little different if North Melbourne get the job done on Saturday. And there is a sneaky chance they could do so. They're rolling right now, and Brisbane have to travel and then go out to the regions. You never know.
I've got some breaking news for you. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport, and we can tell you tonight, right here on the ABC, that the wildcard weekend could be for sale. So as of right now, the way that we understand the wildcard weekend concept is that 7th and 8th will host those games, and they will host 9th and 10th. The WA tourism heads are in town. They were at a special function last night where a number of the game's key stakeholders were attending, which includes CEOs from clubs, it includes commission members, heavies at the AFL, as well as a media contingent. And essentially what they are looking for is they're looking for a marquee football event at the start of the year and one at the end of the year. So the one at the start of the year we saw play out this year in State of Origin. What happens in these conversations where they get back together to have to work out what it looks like going forward is that there are various concepts put forward. Would it involve South Australia? Is there the possibility that WA and SA could play on the Friday night and the winner plays Victoria on the Sunday? And basically you have shortened games and potentially play twice on the same weekend. That's one thing that's being looked at. Of course, these are still in the planning process. But the more interesting point is the fact that although the AFL, and my word from the AFL tonight is that they are fully committed for the fixture as it stands at the moment, that 7th and 8th are going to host wildcards in week one of the final series, but that will be re-evaluated at the end of the season. The AFL is hoping that that remains to be the case, and it all goes off without a hitch. But WA, along with some other state governments, have held conversations already with the AFL about the possibility of hosting that weekend wholesale. So what that would look like, no matter who finishes 7th, 8th on the table, would make their way to Perth, or if Adelaide or South Australia won the bidding, to Adelaide or Southeast Queensland, whatever it turns out to be. And you would have one game staged on the Friday night and you would have the other game staged on the Saturday. Never before did 7th and 8th host a final, so you could make the case, well, they're not actually losing anything. They didn't host a game previously anyway. They're all AFL ticketed games, and it would create another marquee event on the calendar. The AFL are clearly in the business of trying to create more marquee events. We saw that with State of Origin. We've seen it with Gather Round. They've got the grand final. They tried to make opening round a thing, which is obviously headed for a facelift. The other interesting part is when you look at their rivals, the NRL have 4 premium events up front. They've got 3 Origin games along with the grand final every single year. So the AFL, their word tonight is that, hey, business as usual. We'll see how this year goes. We'll reassess at season's end. 7th and 8th will be hosting this year, but no guarantee going forward, and could potentially be on the market to the highest bidding city. What do you make of it, Adam Ramanauskas?
Well, there's 2 ways to look at it. Okay, so the first part of it is, the wild card is a made for TV. It's a money spinner that the AFL want. Okay, Chris Scott put that on the table, I think, earlier in the week about it's for cash. Okay, first, actually, I want to put something on. I'm for the wild card. I think it's a great thing that we're going to have more fun. The other side to look at it is the integrity of the final series. So I think if you're looking at that, the only game that is played technically on at a neutral venue is the grand final. Every other final is played the team that finishes higher on the ladder, they get home ground advantage. So is it the money or is it the integrity? That's the way I look at it.
What do you reckon, Jamo?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan as the wild card for all the reasons. I'm not a big fan of the mid-season draft either. Again, I want players to have that opportunity. But in terms of outside the AFL, it just decimates clubs. It's an art form to put a list together, and then to have it sort of taken out from under you, you'd lose 2, 3, 4 players out of your season, and it's a too big a hole to come back from. Probably not dissimilar to what I was saying around, if throughout the year, albeit you have finished 7th and 8th, you've still earned the right to potentially host that final and benefit from being that.
Yeah.
As opposed to, again, here we are moving it away, and if 9 and 10 have a good day, well then, they jump over. So I understand why commercially, but no, I would not like to see it.
I think one of the biggest frustrations with wildcard weekend is that it's almost making up the numbers. So for 7th and 8th, who already have such a difficult task of winning the premiership, it is another game that they then have to win on top of an already elongated September. And if you make them travel on top of that to a neutral venue, say it's someone out of Melbourne who finishes 7th and have to go to WA, they are no chance of going the full 5 weeks.
It's interesting to hold both viewpoints, isn't it? Where you think, hey, the prestige, the integrity, the competition, while also, hey, the game's at Mickey Mouse. You think, well, if the game's at Mickey Mouse, why don't we just try and turn it into the biggest possible event that it can be? And if that's,
but we have evidence that a team can win it from 7th or 8th.
We do, and 7th and 8th in recent years actually have a reasonable record in the way that they've been able to run through the table.
Yeah.
Last year, the Hawks finished 8th and then went all the way to a preliminary final.
Yep.
So, the AFL will look at it again at the end of the year. I imagine what the AFL's hoping for is that, Carlton and Collingwood finish 7th and 8th. They get 100,000 people 2 days at the MCG. And then I imagine it'd be pretty hard to sit down with the state government and say, hey, by the way, do you want to buy it? The other thing that'll make it really awkward is if, and I don't know, the fans of Fremantle and West Coast will say, well, we travel every week anyway. What happens if the Dockers or Eagles finish 9th or 10th? So they wouldn't ordinarily be in a position that would automatically qualify for a home final. And they find themselves playing on a neutral site. This is more akin to the grand final, which has a neutral venue locked in at the start. Everybody knows the rules.
When was the last time a final was at the Docklands?
It's been a minute now. Have we had one since the Buddy Adelaide game?
Well, the only reason I asked that, the AFL own that ground.
Yeah.
So the money's going to the AFL, whoever turns up to that final.
That's another way to look at it. But it's almost like the AFL grand final or college basketball's Final Four. It's kind of, this is the place that it's going to be, and that would be one of the concepts they're looking at. Just to repeat, when I rang the AFL about it and essentially said, hey, this is my information, I understand these conversations are being had, they said to me, hey, nothing's been locked in, we'll reassess at season's end, but as of this year, 7th and 8th, they're going to host the wildcard games.
Other doomsday scenario, say Essendon have this massive resurgence in 2027 and they win their first final and it's in WA.
Jamo, you can see that as well, can't you?
The one thing I would suggest, I am a fan of the NRL, and I sit down and watch the State of Origin games religiously, and most times we'll watch the grand final on a Sunday night. It's so spectacular. I wish the AFL would put the ego away a little bit and try and contend with that and just focus on what we can do. And I think in part you've sort of highlighted what they're trying to do.
So when you say that, Jamo, contend with what?
Well, I guess the opening round, they sent it up north. Yep. I'm a fan. I don't mind that. I understand why. But then all of a sudden it went from 1 game or 2 games to 5 games. But the game, I think the game is in pretty good shape. And they come out each year that there's greater attendance, there's more activations, there's greater participation around the place. So I'm all about the evolution, and I'm sure we can do things better. But that's why I'm not a fan of the wild card, because, again, you know how hard it is, Ram, to get there and how fit and healthy you have to be to win the games to get into the final 8, let alone 9 and 10. And, yes, in recent years we've had teams that have just missed out because they've lost to its percentage. But for those that might finish multiple behind, to get a chance to jump in, and then the travel to it, everything we've just discussed now, and I just think the game's in reasonably good shape, and they continually want to change it. And if you could have a further conversation around umpiring, a whole raft of other things too, and rules. So that's probably my view, I think, overall.
Rod Jameson, Adam Ramanauskas, my name's Corbin Middlemas, Aaron Bryans and Ben Cameron. It's Thursday night, which means Ben's roaming the boundary for us tonight and getting all the juice from downstairs, so we'll duck inside both camps. Adam Kelly's going to join us, the footy boss at the Crows, and from the Blues it'll be Chris Davies after another hot week for the Carlton Football Club. Teams are in. There is no late change, so no late change here at Adelaide tonight for the Crows and the Blues, a pair of 1 and 3 teams. Just before we narrow in on the teams tonight, I want to pick up on the Carlton Football Club. I'm on the ABC AFL Daily podcast, Ram, every Tuesday with Bob Murphy, the favourite son of the West, and naturally we got talking about the Blues. They've been a pretty regular agenda item through the first few weeks of the season, as they so often are. And Bob gave a little insight as to what's a tangible way that Carlton can turn it around. What happens? Where do their minds go when all of a sudden teams get a run on, as they've so often done late in games? Here's a little of what Bob Murphy had to say on Tuesday.
The best team I ever played in, because I knew we'd talk about it this week, and I thought, instead of just saying the same thing over and over, what's a tangible example I can give you? So a team will call it a reset. They may have a different name for it, but it's essentially the mental game, and you have to train it. The best team I ever played in was we had help from a psychologist and the coach, and it was 3 things. It was when things turn against you, first, make yourself big and breathe. So literally make your body big and breathe so you get oxygen to your brain so you can actually think clearly.
So it was a physical thing first?
Physical thing, because when you're under threat, you'll shrink.
Yeah.
So when you make yourself big and breathe so you can actually get some clear thinking to your brain and not just survival mode. Then it was touch or connect with someone. So literally touch a teammate or talk or both.
So that's the togetherness piece.
And just, hey.
That's a real modern phrase too, isn't it? The peace.
We're in this to get, I'm with you, we're okay.
Mm.
And then the next part was both a verbal and metaphorical, keep coming forward. Keep coming forward. So that's...
Yep.
That can be, as a defender, I got to keep coming, or it can, play in front, or whatever it is. But it actually is, don't play on your heels. Because don't wait to die.
The psychology is retreat. And,
retreat. Make yourself small, survive. So it was make yourself big and breathe, touch, connect, keep coming forward.
That's awesome.
And once you train that, the better you got at it. So when you do grab a teammate and say, keep coming forward, that's right. The noise and the hysteria and the scoreboard and our opponent, that all disappears. So all quietens down, and then there's 23 of us, and we are all thinking the same thing. I'm not alone. We'll be okay.
I know I'm going down the side street here, but what does training for that look like? Is that on the field at Whitten Oval on a practice day? Is it behind closed doors? Is it in a theatre room?
It's meetings. Yep. It's a separate meeting from the planning of the week, like it would be a mindfulness or a psych session with the whole group or in line groups. Mm-hmm. And then it's a reflection of each week. Hey, when this happened, how did we go with our reset? How did we go with the reset?
Yeah. Wow. Did you notice other players doing it when you were out there?
I noticed the first time we did a session on it.
Yeah.
I was one of the older players, and I was at the back of the room, and I saw shoulders.
Yep.
Move,
Yeah.
You could see
like the literal weight off the shoulder.
The worst thing about footy is not losing. It's being lonely out there.
Yeah.
That is the worst feeling.
Bob Murphy on ABC AFL Daily on Tuesdays. You can catch that wherever you get your podcast. So make yourself big, touch and connect. Keep coming forward. The psychology of modern sport, Rammer and Jamo, and the sports science input, sports psychs mainly. What do you make of all that, the way that the modern player, I guess, resets out on the field?
I like his analogies, actually, and I can sort of, for me, when he started talking about make yourself big, like my wife's Canadian, go to Canada, talk about bears. They, like if a bear approaches you, you make yourself big.
Yeah.
And you've got to breathe. Alternatively, if there are cubs around, you should just curl into a ball and be really calm and let it all happen around you, because they can run as quick as a horse and they can climb trees. So, if you're not in the moment, you're going to struggle. A little bit different as opposed to playing footy or, whether you're going to survive to be alive. I like it. It's almost... I think of boxers, like you can have a bad day on the footy field and your teammates might step up around you and you lose your position, and if you have a bad day in the boxing ring, you're in a whole lot of strife.
You're knocked out.
Yeah, totally. So, no, I like it. I guess it's the time, it's the vulnerability to be able to change the way that you have done things and trust that type of process.
We'll come back to that. We'll take the latest from the ABC newsroom. We're back in 5.
Good evening, Nicholas Hines with ABC News. Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister says the US must choose whether it wants war or peace. Here's Sarah Amir.
Saeed Khatibzadeh has told the BBC Israel's attacks on Lebanon are an intentional grave violation of the ceasefire.
You cannot have a cake and eat it at the same time. That was the message that Iran sent quite clearly to Washington and to the Oval Office last night.
Israel and the US insist Lebanon is not included in the truce. Meanwhile, the Israeli military says it's killed the nephew of Hezbollah leader Naim Qassem, but the group has not commented. Earlier, US President Donald Trump announced all US forces currently in the Middle East will remain there until a real agreement is reached with Iran.
Residents in Beirut say they're devastated following Israel's deadly overnight attack on the Lebanese capital. There's been growing international condemnation of Israel in the wake of the attack. Resident Hassan Hijazi says innocent people have been killed.
Israel struck the building and brought it down with people in it. It committed crimes like it does every time. Innocent people died here. Every time Israel strikes, they say there were people targeted. When there's no one, there are only people and children.
Brittany Higgins has issued a statement after the High Court refused to hear Bruce Lerman's appeal, his final legal avenue in his defamation battle with Network 10 and Lisa Wilkinson. Harry Frost has the story.
The High Court today dismissed former Liberal staffer Bruce Lerman's bid to challenge the outcome of the failed defamation case, in which the federal court ruled that on the balance of probabilities, Mr Lerman did rape his then colleague Brittany Higgins at Parliament House in 2019. Mr Lerman has always maintained his innocence. In a social media post, Ms Higgins said the decision brings a measure of finality to a long and painful chapter. She said her focus now will be on healing and advocating for a legal system that treats victim survivors with the care, respect and protection they deserve.
The 4 astronauts travelling back to Earth from the far side of the moon on NASA's Artemis 2 mission have spoken with reporters in their first press conference from space. The crew has been flying in the Orion space capsule since launching from Florida last week. Their trajectory around the far side of the moon took them the farthest humans have ever travelled in space. Astronaut Christina Cook says Orion has been a great spacecraft to work and live in.
Wow, we have loved living in Orion. And in fact, we've all said that sometimes you can forget where you really are because we're in this small space that just gives us everything we need.
A national organisation representing bicycle manufacturers is calling for better infrastructure in Melbourne as more people choose to ride. Bicycle Industries Australia says bike sales have increased, with more people riding to work due to increasing petrol prices. General Manager Peter Burke says as cycling numbers increase, safe speed limits and better infrastructure is needed.
There's some fantastic infrastructure and we are getting better, but across Australia we do need to be doing more. We tend to be a bit nervous to put in the right infrastructure, but of course we can always do better.
Tens of thousands of visitors have passed through Adelaide Airport today ahead of the first game of the AFL's Gather Round this evening. Rachel Merritt reports.
SA Tourism Minister Emily Burke says today has been the busiest day Adelaide Airport has seen in the past 12 months. About 30,000 people transited through the terminal today and an additional 100 flights have been scheduled through to Monday. Despite concerns interstate visitors may be deterred by the rising cost of fuel, Ms Burke says ticket sales have been strong, with both games at Norwood Oval sold out.
Despite the challenges that there may be happening around the world, people are choosing to turn to football to be that opportunity for them to still come together.
The first match gets underway tonight with the Crows to take on Carlton at the Adelaide Oval.
And to the weather across Victoria, scattered showers and thunderstorms over parts of the state this evening, with possible heavy rainfall with thunderstorms over northeastern parts during the evening and overnight. Tomorrow, a cool to mild day for Victoria, mostly cloudy with showers mainly about the south and east of the state. The risk of a thunderstorm in the north and east during the morning, and snow showers above 1,600 metres tomorrow evening, with possible small hail about the southwest of the state later on. Moderate to fresh west to northwesterly winds, tending strong and gusty along the ranges and the coast, with damaging wind gusts possible about eastern ranges. In Melbourne, a shower or two this evening, and tomorrow showers with a top of 19. Wet weather continuing over the weekend. Showers on Saturday and Sunday with temperatures in the mid-teens. Right now in Melbourne, it's 21 degrees. ABC News.
Are there any winners in the cost of living crisis? What's causing the algal bloom?
Questions. They've never been more important. So the one thing we'll never question is our duty to keep asking. ABC News. Keep asking.
On ABC Sport, you're listening to the 2026 AFL Gather Round.
Don't get better than this. On ABC Radio.
On digital. And ABC Listen.
It's footy's ultimate pilgrimage every year, the AFL footy trip that you won't soon forget, coming to the city of churches for its fourth edition, a footy wonderland. Adelaide Oval, the centrepiece tonight, and in and around surrounding suburbs across the weekend. It is always a special time on the AFL calendar where all 18 teams meet in one place for 9 games spread across 4 days. Corbin Middlemas with you on ABC Sport. This is Gather Round, and great to have you with us. There's no late change ahead of the first game of 9. It is a pair of 1 and 3 teams. The host city, Adelaide, who don't have a great record in this fixture. The only game that they've won in Gather Round was the very first one against this opponent back in 2023. They come up against the Blues, who have a 2-1 record. The only time they've lost, you guessed it, the time that they played Adelaide way back in 2023. Let's see what we'll get tonight. They're two teams desperate for a win to try and get the ball rolling on their young season. Corbin Middlemas in commentary, Aaron Bryans alongside me. As no late change, big night for the Blues. They've been under the blowtorch naturally, as they have been really since the season started. They're out of contract coach Michael Voss at the end of the season, but in this town, Crows wouldn't want to have a slip up tonight.
No, the pressure will come thick and fast if they find themselves 1 and 4 after being the minor premiers. There are some justifications for that I know the club doesn't want to lean into, which is the 7 starters who've been injured throughout the early parts of the year. The fact that, again, they've been able to claw back those deficits, hit the front and ultimately fall short. So competitive against finals contenders, but shouldn't have been in those positions in the first place given their slow starts. They've had a really kind of tough run in terms of the day's break. So this is their 4th game in 20 days as well. Again, I feel like I'm rattling off excuses, but ultimately they just need to get the job done tonight against a Carlton side that does look very vulnerable and has one big change, as we know, which is George Hewitt's omission. Michael Voss acting as reigning best and fairest to try and switch up his midfield mix and see if that can fix some of their clearance problems.
A footy boss from both the Crows and the Blues about to join us. Ben Cameron is the best in the business down there on the boundaries edge, as he is on Thursday nights throughout the season back home in Melbourne. We're all in Adelaide for the weekend. You'll hear more from Ben and the rest of the team across the course of Gather Round. Rod Jameson's here, premiership player with the Crows, of course, back in 1997. What's the one thing you're on the lookout for tonight, Jamo? What jumps off the page to you?
From Adelaide, what I need to see them is use the football quicker and better, particularly into their forward line. From Carlton, for me, I just want to see them defend. Like, actually lock on, shut the game down when at some point it gets away from you. And clearly the first 4 rounds, the second half has got away from on all 4 occasions. So just lock on and really guts it out.
Adam Ramanauskas is here, the youngest Essendon premiership player on planet Earth. Evening, Ram, back for season 4 at Gather Round.
Season 4 and excited as ever. So just on tonight's game, I'm fascinated how Carlton cope without Jacob Wiedering and what they can do there. It's he's been the absolute rock pillar of strength in that back line now for a number of years. And if Adelaide's forward line is to get rolling, we're waiting for it to get rolling. Tonight's the night. It's a good call out. I feel like that's been understated during the week. Think about, for all the pressure the Blues have been under, they've had arguably the best fullback in the game. It's been
saving a bit of face for Carlton down there. How will they go without him tonight? Absent, injured after he was concussed, of course, in that Good Friday fixture. Before the news, we are on, by the way, from 6:30. If you weren't with us in your market, you can catch us through the ABC Listen app every single Thursday night and Friday night from 6:30 Australian Eastern Standard Time. But we played a little clip from Bob Murphy where he spoke about the sports psychology nowadays in professional sport, and he said the best team that he was a part of, obviously in that 2016 season where the Dogs went on to win it, they had basically a mode that they went into when they conceded a run of goals, and they counted a run on as 2 or more, which a lot of teams in the competition do. And it was essentially 3 key steps. One is make yourself big, so big deep breath, shoulders out, essentially a physical thing. Second part is touch and connect, so go and slap someone's hand, get around a fellow teammate out there. And the third one is to sort of vocalise, and even quite literally by saying, keep coming forward to get out of the mindset that we're retreating. And Carlton have obviously had those problems in recent times. What do you make of the modern sporting psychology that goes into it?
Well, look, most players now in their every week preparation will be using a sports psychologist. So a lot of them have issues with performance anxiety and the like. So having that in their regular preparation for the game is highly recommended now when they come into the club. Even players in the elite pathway programs, under 18s and below, are using sports psychologists now to get through those moments. Now, I don't like going back to when I played, but when I played, we had the biggest psychologist of all as a coach, Kevin Sheedy. So he would use all sorts of different things to get into our minds. But the one thing that I always felt with him, when we were going bad, Sheeds would talk about, well, he wouldn't talk about it, it was about connection. We weren't connecting enough as a team, whether it was on the field or off the field. So Sheeds, Monday or a Tuesday, our first training session of the week, sometimes there'll be a bus waiting out the front of training.
Yep.
Everyone on the bus, and there'll be a supporter that he knew up in the bush. We'd drive on the bus an hour, sit around a campfire, have a little barbecue, have a couple of beers. There's a local little Irish pub down the road. And we'd just go in there, whether you had 0 beers, 1 beer, 2 beers, 10 beers. It was about reconnecting with each other, refocusing on what the common goal was as a team together, and doing it in an environment that was away from the club completely.
Is there a place for that in modern sport, even if it's not involving beers? But just
absolutely there is.
You could go and...
No, you don't have to have a drink. It's more about just being together and having the conversation with your teammate without feeling like the pressure of the 4 walls that you're in daily are there closing in on you. Get out, speak to each other, talk to each other, have a conversation with the coach, at a cafe. Simple things. Now, you sit there sometimes and you listen to a psychologist and it goes in one ear and out the other a lot of the time because, I hate to say it, but young men sometimes can't process the information quick enough to know what to do with it. So it might take them weeks before they process and understand and go, well, Bob Murphy's talking about make yourself big. What does that actually physically mean?
I think that's big, deep breath, shoulders back.
That's right,
So it's a physical, let the air in, and rather than retreating, shoulders hunched over. I mean, we think about it even in our own lives. When you're not confident, you're
that's right.
all
You're hunched over,
So,
but I think every athlete, every person in business, every person in life is different. So what's going to get them going again? Each individual has to find that. Now, I always found the best way when I was going poorly was to speak to an older player, a coach that I had that had a lot of time for me, that I knew had a lot of time for me, and that was always Mark Harvey, and just go back to the basics of what football was.
More from Rama and Jamo as we work our way through. We're inside the last half hour before the bounce. It is Adelaide and Carlton right here on ABC Sport as Gather Round gets underway. We'll jump back to the home team. They're under a fair bit of pressure themselves, sitting at 1-3. Yes, they have lost 3 in a row. Yes, the combined margin has only been 16 points. They led in the final quarter in all 3 of those games, but they wouldn't want to lose tonight. Let's go inside the Adelaide camp with Ben Cameron. Ben.
Thanks, Corbin. I am down here with the head of footy at the Adelaide Crows, Adam Kelly. It's been an interesting start to the season. A good win over Collingwood, then 3 close losses against 3 pretty good sides. How have you guys contextualised your start to the year?
Yeah, I think frustrating from a results point of view. As you've alluded to, started the year in really positive fashion with that win against the Pies. You would have liked to have thought that in one of the last 3 we would have got across the line, but our opponents have been too strong on every occasion. So we still maintain a lot of belief. reality is we've been playing against some of the better teams in the comp. We've been riding games. We've been winning positions. We haven't been able to execute late. So we're frustrated by that, and we walk away without the points, but we still maintain a lot of belief.
I think it's pretty well documented what's going on at Carlton. Do you need to guard against a little bit of an ambush tonight?
Oh, look, I'm sure that they're wearing similar frustrations to us. We sit here with the same record. There's been a lot spoken of the Blues and the start to the year. It's been an unusual one. I think they've sat in front about 75% of game time, and unusual to have only won one of the four. But in saying that, they've had played some really strong footy, especially early in games. So we don't want to have that be the case tonight, and we're really chasing some consistency ourselves because we've had our own issues when it comes to that across the first 4 weeks.
One of those issues is potentially Isaac Rankin, who hasn't found his best form to start the season, has only attended 16 of 79 centre bounce downs or centre ball ups, whatever we wish to call them now. Why is that?
Look, Isaac's had a bit of an interrupted pre-season, so he had hamstring injury sort of late in the pre-season, which held him back, and then he wasn't able to play early because due to suspension. So he's building into his fitness and form. We threw him in there quite a bit in the second half of last week. The other element to this is that we've got Joshua Shelley now playing a lot of midfield time. It's about having some balance around who are our attacking mids going to be, and how they balance out with the rest of the midfield. So at the moment, it's Josh that's going to centre bounce more than Isaac. It's not to say that won't change as we move forward.
Yeah, do you need to prioritise getting Isaac, who's arguably one of the most dynamic players in the competition when he's around the ball, more involved to get him going?
Yeah, look, I think what Isaac has shown, whether he plays midfield or forward, he's a very damaging player and he's a high-impact player. So I think Isaac would acknowledge himself. Hasn't been in his best form. Had a keen eye on him this week at training. I thought he was moving with real buzz. So, it only takes a moment or two and you'll see Isaac Rankin come back to the very best of him. So let's hope that happens tonight.
But he's not carrying an injury of any description?
No injury. Maybe just down on a little bit of form and confidence.
You said, I think, on SA Grandstand during the week that you liked the look of the two rucks last time out. Obviously, no Riley O'Brien tonight. How did you guys arrive at that decision?
Yeah, I think it's one a little bit to do with who we're coming up against. Fremantle themselves played two really strong rucks last week. We thought there was an opportunity to look at that. Like many teams, I think we're all trying to explore what is the best use of that extra player that we have now on the interchange. Last week we went with a ruck option. Tonight we're going for a little bit more run. So, yeah, we'll weigh that up from week to week.
Darcy Fogarty was in the news and on the TV shows highlighted last night having a sore back after he played golf during the week, 2 days out from a game. Do you guys have an issue with your players playing golf in the days leading up to a game, or is there any concerns over it with Darcy in that instance?
No, we don't have any concern. Our players' day off from the program is always 2 days out from game day. And Darcy is one of many who enjoy their golf. One of many at our football club, one of many across the league that enjoy that. He didn't hurt his back playing golf. Unfortunately, he hurt his back in the captain's run the next day. And it come on quickly. It's a bit of a disc issue. It's starting to settle now. But no, we won't be discouraging our players from partaking in golf. It's always good to see our players have a good balance, work-life balance.
So just to be clear, as someone who likes their golf, he didn't have a back issue on the Wednesday, but then it was a back issue on the Thursday, which was he didn't expect, or it just came on in the captain's run.
Yeah, like many back issues, they present suddenly, and they are certainly debilitating when they do present in that way. But no, it only presented on captain's run.
Adam, best of luck tonight.
Thanks, Ben.
Adam Kelly, the football boss of the Crows, chatting with Ben Cameron. I understand it's a media story. Naturally, Jamo, I'm a member of the media, which means I tip into these things. Darcy Fogarty plays golf, hurts his back, isn't available to play last Friday against the Dockers, and now he's missing a second game. Are we right as media people to draw, whether it's correlation or causation or whatever it turns out to be, that, hey, if he didn't play golf, he wouldn't have an issue with his back?
Well, I think it's one where you could question it, which we are, but I always find that the inner sanctum, your sports and conditioning, your doctors, they know these players inside out and the reasons why. and they would remedy something. If that was the issue, then remove that from your routine, and they clearly don't think that's an issue. That would be the simple answer, I think, from me.
Yep, we lived it in the cricket season. Actually, there was a story with Usman Khawaja, obviously over in Perth, and I get a lot of people put forward the argument, but this guy played golf and he didn't get hurt or whatever. Well, I guess my counterpoint to that would be, I don't have an issue if you play golf, but don't come back and say, hey, I'm unavailable to do my day job and play footy or whatever it turns out to be.
That's a counter argument.
As long as you can do whatever you want to do, providing you're ready to go. So I'm sure my boss doesn't say, hey, you're not allowed to have a drink the day before you go on air. But if I have 10 drinks, go to karaoke, and then I can't talk the next day, then all of a sudden we're probably having a different conversation.
And you have tried that.
Yes, and it doesn't work as well. So
I have never drunk before coming on air.
There you go.
And probably fair warning to myself.
The light show's ongoing at the moment, which we love, by the way. There's no
outstanding, this light show.
No late changes. Carlton in town to take on the host city Adelaide as Gather Round edition number 4 begins. The CFC monogram, so it's even got a particular touch, which is really custom built for the matchup that is here tonight. We've seen this kind of thing in places, indoor arenas like the NBA and the NHL over the years, but to see it performed on a football field is outstanding. It's such a big space, and be able to dim the floodlights, which doesn't translate as well for me to describe on radio. There's even a little outline of shirt.
Bon Jovi out in the middle.
How am I going? Bad start.
That's a shocker.
The outline didn't look too.
I mean, the hair's pretty similar, right? But yeah.
Let's have enough of that, and let's head inside the Carlton camp. Ben Cameron's down there. Ben.
Thanks, Corbin. It's great to be down here with the man who knows the Adelaide Oval pretty well as a former state cricketer here, now the GM of footy at Carlton, Chris Davies. Chris, appreciate your time.
No worries. Thanks for having me.
Sometimes do you feel like you need the old cricket helmet being the footy boss at Carlton?
It hasn't really mattered whether I was at Port Adelaide or Carlton. Sometimes you need the helmet. The last few weeks haven't been great from that perspective, but great opportunity for us tonight.
The big story in the last 24 hours has been George Hewitt left out of the team for Carlton. Why is that?
I think the coaches wanted a different midfield mix for this game tonight against the Crows. So, George is probably a little bit unlucky, but at the same time, this is more about what the midfield mix needs to be for the game tonight.
Do you have any concerns about the fact that leaked out and Mitch Cleary was able to report the story?
Oh, not really. I mean, we told the players the day before, so I guess you expect that these things are going to get out in whatever way. I mean, it was probably an hour or two before selection. I'm fine. Mitch has got a particular interest in Carlton generally, so just what happens sometimes.
Do you feel like he's going too hard at Carlton? Just the way he said that sort of jumped off the page at me.
No, not at all. Not at all. No, I mean, obviously having the role that he does, and given the start of our season, he's certainly had some things to talk about with us, and the only way that we're going to be able to turn that around from our perspective is to win some games. So starting tonight.
I heard Bob Murphy on the ABC AFL Daily podcast speaking about when he was at the Bulldogs in 2016, when a team kicked 2 goals in a row against them, they had 3 things they would do: breathe to make themselves big and get some oxygen to the brain. Then they would go and touch or chat to a teammate, pat them on the backside, on the back, say we're all in this together. And then they would have a phrase, which was the third part of it, saying keep coming forward. What are you guys working on when a team does kick 2 goals in a row against you and momentum isn't going your way?
Yeah, I mean, that's an issue that we've had all year so far, and momentum, both has been a massive positive for us, but equally, has been a negative at times as well, and that's not necessarily the team that we want to be. We want to be able to control momentum, both ways. Our players are working on, a number of different communication strategies. We haven't got them all right so far, and as I say, tonight's another opportunity for us to have a crack at it.
I think Jared Waitley, in particular on AFL 360, has put forward the point of view that Michael Voss is coaching for his future while the team is being regenerated. Is that true in your mind?
I mean, I guess in the sense of, he's a coach who doesn't have a contract for the following year. the reality is we need our performance to be better right now, and that's what Michael's focused on. I mean, Michael has done a very good job over the past few weeks in making sure that all of us try and control the things that we do have control over, and that discussion about Michael's future is going to be there until we actually start to perform better. So, I mean, I don't necessarily have a view on it. I'm very pragmatic in the sense that we've got to start winning games.
But if the team is regenerating and it's different to what it's been, Charlie Curnow's obviously gone, and the team feels like it's in a different phase, what do you need to see from Michael?
Well, I mean, that's not a question that I need to bother about tonight. We want to be here and have a crack against the Adelaide Crows. I mean, we've said all pre-season that we understand where the team is at from a list perspective. You make the changes that we did at the end of last year with a particular goal in mind, and that's to get better. But right now, we haven't performed to the level that we wanted to so far this year.
From a personal point of view, did you feel like you got a bit caught up in the narrative of giving an update week to week on Michael Voss last week, I think on 3AW, when he guaranteed that he would coach this week? And is that something you would do again?
Well, I mean, I think ultimately I'm here answering your questions. If you put a question to me, then it's my responsibility to answer. I mean, I'm not sure what the alternative is in that moment. The media are asking questions. The club has been good enough to put me up or to put other people up to actually answer those questions. That's our responsibility, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is, and we appreciate you speaking to us. I think the point is more around, if I can clarify it, Rossi's saying that he wouldn't give 3-day updates about his future, and then there's a feeling that has been presented throughout the media that with some of the top brass speaking about it regularly, that it's a bit of an uncomfortable situation for the club to be in.
Well, the alternative is I don't come and answer your questions, isn't it? So, I mean, that's the challenge here. I mean, we want to be a club who is able to answer these questions, and that was a pretty simple one that was asked last week. I've been asked much harder ones over my time. I'd be interested in understanding what your view is on the alternative there.
Yeah, I don't have a view as such. I think that I appreciate you coming and speaking to us, and I guess the answer is, the difficult thing is, I think we feel that often we get answers from the media, from clubs that dance around things, and then we get a direct answer, and it gets spoken about throughout the week, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, that's the challenge, isn't it? I mean, that's, at the end of the day, people who know me, I'm sure you know me well enough that if you ask me a question, I'm going to try and answer it. And that was a very simple one.
Just on the father-son situation as well, obviously you guys are a club that's going to be significantly impacted by it with the likes of Cody Walker and Lucas Tudafides. Essendon and your old club, Port Adelaide, are two other clubs that are likely to be significantly impacted. Are you working with them at all in the way that, I guess, presenting to the AFL about the changes to the father-son rules?
I mean, clearly I've had a job at one of those clubs that you're mentioning, so I'm well aware of what the issue is and the way that I guess those two clubs are going to try and attack it. I haven't had specific conversations with regard to Essendon. But I think that most people in this situation would understand that those three clubs are asking. And I think if you took those three clubs out of the ones who are affected, the question actually becomes, should the AFL be giving clubs more notice than now 6 months before a draft to make these types of decisions? So, yes, we're the three clubs that are affected right at the moment. But ultimately, if draft rules change, there'll be other clubs that are affected in the future. I think our view has been that the draft rules need to change. It's just whether the timing is the most appropriate. And I think that'll be obviously the question that the AFL are trying to answer right now.
Chris, we do really appreciate your time pre-game. Hopefully tonight it's a different story being told for the Carlton Football Club. Thanks for your time.
Good on you. Thanks for your time.
It's always the best in the business. Ben Cameron downstairs with both footy bosses. Adam Kelly first, and then as you heard there, Chris Davies, the footy boss of the Blues. What did you make of all that, Ram?
I loved it. And I love Chris's answers.
Yeah.
Ben pushed him as far as he could, and I thought Ben's line of questioning was incredibly fair.
Yeah.
And I thought the way Chris answered those was honest as well. So
because the counterpoint could be, look,
15-all probably.
I guess if you the other way Chris Davies could answer that question is to say, mate, one, I don't make the decision on the coach's future, so that's up to the chief executive and the board.
Yep.
So if he gets asked, is he going to coach this weekend, by him
But
saying...
he would be asked for a recommendation.
No doubt.
He would be.
Well, he's running the football department.
But if he gets asked a direct question, hey, is Michael Voss going to coach this weekend, and he says yes, he will, or he's going to, or whatever, an alternative way to answer it would be, we're not going to give 3-day updates, which is what Michael Voss is essentially saying every time he's asked, is he going to be there next week and what it looks like. So I know the criticism has come his way has been, hey, he's indulging the narrative by basically answering those questions 1 week at a time. But as he points out, rightfully, whichever way he takes that answer, they're going to get criticised. And they're an easy team to take a whack at the moment. If there's any part of the club you want to take a shot at, they're pretty much fair game at the moment, the Blues.
I'm really at pains to try and work out from a distance what it is. Like, if I put my board hat on, they've had 9 coaches in 25 years. By sacking another, that'll be 10, and they haven't benefited from it. They've only held on to coaches for 3, 4, 5 years, and they just can't get to where they need to go. So I'm not quite sure what it is their next step.
That's very simple to answer. They're impatient. And it's not the inner circle that gets impatient. It's that small outer circle that gets impatient and then just talk and talk and talk and talk.
There's no late change. More talk coming up right here on ABC Sport in just a moment. The full preview with Rama and Jamo next.
AFL. On ABC Sport, you're listening to the 2026 AFL Gather Round on radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and ABC Listen.
From the Adelaide City Lights to the Barossa sites, Footy's Gathering Storm edition number 4. It is Gather Round on ABC Sport, and it is 10 minutes away from beginning. It is Adelaide and Carlton, the way we started edition 1 way back in 2023. Thursday night footy pits 2 1 and 3 teams against each other, the Crows and the Blues. Both teams need to get about the business of winning in season 2026. Corbin Middlemas and Aaron Bryans for the call. Now, premiership pair, Rod Jameson and Adam Ramanauskas, who's made the trip across. Ben Cameron is riding the boundary for us this evening. We're here all weekend long, 9 games, 4 days, all in the state of South Australia for the 4th time. It is Gather Round on ABC Sport. The Crows have made their way out there. They followed the Blues. The Blues were the first team on the park. Carlton in their clash strip, so predominantly in white tonight with the navy blue monogram. Meanwhile, the Adelaide Crows, they've got a bespoke jumper, which we'll see a fair few of these this weekend for Gather Round. A lot of teams taking up the opportunity to have a special event jumper. The Adelaide Crows has the logo on the front of it, the Adelaide Crow, surrounded by a patch of red and gold, of course, in the club colours. It ends with the navy blue at the bottom, as well as the blue backing and the blue shorts. They've got the yellow lettering numbering on the back, the Adelaide Crows jumper, their Gather Round jumper for 2026. All right, teams are out there. There's no late change. Adam Ramanauskas and Rod Jameson with the best preview in the game. What are we on the lookout for, lads, with 8 minutes to go before the bounce?
Well, I think from Adelaide, it's just the way they move the football. I think that's been the most disappointing. They've kept themselves in the game. They've fallen away when they've had leads late. Last year, their execution going forward within game, to be able to diagnose it, then remedy it straight away. I haven't been able to see that for the periods that we did late last year. So their enter into forward 50 is critical tonight to be able to lace out leads up, and then just the speed of movement of their footy. We heard from Adam Kelly about Isaac Rankin, his time. Mitch Hinge comes back into the team. I think he adds some real potency on the back half. Wayne Miller, those two players, they want to run and get going, and both of them use the football extremely well. Rory Laird comes back into night, the stability. He's playing where he started, which is in the back line too. Isaac Cumming gives you speed. And I think the Riley O'Brien exercise didn't really work last week. He was only time on ground 35%. But it's Lockie McAndrew, who's the one I think can stand up tonight. He gets his hand on the footy. He can give the players first use of the footy around the clearance work. Plus he dominates, like with his height of over 210 centimetres, and there's multiple other players you could talk about, but I think they're probably the key areas that I want to see Adelaide step up tonight.
What's up with Isaac Rankin in the young season? So that the club keeps saying, look, he's okay. We just heard from Adam Kelly sort of moments ago. And yet you look at his mid-forward split, he's been held forward, he's been out of the centre bounces really for large portions of the year. What do you think it is? I mean, is that fair that we just judge him now based off the fact that he's fully fit and what we get is what we get?
I think from memory, I think even though he had the 4-game suspension, I think he actually did a hammy in the early part of the year. So I think it's just probably more on him in terms of how explosive he is. But we saw bits of it last week and how explosive he was around goal. He kicked 3 behinds. He's not far off it, and I think Alan Kelly alluded to that.
Well, I think what I'm finding with Adelaide this year compared to last year was victory by committee. They had contributors everywhere over the ground. It didn't matter really who was the star of the show. Now, the star of the shows always come out. But you're getting performances from, call it a Sam Berry last year. And Neil Bullen was doing a job. Ben Keys was doing a job. Wayne Miller off half-back was doing what he needed to do. This year, it just feels like the star power has to play really, really well or they're going to lose the game. Now, last week they get to 34 points down in that game against Fremantle, nearly come over the top and win that game. But, again, it was too few for me to go, okay, this is how we're going to win the game. Now, when they finish on top of the ladder last year, you look across the field and you're getting performance from each line. Yeah,
it's a good point, Rama, too, because I think the games have been really close because the back line have been outstanding. They've been keeping the game and the way that they use it. So I think Sam Berry's elevated his game outstandingly. Josh Worrell, once again, he had 23 disposals last week and went at 100% disposal efficiency too, and Wayne Miller is doing exactly the same. So, yes, up forward, they've been... And Adam Kelly used it. They're not getting the nourishment for all the work that they're actually doing, and they're not executing as well they should. So that's where, I think, to your point around the stars that are in the team that normally lead the way, particularly up forward, aren't getting as much, and they're relying on too few in the middle of the ground.
And a big frustration for the Crows faithful around that, and we spoke to Adam Kelly on SA Grandstand last week about this, is the players who are underdone as a result of their high training intensity in the preseason because they wanted to get September ready. They're playing them to build their capacity. And he said that about Jake Saligo and he said it about Isaac Rankin. And the counter-argument is, why are you playing guys who aren't match fit for AFL level? And so they're trying to build them into the season, but ultimately your stars aren't firing and are becoming a little bit of a liability.
See, I don't like that comment because I feel like if you lose momentum at the start of the season, it's very hard to play catch-up as the year progresses. Now, one of these teams is going to go 1-4 at the end of tonight, unless there's a draw, obviously. But 1-4 is a long way back in an AFL season. Like to get it back to parity, you're talking about round 9 or 10 potentially. And that's, you're almost at the halfway. You're fighting the season constantly.
And that's if you slam dunk everything.
That's if you slam dunk everything.
So clarity on that, you're not happy that the Crows went about playing underdone stars early?
No.
Or you're not happy about they should be playing?
They shouldn't have played them, and they shouldn't be underdone to start the season. Yeah. I think the only time you've got a chance to get a player fully fit is the start of the season. So if they're not fully fit come round 1, you don't play them. You leave it to round 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever it is, until they got the block of training in it. Because I'd hate to see a Rankin now do another hamstring. I'd hate to see Saligo hurt himself because they're underdone when you've had the opportunity to get him fit.
Keep us going on the Blues. So 1-7 this year in second half quarters. Now, 7 times under Voss, they've given up a three-quarter time advantage, make it 13 times at half-time. So it's the same problem repeating. I mean, that voice memo from Sam Doherty just rings in your ears about, when the contest goes from the inside to the outside, they get exposed. And we've seen it week after week now through the first month of the season. So what changes tonight?
George Hewitt's clearly the sacrificial lamb there.
Yeah.
So they're going, well, we've got to try to take one of these inside mids out to see if this works in a second half of football. If you're talking about the game going from inside to outside, we need guys that can protect the outside. So the outside's interesting. So the inside of the contest is one part. Yep. It's not the outside. Everyone thinks it's this wide part. It's the 5 metres around the contest. That's where Carlton are getting beaten because they can't apply enough pressure when that ball is released to stop it from moving. If they stop that first release or second release handball, it's easy. They'll go and win the football again because they're a terrific contest side. But at the moment, teams are then just rolling the dice against Carlton in the second half.
Yeah.
And we saw it on Good Friday with North Melbourne. They just rolled the dice.
But it'll have to be the guys that are already there because you look at the ins, they bring in Haynes and O'Keefe. So they're two bigs. Williams is the other one, but yeah.
Yeah, so watching the warm-ups, Zach Williams and Elijah Hollands were with the midfield mix, so maybe that's the speed they're looking for.
Well, my big watch, and I mentioned this earlier, is how this back line performs without Jacob Wiedering. He's been the constant there for so many years now, All-Australian, best and fairest. It's a big task when you've got a Thilthorpe. I know Fogarty's not there, but Taylor Walker, he should be licking his lips tonight.
The best captain in the game is voted by his peers. Jordan Dawson shakes hands with Patrick Cripps in the middle of Adelaide Oval. We're just about ready to go for the opener to gather round. Ben Cameron's riding the boundary as he does on Thursdays throughout the season. He's been busy already chatting to both footy bosses. Good evening, Ben.
Good evening, Corbin. I just missed the coin toss down here, so you pumped me up. Yeah, take that back.
Paddy Cripps to the Riverbank stand end, so the Blues will go to the southern end in this opening term.
Just in unfamiliar surrounds down here in the white shorts, so just familiarising myself. But as you well know, there was an awful lot of rain earlier today, and when I was out there doing those interviews, I did just have a look at the surface. Still quite slippery and very muddy, particularly where the AstroTurf joins to the real grass here at the Adelaide Oval. So I still think it will be a little bit slippery and dewy for the players here tonight. But it is beautiful conditions, really. It's not cool down here, so very comfortable, assuming the rain does stay away.
No excuses, Ben. Anytime, anywhere, please.
Yeah, 20 degrees, just beautiful.
You tipping an upset tonight, Ben?
Maybe more so if the rain does arrive. It might help Carlton as a contest team. Josh Rochelle, who's starting on the bench, is just running past me to head down into the rooms. I'm hoping just for a late toilet stop for Josh.
Anyone tipping the upset? Adelaide a prohibitive favourite?
Not without Wiedering.
Yeah, all Adelaide tonight, and I think it'll be a decent margin too.
Crows by 5 goals for me.
Yep. I think we're Adelaide across the board. So for the fourth time, it is Gather Round, the Festival State, hosting the Festival of Footy on ABC Sport. You're with Aaron Bryans.
Mark Pitnet wins the head out and then slaps it wide off the deck to Walsh, who gives it to Zach Williams straight on the ball to start for the Blues. Gets it out to Elijah Hollands early inside 50. A wayward drop from Mitch McGovern out of the goal square, and it's knocked out the right forward pocket. 15 out from goal. Riverbank stand in. So already a couple of new positions. Zach Williams in the middle. Mitch McGovern out of the goal square. Toss back into play. Packed house to kickstart Gather Round. Pitnet marches to the drop. McAndrew caught napping. Pitnet takes it, misses his boot on the drop, going for goal. Cumming keeps it in for the Crows. Kick smothered by Michaelani. Rolls out towards the boundary line. They collapse in a heap, and it just gets over for another boundary throw in. No score in the opening minute. It's Gather Round on ABC Sport.
Lachlan Cowan to Isaac Rankin.
Packed house, as you can imagine. The opener to Gather Round, the 4th edition. Pitternet grabs it out of the ruck. He's getting a free for being held by McAndrew.
Well, he slipped. McAndrew slipped and was holding on to Pitnet's jumper. So,
but he also had the ball. He grabbed it out of the ruck.
I think it was before that. I think it was just a touch before that, Corb. So I don't mind that, Corb.
Where's Razor? He's back at the hotel. Ray is here this weekend, which is great. We'll hear from Ray Chandler. I want to know how it's Gather Round. I got on the plane today, and a couple of rows in front of me, Leo Barry was sitting next to Campbell Brown.
Oh, there you go.
This is very much Gather Round. The plane's coming in from Melbourne.
Lockie McAndrew, had a jumper with his left hand.
All right, Pitternet, the recipient, blows his lines, kicks it well wide. He's missed the whole set. The Riverbank stand end, so no score. Score's level. 0 apiece. After 2 minutes, Gather Round on ABC Sport.
Laird brings it into Worrell, who heaves it long and hard to the eastern side. Strong contested mark by Cook. It was engulfed by Ollie Hollands and still managed to nab it. Bright orange boots tonight. He has a runner and misses him. A little bit too much momentum from Nick Murray. And it was off hands in the end, so a boundary throw in to come in front of the Williams stand.
There was young Taylor Byrne there with the pressure. Another young player for Carlton.
Just his 3rd game tonight. Tossed in, McAndrew taps it down straight to Berry. Missed the boot under pressure from Walsh. Does the volley towards the logo eastern side. Throw a blanket over them. It's 6v6 right now, and Peatling, the bulldozer, gets through but hands it away. Cripps to Walsh. Carlton inside 50 again. McGovern turns away from the drop. Plenty of the jumper of Worrell, who will happily walk it through for a minor score. Carlton are on the board first. 1 behind. They lead the Crows 3 minutes in.
No playing from in front's not the problem, as Worrell kicks out wide looking for Dawson. No mark. He's going to regather as it hits the deck. And here he goes, the Crow skipper. 45 kick down the wing. finds Saligo, who takes the mark, continues the shift. Spots up Walker, he marks, hand pass away to Neil Bullen, through half forward, kicks to the goal square, Rankin plays on goals. And that is what they asked for. Isaac Rankin, impactful. And Adelaide with the first goal as they welcome the competition to its city. One straight, plays one behind. We're 3.5 minutes in. Adelaide with the opener, and it's their leading man, Isaac Rankin, with the first goal.
Well, that's exactly what I was asking for Adelaide to do. When you asked me what do I want to see from Adelaide, just their ball movement out of the defence from one end to the other. The skipper, Jordan Dawson, manages to go for a contested mark, didn't win it, but his follow-up and composure to bring it inside to the short kick to Saligo, and just the first give to support, created the space for Adelaide's forward and disposal was first class.
End-to-end ball movement by the Crows as well. Would have Michael Voss frustrated. Crows by 5. Early lead change as well. Back underway, pitting it down to Cripps. Tries to break away from Peatling, won't let him go. Clean handball to Walsh, and now Florent surging up the corridor. Inside 50 go the Blues. Mackay put the mark down late. Front square though with the assist. Kemp gets it wide. The kick from 40 is through. Ainsworth finishes. It could have been a meal. Mackay had totally lost his opponent who slipped over. Should have clunked it, but they get the result. And Carlton back in front again. 1 point their lead. 1-1-7 plays one straight 6. 4 minutes into the opening term on ABC Sport.
Well, not should have clunked it. He definitely should have marked that ball, Harry Mackay. But it's a work in the centre. Cripps there, just so strong in the tackle. Allows that centre clearance. And Mackay came out like a steam train there. Little handball. And then that's what they got Ben Ainsworth for, just to kick goals, those crumbing goals there. But love the work in the middle of the ground. I want to give Ben Cameron a challenge tonight. He used to think boundary throw-ins were 18 metres in and 18 metres high. I want him to find out how high the umpire needs to throw the ball in the air in the centre bounce, because it's been very inconsistent.
Pitternet palms it down. Walsh, quick hand pass straight to his teammate, who's locked up immediately in Williams, and a ball up in the middle of the ground.
I think I know the answer, but I'll let Benny Cameron do the homework.
Okay. We'll leave Ben to that as Pitternet swats it down. Here's Williams, who's getting some minutes, as Aaron alluded to it. The coalface. Handball away to Carroll. Handball to Walsh. Turns, kicks the Blues inside 50 to centre half forward over the head of the pack. Spills down to Millerer. He's got it for Adelaide to Murray. Hurried hand pass out to Michael Annie, the 22-year-old who's the youngest Crow out there. Kicks down the wing, and Gilthorpe gets separation from Young and takes the mark.
Arcs in board immediately. Spots something he likes. It's Taylor Walker, who pushes off Dirksen with ease, takes the mark and wants to go. It's a quiet 50. He'll open the angle. Dirksen was asleep, and Tex has missed to the left with the snap. Gee, that was an ugly finish for what was pretty good game awareness, and it's a minus score. Scores are level at 1-1-7 apiece.
I didn't need to do it, Tex. Just go back and have a set shot. You're a beautiful set shot for goal.
Newman into Cowan. He heads out wide, changing lanes, finds Elijah Hollands, who marks, kicks beyond the wing. His little brother, the target, Ollie Hollands, punched away from him and out of bounds by Braden Cook. Another boundary throw-in. So 1-1-7 apiece. 6.5 minutes in. No late change. Corbin Middlemas, Aaron Bryans, Ben Cameron on the boundary, Rod Jameson, Adam Ramanauskas, your call team. Gather round on ABC Sport. McAndrew, the more telling touch. Got it straight down to the blue in front of him, Chera. Hurried handball away and under pressure. Puts it out of bounds, and that's last disposal out of play. So free kick going Adelaide's way. And Rochelli's going to take it. Moves it in quickly to Cook. A little milestone for Chera. That's not the way to start. Both he and McGovern in game 150 tonight.
Cook searching, kick down the line is well off target. Into the second row in front of the Odie stand. Out on the full.
Just about to give him a compliment too, how well he has presented over pre-season and into the start of this year.
Carlton want to go quick off the free kick. Florent, overlapping pass. The kick's a little long in the end, charging onto it. Doing very well as the third gamer. Byrne naps it round, centering kick. Juggling the mark and unable to take it. Alongside there is Evans. Spills out towards Hinge. Clearing kick that tumbles back to the broadcast wing for the Crows. 2-on-2 waiting there in front of the benches, and Walker clean, drills it too low. The stabbing pass will bounce perfectly though for Rankin. Off balance, he slams it into the 50, marching out of Stilthorpe, lost it in the lights. Hits the deck, tries to do the crumbing. Carlton have the numbers. Good tackle. Stilthorpe wraps up his opposing number. It's number 4, Ollie Hollands, and we'll get a ball up 35 out straight in front of the Crows.
Jamo asked for the ball movement. They've just missed a couple of easy handballs to give the receiver.
Free
the Crows
kick.
will get a free kick here, though, inside forward 50.
McAndrew's going to get it, arm draped over the shoulder in the ruck contest. So Lockie McAndrew's been the feel-good story to start the Crows here, and he's going to get a set shot here at true centre-half forward. So there you go. He's played 2 games previously before joining the Crows with the Sydney Swans. Picked up as an SSP. This is his 7th game of AFL football. No goals. There's all of that about to change for the former rugby union player. It's an unorthodox approach as he drags his right leg. He now swings it through and misses out to the right.
It's a little bit of Richard Hadley in amongst all of that, wasn't it? What the heck was that?
Very unusual approach, just dragging the right foot behind him. 1 point lead for the Crows, make it lead change number 3. We've only been going 9 minutes. Adelaide by 1.
Nick Newman in his second game back. Long exit out towards the broadcast wing. Mackay with a couple of juggles and ball ace with the late fist.
That's the one. His only intention there, ball ace, was to get the ball over the line.
Yeah.
Like that's last touch. It's got to be, in my opinion.
You need to at least try to keep it in the field of play.
Try to keep it in the field of play.
We interviewed Josh Tracy after the game last week, and he felt that Ball A's was the most physical he's ever played against this year.
So boundary throwing McAndrew down to Dawson, got it to Rochelle, kick smothered inside 50, but it's an awkward bounce for Newman. Phil Thorpe trying to pounce on it. Keys becomes the tackler, wraps up Newman, who hits the deck, and we will get a ball up, 10 out, right forward pocket in front of a packed hill tonight. Sold out crowd to kickstart gather round. Hitting it down, it bounced off Walker, came back to Newman for the Blues. And Ollie Hollands off a step. Tries to clear some space, but it's going to come back in. Nick Murray with a nice contested grab at right half forward for Adelaide.
Game 72 for the 25-year-old. One of 3 AFL footballers in the family. Kicks to full forward, punched away by Pitternet. And this will sit for the Blues here as Evans scoops it up in the purple boots. Hand pass to Elijah Holland's back flank. Kicks Carlton in hope down the wing. Mackay's got to go, one out. Nice mark. Holds out ball ace and takes the mark. He's a long way from goal, though. He's up on the wing, Harry Mackay. And so he's just going to kick a high bomb in hope down to half forward. Good luck marking that. They come from all directions. Spills down to Byrne. Hand pass away to Walsh. He gives it to Evans. 60 out. Neat kick into the pocket. Kemp the target. Carries his head and rolls out of bounds. Good cover defence from Murray. And we've got a boundary throw in.
I just think that kick with Harry Mackay, if you're going to wait and that's how you're going to kick it high, you may as well just go and kick it to a one-on-one straight away.
I'd like to see him do more of that, the way he presented the early part of this quarter. And again, Taylor Byrne, very good in front of the pack.
Voice of Rod Jameson and Adam Ramanauskas. Crows by a point. We're inside Carlton's 50. Tossed in. Tap went Adelaide's way. Rochelle doesn't want to reel the ball in, knowing that he's got Shera right on his tail, and eventually decides to pick it up, and we'll get a ball up.
And if I'm an Adelaide defender and Harry Mackay's taking the mark on centre wing and slowing it down, that's exactly what I want to happen.
Hudson O'Keefe in the ruck now against McAndrew. The Crow wins it down to Cumming. Towed it, trying to get it out defensive 50. Carlton had a wall. Elijah Hollands gets it to Chera. Walsh then back. Centering kick. Jagger Smith top of the goal square. 3-on-3 off hands. Hits the deck. Murray set upon and wrapped up near the right hand behind post. We'll get a ball up still in Carlton's 50. Adelaide by a point.
Very heavy handballing by Carlton. 18 kicks, 18 handballs.
Ruck Chera down. Chera's got it. Hooks it through on the left peg. And Chera with a goal in his milestone game. Game 150 and knocks it through from the pocket. And Adam Chera shows he can do it off both feet. It is Carlton by 5 points. Lead change number 4. The Blues 2-1-13. Adelaide 1-2-8. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport. Our premiership pair, Rod Jameson, Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, they're good around the football at the moment, Carlton too. Just their balance around it to get it out. I feel the 19 kicks, 18 handballs is not the game they want to play, but at the moment it's working for them.
Geez, that was Sam Berry there. He just lost contact with Adam Chera, his direct opponent, around that stoppage. And that's all it takes, a little push off. If the ruckman can find the little bit of space, the hole, the slice of the pie that's free inside forward 50, you expect your ground level players to get there, and Adam Chera was good enough to get there.
4 lead changes, Blues by 5. Hudson O'Keefe takes it out of the ruck. Quick kick as he's tackled up towards half forward. It's going to be another clearance for the Blues. 9-2, they lead it. Jagger Smith comes out, hands it back to O'Keefe. Buffeted off his kick, but it heads back inside 50. Knocked down front and square. Walsh got a handball under duress. Flicked out. Running by is Ainsworth, and this time he slots it. Ben Ainsworth charging by, has his second, and Carlton up by 11. 3-1-19 to 1-2-8. 13 played in the opening term. It's Gather Round on ABC Sport.
Well, Jamo was rinse and repeat there for Ben Ainsworth with his first goal. So going towards that right forward pocket again, gets a handball. Walsh just worked incredibly hard at that crumb. And I'll say it again, this is why Carlton got Ben Ainsworth to the club. He can finish in front of goals. He was able to do that for Gold Coast for many, many years. But it's the work around the centre bounce here, which I think will be concerning for Matthew Nix and his coaching staff. Carlton are well on top in the centre bounce at the moment.
It's been the problem, Rama, the last 3 weeks. They just give a head start to the opposition. Quarter time last week, 12-4, clearances in favour of Freo, and here we are already 9-2.
O'Keefe the hit out down to Williams, handball away to Walsh. He rides a bump as he dishes it off to Carroll, runs an arc, ugly kick inside 50, bounces away to Evans, collects, handball away towards Kemp, his handball, put a teammate under pressure in Chera, got it out to Evans, hits the post. Gee, it should have been a fourth for the Blues and a fourth on the bounce. Carlton, the inverse, Jamo, they have led at quarter time in all 4 games so far this season. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, Sam Walsh just got clipped behind the play there, got up holding the side of his head. I missed which Adelaide player it was. I just saw Walsh go down in my peripheral vision and then get up holding his head. So just one to remember and maybe look out for.
Now to the broadcast wing go the Crows on the logo. Carlton get the turnover. Hollywood handball from Walsh is electric. Over his head to Smith. Now inside 50. Kicks carrying a little long. How does it pitch? Wide right. And it will be a minor score there for the Blues. A shot from outside 50 coming from Zach Williams. And in the end, Carlton's lead extends to 13 points. Another quick exit for Adelaide back to the centre square.
Free kick, it's going the Crows' way, and Walker's going to get it. He's on the back edge of the wrong centre square, though. So almost centre half back, goes long, straight down the pipe. Always a good option. Phil Thorpe kicks it over his head. Boyd just knocks it down to the advantage of Newman, who comes out wide with the kick. Needs to get a touch on it. Haynes, he takes it over the boundary line. The umpire says insufficient intent, didn't try and keep it alive, so it'll be a free kick Adelaide regardless. And there's that interpretation change.
Yeah.
So rather than just grabbing the ball to stop it from being last disposal out of play, you actually need to make an effort to keep it in.
Well, I don't think he could have kept it in, Nick Haynes, but the ball was going out. So I think that's a fair enough call.
Hinge on his return along the boundary line, finds Walker. He's got an option in the pocket, ignores that. Goes a little shorter. Shallow entry, finds Neil Bullen, left half forward.
He started well, Tex. He's the leading possession winner on the ground for Adelaide with 5 possessions and 3 marks. Sam Walsh has started like a house on fire. He's at the 10 possessions to start this game for Carlton.
His few first 2 kicks just uncharacteristic. He normally nails that sort of thing. Alex Neil Bullen, it's been a wonderful pick-up from Adelaide the last 2 years, straight into the leadership group.
5 in from the boundary line, left half forward, kicks from 48 metres out. It's a good kick. It's there. A momentum shifter. Threads it for the Crows and brings it back to a single-digit margin, 3-3 to 2-2. Blues on top. It is Carlton by 7 points. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport. Jamo and Rama.
I was almost going to call him on Bob Murphy's analogy, just to be big and breathe for Adelaide at the moment.
Make yourself big, touch and connect.
It is frustrating at the moment. Just there around the football, Carlton are very good at the moment, being able to the advantage, handball, get outside. Just on that theme, 30 handballs to 26 kicks in favour of Carlton too.
I didn't have my Bon Jovi down earlier, but I know who this is. A little bit of Lupe.
I'm happy for you, Corb.
A little bit more of this. This is more on my Spotify.
Never seen Bon Jovi straddle a cannon.
Not yet.
Gather Round on ABC Sport to the play. O'Keefe wins it down, but Adelaide might get the exit here. Rankin takes his time and then releases Berry. Full stride into the 50 he goes. Scoreboard pocket. Walker knew he had a man to beat, so he taps it straight down. And it's an excellent finish from Rochelle, who turns to the scoreboard and celebrates. Josh Rochelle makes it a 1-point game. A little bit of Cristiano Ronaldo with the celebration as well. Wasn't quite full flight, but he's certainly channeled one of the greats in front of the light tower. 3-3-21 Carlton lead. Adelaide 3-2-20. 17 played in the opening term on ABC Sport.
Well, it's a centre clearance, Jamo. So they go inside forward 50. Tex competes incredibly well again. And then just a touch of brilliance. That will get the Adelaide crowd into this game. So Rochelle is certainly a confidence player. We know that. And if he gets into this game, I think look out, Carlton.
Rankin in the middle too was able to clear with quick feet, and Josh Rochelle has spent a fair bit of time in the middle at the start of this year. Straight up forward, and could not have read that any better.
2 in a hurry. That Blues lead reduced to just 1. O'Keefe now on his almost on his backside, knocks the ball away to the advantage of Cripps, and Cripps becomes tackler and locks up Berry, middle of Adelaide Oval. Ball hits the deck. Cripps grabs it. Hurried kick forward for the Blues. Camped underneath it is Miller. Mackay makes a contest, brings it to ground. Williams outnumbered. Ball spits out. Inadvertently socked away by Cripps. That'll work out to half forward for Evans. Looks into the pocket. Leaping up there is McGovern. Can't complete the mark against his old team. Holds his bonds. Thought he got clipped from Worrell. No free kick forthcoming and a boundary throw in.
Carlton are playing one beyond the footy already, 2 centre bounce. They just get that back. I'm just trying to pick up who it actually is. So between Haynes and Boyd, I think it is.
Blues by a point. O'Keefe taps it down. Evans clean on the bounce. Gives it to Elijah Hollins. He had his pocket picked though. Trying to rip it out of there is Chera. Overhead handball to Jagger Smith. He'll set it up. 20 from home. Sky ball. Kai sits underneath it. Knocked away. Miller for the Crows to Hinge, then Berry. Now getting through defensive 50. Nankervis back to Miller, pinpoint pass. Right half back, Zach Taylor's waiting. They want to move it quickly here. Bit of overlap through centre wing on the eastern side. Ben Keys marks and wants to arc into the logo. Looks for the 50. Kick has to be long. Sitting at the back is Thilthorpe. Sticks a knee in. Can't take the mark. Follows up though. Collapses into his opponent. Ball shoots out. Rochelle again. Josh Rochelle knows all about the bright lights. 2 in the opening term. And again he celebrates with the scoreboard. And Adelaide in front. Our 5th lead change of the night. 4-2-26 plays 3-3-21. Time on in the first. It's Gather Round on ABC Sport with premiership players Adam Ramanauskas and Rod Jameson.
There's been a bit of heat on Ben Keys in the first part of this season too, and his work rate and define space, generate it, get it forward is what he's renowned for. We haven't seen a whole lot of it then, but just his gut running to peel off Nick Haynes, I think it was too, just to create the space. They were able to get it out wide and get it forward, and Josh Rochelle just finding a couple of moments.
Yeah.
Very, very special.
So what happens now, Ramo? What do the Blues do to try and stop this run? This is what they've struggled with.
Well, they've tried to put someone behind the ball, and that was Dirksen at that stage, but he just couldn't get to the contest.
3 in the blink of an eye for the Crows. Now they're back on top. 5-point advantage. Berry first disposal at the restart to Laird. Back to Berry. Goes laterally by hand to Michael Lanny. He retreats back by hand for Worrell. Goes on a little bit of a jog and then decides just to kick the ball to a contest on the wing. The captain, the target, not to be. Ball hits the deck. Carroll grabs it, tumbles a kick down to half forward. Bounces its way past Mackay, who hits the deck. Ball ace, keeps his feet, keeps it alive. Chips the kick to Cook. Broken up by Carroll. Ball spills down Adelaide's way. Hinge trying to hand it out. Got there eventually, and the Crows will work it out. Berry to Cook. Along the boundary line, kick finds Thilthorpe, who marks on halfway on the eastern wing.
Called to play on. He stepped off his line, and reading it immediately was Young. Closes and tackles him over the line.
The other thing, Corb, is when a team wants to stop momentum, they want repeat stoppage. That just slows the game down. The other team obviously then can't move the ball. So what do we got left in this quarter? We've still got 8 minutes remaining in this quarter.
Yeah.
Just for the next couple of minutes, just slow the game down, Carlton. Just repeat stoppage. You don't need to gain territory, but neither do the Crows.
Crows by 5. McAndrew down to Berry. A chain of handballs gets back to the young bull, who releases his captain. Searching kick off a step. Walker's on the march. Knew he had 2 coming the other way and pulled out. The 2 Blues collide. Heavy landing, and Dirksen's the ladder who stays down. Meanwhile, Carlton win it out. Down the line with the kick. Searching for Mackay. Knocked away by Ball-Ace. Loses his feeding. Laird shoots it back out to Ball-Ace. Hopeful kick bouncing back towards the logo. Saligo left it and then buffeted it away. Newman put the body on the line trying to win the hard ball. Just didn't have enough support. Peatling gets it for the Crows. Short kick to Thilthorpe wasn't paid. It'll be knocked out the Adelaide's way, though. Running by his keys. Into the 50 he goes, and Walker gets rid of Haynes and then is collected by Hollands, and it's on. Neil Bullen will remonstrate. Taylor Walker collected late, hits the deck from behind. Ollie Hollands with a stray fist catches him in the back of the head.
It is a nice little clip too.
That'll be looked at for sure.
I think he's got 50 from it as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure he was going for the ball there, Elijah Hollands.
It was very late. Walker already had his hands on the footy before the fist even came across. And the Texan will be marched to the top of the goal square.
Well, again, this will be his 6th possession. It's his 4th mark. Now Taylor Walker, so he's moving really well tonight.
Has a luxurious run of a goal in the last 14 games against Carlton.
Those ears are hard to miss, though.
Looking to extend a prolific run. Walker off a couple of steps, heaves it over the hill and into the fig trees at the northern end. Adelaide have 4 unanswered goals after being down 13, now up 11. 5-2-32, plays 3-3-21. Time on in the first. Gather round on ABC Sport.
I've just been watching Nick Haynes and how he's sort of allowing Soligo to go forward to try and be that player back to fill space, to be a third up, to try and help out. And in the last 5 or 6 minutes, it's just clearly not working. Jordan Boyd's the other one as well, just that loose behind the play where they can. So the first couple of minutes they were able to get it right, but that was when they were in control of the football, and now Adelaide is starting to. They're finding it difficult.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, so just interesting there with Elijah Hollands and Taylor Walker, because much earlier on in the game there was a lot of angst behind the play, and Taylor Walker was central to it all. So that might have been a little bit of retribution that has worked out pretty well for Taylor Walker.
McAndrew leaps high, but Carlton come away with it. Cripps to Walsh to Pitternet, then a handball back to Cripps. Kicks to centre half forward, punched away by Borlase, straight to Williams though. Hand pass to McGovern. McGovern trying to slide one through. He's offline. Misses to the right and behind.
And the other part, the third part to stopping momentum, Corb, is uncontested marks. Carlton have taken 4 marks only for the quarter.
Yep.
And what are we, 25 minutes into this quarter?
Just defend with ball in hand.
Worrell's kick a little shallow for Michael Annie, put him under pressure from Jagger Smith. They recover. Worrell again, though, doesn't hit his target. Short drop on the half volley. Williams gets it to Evans. Now Cripps are searching Hollywood handball. Misses. Neil Bullen, though, turns it straight back over. Walsh gives it wide. Ollie Hollands to Florent, who can open the angle and tumble it through from 25. Handy response from Carlton, who are gifted a shot at goal. 3-4-22 they move to. Adelaide 5-2-32. 4-4-28, I should say, the Blues, as well, as they add that extra goal. So 4-point margin, 25 played in this first quarter on ABC Sport. Adam Ramanauskas. Rod Jameson, your experts.
Well, Jamo, Carlton is certainly trusting their handball in this first quarter. Well, Jamo mentioned it earlier, but now they've had 35 kicks and 45 handballs. So that ratio is clearly all wrong, but at the same time, they've had 8 scoring shots from 12 inside forward 50s, the Blues. So really trusting their hands in this game to keep the ball rolling forward. Now, is it a sustainable model? Probably not. But at the moment, it's keeping them in the game.
The pressure's been good by the Blues when they have got it forward, and Sam Walsh anticipated the handball, was able to intercept.
They are 7th in the competition, the Blues, for forward handball. So that's, despite the fact they haven't translated a lot of that success into wins. Adelaide bottom 6 in the competition. Free kick out of the middle going Adelaide's way. Taking the advantage, Nankervis. Kick wasn't great. Turns it over. Cowan got a handball away to Walsh, to Florent, who kicked his first as a Blue moments ago. Back to Cowan. Kicks looking for Mackay. Crashes the pack. Can't complete the mark. Elijah Hollands left it behind. Getting it out for the Crows in all of their coming. Coughed it up. It's coming back in as the kick to fall forward, and Hollands, Elijah, leaps back, takes the mark, and he's got it left half forward or left forward pocket from about 20 out.
It was a smart kick by Paddy Cripps. So he certainly meant that. I know it probably didn't spin as a normal drop punt would, but he certainly saw Elijah Hollands.
The Blues, they've got their tails up.
Yeah.
Haven't they?
Yeah.
What a fun quarter of footy. What's history? We've had 10 goals in the opening term. We've still got 5 minutes to go. That's with time on. So Elijah Hollands skips in. He sneaks it through. Hey there, Elijah. Turns the lead around. It is Carlton by 2 points. Lead change number 6 in the opening quarter. Rod Jameson, Adam Ramanauskas gather round on ABC Sport.
Well, it is offensive footy at the moment. 13-10 inside 50s in favour of Carlton. Gained the control mark 16-5 in favour of Adelaide. And around the contest, we've spoken about it a lot this first quarter, is the handballs to be able to get it to the outside and then get it forward for Carlton. So Adelaide going more efficiently, but goal for goal. 5 goals apiece.
Carlton by 2. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, I'm just slightly obscured at the moment with my view, but they're working on either the sort of glute or hamstring of Mitch Hinge on the Adelaide bench. So just one to monitor down here.
Comes back in after a back injury in the pre-season, so hopefully not a recurrence of that. Tap down, McAndrew looks to Thilthorpe, is playing as a midfielder, but he gives it away. Cripps to Walsh. Into the 50, 3-on-3. Big shove from the back by Kemp. Hits the front. McGovern, 20 out. Curls it around the body. Now it's Carlton on a hot run. 3 unanswered goals to the Blues, and they're up by 8. 6-4-40. Adelaide 5-2-32. 28 played in the first term. Gather round on ABC Sport.
So if you look at both teams combined, there's been 24 inside 50s combined for 17 scoring shots. So basically, the ball's going inside forward 50 of either team, and there's a score available. So, defences need to get organised, a lot better organised for both teams. Now, that's on the back of ball movement. I think both teams' ball movement this quarter has been pretty good. The offensive handball, the forward handball that Corbin was talking about, is in full effect at the moment for Carlton. They're really trying to roll the ball on it at speed, and it's working.
McAndrew, 8 hit-outs, Pitnet 7, but the clearance is the concern for Adelaide. Good for Carlton. Cripps, Chera, Pitnet, Williams,
Blues
all
out,
leading that.
Blues out by 8. Pitnet grabs it out of the ruck. Hand pass in front of Cripps. He just gets it in front of Walsh, who knocks it further forward. Ainsworth gets boot to ball as he's tackled, and a contested grab at full forward. And that is what the Blues were looking for. McGovern again.
Well, just another clearance work, isn't it, too, for Carlton, getting it forward. Certainly not orchestrated, it's just keeping it alive and keeping it dangerous, and they're finding themselves in the right spot.
What a turnaround. Really, in the space of 5 minutes, a chance to respond with 4 quick goals. McGovern to make it 2 in a row for him. Hooks it through. It's a 7-goal quarter for the Blues. And now Carlton are threatening to dance on the home team. That is a 14-point buffer. Half-hour mark opening term. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport. Adam Ramanauskas and Rod Jameson.
Jamo spoke about Adelaide's issues around centre bounce, around stoppage at the moment. Well, Walsh has had 14 possessions this quarter. Paddy Cripps has had 11, but he's had the 5 clearances this quarter. So really doing a number at the moment on the inside. Clearance is 15-6 in Carlton's favour at the moment. So really dominating that phase of the game. I think in the centre bounce now, Adelaide just need to get an arm across. Be responsible for an opponent and make sure you are at the drop of the ball.
Paddy Cripps loves playing Adelaide.
Blues by 14. McAndrew down, Mistress Shelley. Diving in as Patrick Cripps. Gang tackled. Doesn't want to get rid of the footy. Didn't really try. Free kick, holding the ball. Quickly they'll take the advantage of the Crows. Rochelle had a runner. Uses Miller, then Laird. Driving kick into the 50. Walker couldn't fly. Big leaping attempt. Unable to take his Dirksen. He hits the deck. Keys tackled. Ball up. 20 from home. Game of momentum. Crows had the first. Carlton kicked 3 in a row. Adelaide kicked 4 in a row. And now Carlton with 4 at the moment. With that 14-point lead. Tap down. Bursting through. Taylor just got a shirt front. Knocked away from the ball. And Haynes is happy to paddle it over in front of the scoreboard. So currently it is Carlton 7-4-46 to Adelaide 5-2-32. Closing stages of the first term.
Averaging better than a Brownlow vote per game at Adelaide Oval, Paddy Cripps.
Is that right?
So he's at least in the top 3 on average. Better than in all 10 games he's played here.
He started well again.
That's dropping the ball.
As Dawson grabs it out of the ruck, tackled, lost it, regathers, still given time, eventually coughs it up, and here go the Blues on the slingshot. Elijah Hollins gives it to Walsh, who burns away, kicks laterally, getting up ball age, tried to spoil, couldn't kill it. Mackay wins it, hand pass back to Walsh, who's crunched in the middle. And the field didn't reset in time upfield for the Blues, so now we've got a stoppage, middle of the ground. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
So it's definitely very high on the hamstring that they're working on for Mitch Hinge, but as Aaron alluded to, that back injury in the pre-season back-related hamstring, possibly, so that's a real concern.
I like Dirksen.
Blues by 14. Pitting it down, only found Nankervis, and he's kicked it straight to Wade Dirksen. Second game tonight.
I mentioned Sam Walsh's possessions. That was possession 15. He's had 9 score involvements also this quarter.
Looks like he's seen a sprint coach too. I've never seen him run so fast.
Left half back for the Blues. Cowan dummies his way around the man on the mark. Long bomb up to left half forward, and off hands it rolls over the boundary line. Blues to the right-hand side of your radio dial on this turn. Riverbank stand ends.
He's a prolific ball winner though, isn't he?
He is. Look, he wouldn't like the ratio of 4 kicks and 11 handballs, but his handballs have been really effective in this first quarter.
Averages a career-high 30 disposals at this ground, Sam Walsh, so it was only a matter of time he was going to feast, but he's halfway there. 15 already. Tossed in, Pitnett took it out of the ruck, quickly tackled. We go again. Carlton by 14. Tapped down, Byrne knocked away from the ball, picked up McAndrew, hands it to Dawson, who breaks away, arches the back, races into the centre square, links up with Laird, trouble ahead, did well, looping handball over the top to Walker, who baits in Elijah Hollins. He says, come on, take me on, and he does, and he wins. Elijah Hollins took on the Texan eye to eye and brought down the heavyweight.
He's one of their few winners in the last quarter last week, Elijah Hollins. Flares it wide to Ainsworth, who, by the way, had 21 and kicked it behind, and he was in the coaches' votes, Ben Ainsworth. Somewhat surprisingly, come Monday, he's backing across to Boyd. This quarter is 34 minutes old, and he's seen 12 goals so far. 7 goals to 5, Blues on top. Boyd the 1-2 with Young. Dangerous kick, middle of the ground. Wanted Haynes. Haynes under the pump. The Walls close in, and the Crows win it. Here's Rankin. Now it's Adelaide in transition. Spots up Rochelle. Takes a bounce through centre half forward. Eyes the sticks. Rochelle's got 3 in the opening term. Have yourself a night, Josh Rochelle. And he's only just getting warm. Adelaide trim off 6 from the deficit. It is now Carlton by 8 points, 7-4-46. The Crows 6-2-38. 55 minutes into quarter number 1. Gather round on ABC Sport with Rama and Jamo.
It's the turnover, Jamo, in the middle of the ground there from Carlton, and then the Crows just sweated on it. They surround Nick Haynes, who probably should have just dragged the ball in and conceded a free kick rather than trying to push the ball out. That may have allowed Carlton's defenders to reset, but Rochelle certainly had a quarter. That's 6 possessions for 3 goals.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, maybe I'm reading too much into it, but certainly to my eye, it looked, after that goal anyway, like the Carlton midfield getting back, getting around their defenders and supporting to avoid the run-on.
A lot of voice there, and they've won out as a result. Pitting it down, Shearer into the 50. Adelaide have the numbers. Buried and Miller up. Cummings shoots the handball to left half back to Wayne Miller up. Career best season for the veteran at the Crows. Kicks it down the line. Saligo coming out. Knocked it towards Keys, and a high fend off as he tried to push away from Nick Newman. Free kick to the Blues just behind the logo. So you reckon that's a bit of mentality, Ben?
Yeah, I mean, Chris Davies said pre-game that it's something they're clearly working on, and I feel like I can just see little bits of it coming through as we get through this game.
Nice bit of voice, as Bob Murphy spoke about on ABC AFL Daily. Handball came out, it's down the line with the Blues. Miller to Laird. Had a bit of time to think about his way forward and spears the pass low and hard to Zach Taylor just behind the broadcast wing logo. It is Carlton by 8.
Saw this young man returning Geelong a couple of weeks ago, kicked 3 goals that night, heads down to half forward. Thilthorpe in the pack, knocks it down to the advantage of Berry. Adelaide inside 50. Walker the only one standing. His opponent, Carroll, slipped over. Walker collects in the pocket. Hand pass back inboard. Nankervis with the finish. He misses. As the time ticks down on this opening term, and with 1 second left on the clock, he pushes it wide from 15 out on the run.
Oh, it was an outstanding handball by Taylor Walker. Got Nankervis in full flight, full motion, and just couldn't finish from 25 metres out.
Just poked at it.
What a start to the 4th edition of Gather Round. An absolute shootout at the Adelaide Oval. 13 goals. And Carlton leads 7-4-46 to Adelaide 6-3-39. 6 lead changes. 2 goals to Ben Ainsworth and Mitch McGovern. Singles to Shearer, Florent and Elijah Hollins. For Adelaide, 3 to Josh Rochelle. An early birthday present, turns 23 in 2 days. Singles to Walker, Rankin and Neil Bullen as well. Who knows what's in store for us given the form of both these sides when it comes to either side of half-time. But right now, Corbin Middlemas, we are in for a treat.
I don't mean to kill your vibe, Carlton fans, but that is now all 5 games the Blues have played in this year that they have been in front at quarter time, and so they are again here, a 7-point buffer over the Crows. A highly entertaining start to Gather Round. You're listening to Gather Round Footy right here on ABC Sport.
Look at me. Anne Edmonds, Kitty Flanagan, Magda Zabansky, and so many more.
Good morning, everyone. No one cares.
In comedy gems like Fisk, Kath and Kim, and Bad Company.
This fun. No, thank you.
Comedy that leaves an impression. ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Packed house to kickstart Gather Round. Spots up Walker, he marks, hand pass away to Neil Bullen through half forward, kicks to the goal square, Rankin plays on goals. And that is what they asked for. Isaac Rankin, impactful. And Adelaide with the first goal as they welcome the competition to its city. Ruxera down, Chera's got it, hooks it through on the left peg. And Chera with a goal in his milestone game. Game 150 and knocks it through from the pocket. And Adam Chera shows he can do it off both feet.
Looks for the 50, kick has to be long. Sitting at the back is Thilthorpe, sticks a knee in, can't take the mark. Follows up though, collapses into his opponent. Ball shoots out, Rochelle again! Josh Rochelle knows all about the bright lights. 2 in the opening term. As again he celebrates with the scoreboard. Cripps to Walsh. Into the 50, 3-on-3, big shove from the back by Kemp, hits the front, McGovern, 20 out, curls it around the body. Now it's Carlton on a hot run.
Here's Rankin, now it's Adelaide in transition, spots up Rochelle, takes a bounce through centre half forward, eyes the sticks, Rochelle's got 3 in the opening term. Have yourself a night, Josh Rochelle, and he's only just getting warm.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
To high bar to start the weekend. 13 goals, 6 lead changes in the opening term. A couple on the lookout from the for the match review officer. Ollie Hollands had a very late spoil on Taylor Walker. Ended up costing him 50 metres and a certain goal. While the player involved from the Crows that we highlighted earlier was Isaac Cumming, who laid that late block on Sam Walsh, got him high, gave away what was a downfield free kick. The Blues took the advantage, but Cumming making high contact to Walsh. Walsh was able to continue the game, which will obviously help the Adelaide Wingman's case, but 2 to watch there. Ollie Hollands for the Blues and Isaac Cumming for the Crows. The thoughts of Jamo and Rama. It is quarter time here at Adelaide Oval. The Blues by 7 points.
Well, I thought the Blues were good. I thought they were really good in terms of what you've seen live and the way they just got at Adelaide, the way they used the footy, the way they were able to keep persevering. But just when Adelaide do get the footy and go forward, they do then struggle to defend that. And as poor as Adelaide possibly looked too, when Carlton went forward, just too much around the congested area, not tight enough and allowing the outside to Carlton to be able to score, and on multiple occasions too close, not being able to sort of shut it down. But the concern would be, the priority would be for Matty Nix is that clearance work. It's just crucifying Adelaide. Clearance is 17-9, centre clearance is 8-3, 4 goals to Carlton, 1 to Adelaide. They need to work on that.
Yeah, that's what I was going to touch on, Jamo. Like centre, like first possession in centre bounce, I think is a critical stat. So it's 10-3 in Carlton's favour there. So they're just at the coalface quicker and earlier than Adelaide at the moment. Now you take away centre bounce, and Adelaide are probably leading this game comfortably. I think Adelaide's ball movement's a little bit better. You look at Carlton; they've had 53 kicks, 58 handballs. So that ratio's wrong at the moment. But it's been really Sam Walsh in that first quarter for Carlton, who was outstanding. 15 possessions, 9 score involvements, 4 inside 50s. So terrific quarter of football. Then Paddy Cripps was another one who was terrific. 6 clearances from his 12 possessions. So whatever Adelaide are doing in the middle of the ground at the moment, they need to change it, and they need to change it quickly, because if it continues in this same vein, you're just putting your defenders under constant pressure. So, 8 centre bounce clearances. So going into basically a one-on-one contest inside your forward 50 8 times a quarter is too much. It just doesn't allow your defenders to reset, to set up, to work together as a unit.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but Isaac Rankin didn't have a centre bounce attendance.
Yeah, he was in there
a couple of times. Because, the Josh Rochelle mix has kind of, I think, been hurting them in a sense where they don't have that speed of Isaac Rankin on the outside.
The problem with Rochelle in the middle of the ground, and it was highlighted this week in one of the football shows, when he's in centre bounce, he plays back shoulder too much. So he gives up front position to his direct opponent rather than him wanting to take front position and really dictate terms to his opponent.
A couple of big outs too. You spoke about Wiedering, but I thought Dirksen sort of stood up, albeit didn't have a lot of the football, but physical, strong, and gets to the contest too. And Will Hay was that other big one that they missed, I think, in terms of speed and firepower up forward. But I didn't really need him in that particular quarter. Out of the blocks, Carlton with 7 goals.
Players have been standing in position for about 20 seconds. They just heard from the MC here to tell them to get ready. So as a result, we're now ready. And the second term's underway. The Blues by 7 points as we start quarter number 2. And Rochelle was being held without it at the centre bounce. He's going to get the free kick and then immediately drive the Crows forward. Kicks to the hot spot. Hands on it from 2 Carlton players who flew. Walker stayed down. Slides in, tries to grab it. Attracts a crowd. And we'll have a ball up about 30 metres out from Adelaide's goal at the southern end, the Riverbank stand end. It all rushed down inside Adelaide's forward 50. The rucks lock up. Pitternet knocks it out. Cumming had it, and on his back, right at him like a backpack, is Ollie Hollands. No whistle, and the umpire eventually says, I'll have it again. Ball up, similar spot. 30 metres out from the Crows' goal.
Both defences would be concerned. There's actually been a lot of football over the back, deep in their 50s.
High-scoring game. Blues by 7. Pitternet down. Florent, handball, a hit and hope. Only found Rankin, who uses Miller. Bang on the paint of 50. Rochelle to Peatling. Screws a centering kick. Phil Thorpe's on the march. Didn't get to the drop in time. Knocked away. Dawson becomes the tackler, wrapping up Walsh. Towed out of there by Cowan, but straight to Saligo. Beautiful spin as he gives it to Rochelle. 4 for Josh Rochelle to open gather rounds. And we're only in the early stages of the second term. Adelaide advanced to 7-3-45, down a point to the Blues, 7-4-46. 90 seconds into the second term. It's gather round on ABC Sport with Rod Jameson and Adam Ramanauskas.
Jamo, if you're patient enough in those scraps, in those contests, and you're prepared to work the ball backwards out of contest, you'll eventually find a free player that has enough time and space to get the ball onto the boot. So that was there. It was Taylor first, then it was Saligo, then it was Peatling. They all put their head over the ball and worked the ball backwards until they found somebody. Now, look, Carlton need to clearly tighten up on Josh Rochelle. He's kicked the 4 goals now in basically 35 minutes of football, so someone's got to go to him.
Only the 4th time he's done that to get to 4 goals. His career best is 5 on 2 occasions. They get it again out of the middle as Peatling with a big chase down tackle on Walsh. Here go the Crows once more. Peatling kicks to the hot spot. Phil Thorpe the target, moved out of the way late, and Young took an intercept mark.
He kicked
for the
5
Blues.
Really early in his career, didn't he, in a game?
2 lots of 5. Lateral kick trying to find Haynes. Got to him on the hop. Hurried kick down the wing. And Miller able to hug it to his chest. Marks just forward of the wing for the Crows. 1 point game. Carlton on top. An early goal in the second term for the Crows.
I think it might have been his debut as well, Rama, I reckon. Miller into the 50. Walker caught behind. Haynes got front position knocked away from him. Boundary throw in 30 out. Sorry, Jamo.
Oh, this is where the Blues need to really lock down now. Adelaide have taken the tendency out of the middle and playing in their forward half for pretty much the nearly 3 minutes of this quarter. They've just got to lock down for a minute or two and get the footy back in the balance.
Blues by a point. Tapped in Adelaide's 50. Down towards Cumming. Quick kick off a step. Blazed away and misses with a low stab. Only finds Dirksen. Really starting to settle in for the Blues. Just his second game, the former Giant. SSP product goes long, looking for McGovern. Crunch the pack, off hands. It spills straight to Rankin in a paddock. Had time. Uses Laird, spins the 360 and spots his skipper in the corridor, who rushes through Ainsworth and pulls the trigger from 50. And Jordan Dawson turns towards the Blues faithful and says, shush. They don't appreciate that. Fair bit happening now at half forward as the two teams come together, but Adelaide is back in front. 7th lead change of the night as the skipper stands and delivers. 8:3:51, plays 7:4:46. 4 minutes into the second term on ABC Sport.
I'm a big fan of Ben Ainsworth too. I like his way he's aggressive and gets at the footy, but from a distance I think he's not too bad on the lip either. But the way Jordan Dawson was able to just fend off, he went at him hard, he anticipated, that is way too easy. And then the result's even worse.
How about that? Signature goal, big fend off. I'm sure Ben Ainsworth won't be in a hurry to watch that one back.
Again, here we need Carlton this is such a critical centre bounce.
On his 29th birthday, Jordan Dawson, and the signature fend off and the goal to finish. The centre half forward. Now another free kick for the Crows in the middle as Jagger Smith doesn't release. It's holding the ball and Rochelli's got it again. Man's got it on a string. He's kicked 4 already. Now just lays it up to full forward where the big men are. Punched away at the back by Young. Now a chance for the little men for the Crows. Saligo, hand pass away to Peatley. Sells a dummy, gives it back to Saligo. Hurried handball through to Keys. He throws the boot at it. And another one. Just relentless to start this second term. And Adelaide make it 4 on the bounce. 9-3 to 7-4. And they turn a 14-point deficit into an 11-point lead. 5 minutes gone second term. 9-3 plays 7-4. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport.
Well, we mentioned clearance in that first quarter, Jamo. Clearance was 17 to 9 in Carlton's favour. It's 5-0 in Adelaide's favour to start this quarter. 3 of them have been out of the centre square, so whatever was said at quarter time with the midfield coach has clearly worked.
How's the new trick this week for Peatley? Last week he kicked the ball and smothered by Alex Pearce. This week just pulled it back, sold the dummy.
Did it learn? No, that's what you need to do. From your mistakes, you learn and get better, and he was able to do that. That was incredible by Alex Pearce too in the dying seconds. 350 metres gained Adelaide, only 95 Carlton in this quarter.
Crows by 11, tap heads out to the eastern wing, Peatling on hands and knees, just can't extract the footy, and caught too high is Zach Williams. This is James Peatling rather by Zach Williams. So free kick to Adelaide as he heads wide to Hinge. Through the Bashir stand he goes. There takes the mark, isn't happy with the placement of Elijah Hollands, talks to the umpire and sells everyone the dummy, gives it back to Hinge while no one was looking, kick inside 50, Walker tapped it down, Thilthorpe handball out wide, Neil Bullen couldn't make contact, but Keys can. Back-to-back goals for Ben Keys. He's had a slow start to the year, but maybe Keys is unlocking his potential now. He loved that one. Adelaide 4 unanswered. They're up 17 points. 10-3-63 to 7-4-46. Ben Cameron on the boundary for ABC Sport.
All right, here we go. Chaos time on the Carlton bench. So the runners going out. They're trying to set themselves up to avoid a run-on, as has been an issue here. And just on Josh Rochelli on the boundary, walking the boundary. A little moment with Mark Prosciutto as well. They made eye contact. He pointed at him. They had a little smile and a laugh. So happy with how Rochelli is going.
I don't think they've avoided the run-on. They've kicked 4 in this quarter and we're only 7 minutes in, but Rama, I don't know. I think we're seeing the second half fade out, start a quarter early.
New game high, 17-point lead for the Crows, and it's all Adelaide. McAndrew out of the middle, taps it down to Dawson on his preferred side, kicks to half forward. Hand on it there from Cummings, spills down towards Saligo, trying to get a hand pass away. Ball held to him, bottom of the pack. Says holding the ball, didn't release. Free kick Blues.
So, Jamo, Ben Cameron's been incredibly slow with an answer about the height of the throw up in the centre. Can you give me the answer, please?
Yeah, I think it's 8 metres. There's the height of the footy in the centre.
Turnover from the Hollands kick. Dawson takes the intercept mark. Ben Cameron's got an answer for us on the boundary. Are you just going to say that was what you had as well, Ben?
Well, no, I actually went to rules official Ray Chamberlain, who suggested lower rather than higher is better. And he suggested 4 metres, but he needs to confirm that.
Okay. So we've got a bit of mixed information. 8 metres versus 4 metres. While all that's going on, the guy who's 2 metres tall has got the footy. It's Riley Thilthorpe who gets a free in the marking contest, and Thilthorpe to have a look at right half forward for the Crows, Ben Cameron.
8 metres seems incredibly high. The ruckmen are 2 metres tall, Jamie. You reckon it's going 4 times as high as them into the air?
Well, I think it needs to.
Sounds about right.
It needs to go a little bit higher, Benny, because it's not going high enough at the moment.
Well, I think I'm well within my rights to question an umpire's decision. However, he could be right too.
Here is Thilthorpe, the man as tall as the Stobie pole, just pops it through. And Adelaide continue on their merry way. That is 6 unanswered goals for the Crows. 11-3 to 7-4. 9 minutes gone in the second term. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport.
Well, it's a great contest by Philthorpe going inside forward 50. So Lockie Cowan there, just no eyes on the ball. So it's an easy decision for the umpire to pay that free kick to Philthorpe. Was it to Philthorpe?
Yeah,
it was to Philthorpe.
Yeah.
I thought it was the first one. Sorry, but Cowan got Philthorpe high anyway in the tackle. So it was. I think it was McAndrew that actually let out for the ball and contested it. Who did a terrific job.
Finbar Maley is the player, and he does. He goes so hard at it. Unfortunately, he was the one that had the contest Mark Keane, and Mark Keane's out with a broken leg.
Here come the Crows again. McAndrew down, Berry to Dawson, clean kick. Isaac coming right half forward. Taking a bit of time, the Blues flood back. Wants to squeeze it into the 50, low stab, straight down the throat of Ollie Hollands. Didn't really work for Saligo there, who was caught behind. Good entry from Isaac coming. Carlton have the ball. Adelaide kicked 5 goals this term in 8 minutes. 6 either side of half-time, as Corby said. Down the line goes Ollie Hollands. Couple of flyers, but out the back is Michael Lanny. Adelaide with a turnover. 45 in step. Here's Berry, the attacking edge. Spots a lead he likes. Coming out of the goal square. It's Philthorpe. Plunks it comfortably straight in front. 30 from home.
That's 9 inside 50s to 0 this quarter for Adelaide. So I don't even think Carlton have had the ball past centre. They've had 9 possessions for the quarter. We're 10 minutes in now. Just can't get their hands on the ball.
This will be Michael Voss's worst nightmare right now. This is 8 clearances to 0 in this second quarter.
Riley Philthorpe crosses the paint of 50. Straight line drive. Arcs right late. Minor score, Adelaide by 24 points. Game high margin after Carlton led by 14 late stages of the first.
So Travis Boak in charge of leadership. It's been set a big task.
Newman plays on, touches the footy on the ground, and then the long kick up in front of the bench is punched away by Borlase and out of bounds. Right in front of our own Ben Cameron. Hello, Ben.
Yeah, just all kinds of conversations going on the Carlton bench at the moment. Michael Voss, really long conversations with the runner. He's had the headset on. He's been trying to talk to his players. Other assistant coaches have been up talking to the runner. It's just constant conversations to try and work this out and get this sorted.
So Voss still on the bench. There's been calls for him to go upstairs as Cumming comes charging through. Caught, dispossessed. Williams wins it for the Blues, kicks down the wing. Sprawling effort in all of that from Borlase. Couldn't complete the mark and now scrapping for it on his knees. McGovern tried to push it out, intercepted. Nankervis, handball to Michael Lanny. Oh, fell over, left it behind. Burned for the Blues. Got it to McGovern. Tumbles a kick down to half forward. Bouncing footy. Millerer intercepts for the Crows. Peels off half back. Kicks down the wing. And McAndrew takes the mark just in front of the interchange gates.
Lockie McAndrew, a revelation for Adelaide's ruck. Not really sure what to do here. Finally decides to load up underneath the ball. He'll sit it up just outside the 50. Coming across was O'Keefe. Couldn't control it. Walsh on hands and knees. Thrusts it out with a swat. Out to left half back. Newman's under duress. Coming right behind him. Crashing in is Florent through the body on the line. Came away with the footy, but popped up into trouble. Neil Bullen got him. Ball dropped. Rolls over the boundary line. It'll be tossed in. Lasso. Adelaide probably deserved the free kick regardless. So last disposal, it actually came off the toe of Florent as he dropped it. So I think they're actually reviewing it now.
They should. That's just a throw-in.
I thought it's called the big toe. Should have been holding the ball to be honest.
They've been a little lucky, Carlton too. I think they've gone a little high on 3 occasions.
Oh, they are going to put...
Yeah. Adelaide get the last disposal. I reckon it did catch the big toe.
Oh, they got the... It's right. That's what I actually like, and it didn't hold the game up by too much at all.
Adelaide fans will be happy about a correct umpiring decision. Into the 50 goes Neil Bullen off hands. Taylor shoots it to Cumming. Neil Bullen tries to tumble the kick central, but Walsh was waiting the brick wall. Gives it to Ollie Hollands. Long kick All the way to the broadcast wing. One-on-one, Worrell battering with McGovern. Worrell wins out. Handball central, though, is a turnover. Carlton can capitalise here. Kemp gives it to Elijah Hollins. Didn't know what to do. Drew the contact, nearly gave it away. McGovern back to Kemp. Inside 50, 45 out. Mackay, fist came in late. Murray gets it, knocked down to Michael Annie. Adelaide get a crack now through Nankervis.
He gives it to Michael Annie. Kicks wide, too wide, out on the full.
I like your description of capitalise. It was 2-on-7 back there in favour of Adelaide. Carlton had absolutely nothing to kick to and just went to the height. Didn't they have Harry Mackay?
Boyd in the long sleeves goes short to Kemp. 24-point lead for the Crows. They've kicked the last 6 in the game. Kicked a half forward. Hudson O'Keefe flies at it, swats it down. Packform's behind him. Umpire says keep rolling. Eventually Adelaide got it out back door. Came to Maley. Handball away to Cumming. Now to Nankervis. Took on one. Tried to take on a second court. Got it out to Murray. Gives it to Michael Annie. Kicks down the wing. Punched away by Cowan. It'll spill to Dirksen. The Blues still with it. Hand pass back to Cowan. Cowan stabs a kick inside the forward 50. Looking in the O'Keefe direction. Not to be. Falls down to Worrell. He got a hand pass away, turns it over. Cripps hands it back to the big man, Hudson O'Keefe. Kicks to the hot spot at full forward. And a juggled mark for Matt Carroll.
That's poor by Adelaide. It's 2-on-1 in that marking contest. Rochelli's in there. Cook's in there. That ball should have come to ground.
I think Cook, he won't like that. He's actually going to take the mark as opposed to just getting a fist on it. Well, they've persevered. 4 inside 50s, Carlton.
It's a must-have for the Blues just to stop the rot. The drop punt is good. And the Blues just halt the Crows' progress for the time being. Back to a 3-goal game. 15 minutes gone in the second term. Carroll goals. Carlton to 8-4. They trail Adelaide 11-4. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport. Our premiership pair, Adam Ramanauskas and Rod Jameson.
The reality is, Jamo, in a high-scoring game, as it obviously is, 4 goals is very, very little. Like teams, you look at Carlton in that first quarter, they kicked 4 goals in 5 minutes. They kicked 3 goals in 8 minutes. So scoring's not a real issue in this game because defences are making simple mistakes like we saw there with Adelaide, with Rochelli and Cook. Should have killed that ball at the bare minimum, and it's a restart. So there doesn't need to be panic stations for Carlton. Just needs a bit of composure now going into half time.
Crows by 18. Tap down, head over the footy was Cripps. Shot the handball out to Hudson O'Keefe and goes for a run. The 202-centimetre big man goes long, clears the pack, out the back door. Worrell desperate to paddle it through, didn't get enough on it, and then handballs under no pressure at all through the goal line. Did have some bodies around him, but no one was really trying to tackle him. And they'll get away with one. Rush behind, Carlton reduce the deficit to 17.
There's Hinge, who's had some issues already with his back and hamstring in the young season, and so far tonight that have repeated on him. Goes with the kick out towards ball ace. He shares it with Cook. Now the long kick down the wing. Off the pack, spills out the back in the direction of Cowan and Keys, the 2 number 2s. And in the end, the pair are out of bounds. They'll have a throw in on the wing.
Maley and O'Keefe in the ruck. Finbar Maley, his old man, played basketball for Australia.
Mailman.
That's him.
Paul Maley, former league MVP in the NBL. Are you allowed to talk about the NBL around here?
What about that?
That was an unbelievable game.
Didn't they just let that go?
Oh, yeah.
Could be a bit soon in this city. And up it goes on the wing. Spills down in front of Cripps. Just toe pokes it back inboard. Blues come up empty-handed. Cook wins it, gives it away to Rochelli, who sends the kick to centre half forward and dropping back in the hole, Nick Haynes. The intercept mark for Carlton.
He's been doing it for his 235 games, hasn't he? He's been a star for GWSN.
Kicked it to Dirksen. Couldn't control the footy and a turnover as he tried to go down the line. Coming with a desperate effort and are held up at right half forward now.
I like him. Wade Dirksen.
Good follow-up tackle to make amends. Tossed up. McAndrew taps it backwards to Berry. Turn into trouble. Cowan engulfs him too high. Sam Berry, right half forward, 2 for out to score, but 1 away from the set shot.
That is soft. That is so soft.
And now, behind the play, there's been a gut punch, I think, that...
Oh, James Peatling, a couple of the Carlton blokes are into James Peatling. And what's happened is Paddy Cripps has gone to do that, but I reckon he's belted him and he's hurt his wrist.
He has. He's clutching at his right wrist, Patrick Cripps.
Yep. So that's his own doing. And that's not a Peatling.
So free kick Carlton. Cowan's going to take it, but some concerns for the dual Brownlow
I don't even think the umpire saw it.
Yeah. So Cowan goes long down the wing, offhand spills out of bounds, right on halfway.
So all he's seen is Cripps on his haunches and thought he's been hit, when Cripps is the one who's actually instigated the contact.
Yeah, he's hurt too.
Talk us through the replay, Ram.
Here's the replay.
Jamo.
Yeah, so I think Peatling, there was a couple of players that just remonstrated with Peatling there after Berry got the free, and Cripps was the third one, and he really sort of came in, but...
Cripps stays out there, uses his feet there as he whacks it off the deck, ricochets to Smith, moves it inboard, blues away, Kemp got it to Evans, ugly kick inside 50, Miller had it, lost it, still on it Ainsworth, hand pass forward, clever Williams, whacks it over his head, Byrne becomes tackler, Crows win it, Worrell, handball away, deep in defence to Nankervis, then to Murray, hand pass out wide for Peatling. Long kick down the wing. Maley in the pack. Punched away by Haynes. Maley got it out though. Handball over to Thilthorpe. Hurried kick down to half forward. Attacking the footy well there. Dirksen had to keep it in front of him and did. But now they've lost it. Taylor gives it away to Neil Bullen. Away to Thilthorpe. Kicks to full forward. Keys marks. Plays on. Goals. He's got 3 in the term. And Adelaide are having their way increasingly. It is back out to 23 points in favour of the home team. Time on in the second term. 12-4-76 Adelaide. They lead the Blue Baggers 8-5-53. Ben Cameron on the boundary on ABC Sport.
Yeah, Patrick Cripps is staying out there. He is looking down at that right wrist and sort of flexing it. It was already strapped as well, that wrist. So maybe already a little bit of an issue there, but he's okay.
What's going on in front of our box here? Is there some kind of Ben Keys chant that they've got? It's like a football, association football crowd.
Well, he took the punt there, Ben Keys, because he ran straight past the contest. So he was hoping that the Crows would eventually win the ball because his opponent didn't go with him. Keys just continued running towards goal. Thilthorpe was good enough to win the ball across half forward. And it was an easy walk into goal for Ben Keys.
Adelaide by 23, and McAndrew out of the ruck, kicks it towards the 50. On the bounce, a little high for this small Zach Taylor. Did enough to paddle it to Saligo. 2-on-2, cutting across. Florent did well, got it to Cowan. Short 2-metre kick. Chera was there, couldn't control the pace of it. Bobbled out. Trying to gather his Ainsworth. He's spinning away from trouble of Cook. Tumbled his kick back, and Carroll now has some time. Swings it across the body through the eastern wing. Front position was O'Keefe. Did well to bring it to ground and gather. Hands it to Williams, looking for the overlap. He'll need to be hot, though, on the pinpoint pass, and it bounces awkwardly for Byrne, who then gets buffeted over the boundary line, but last disposal free kick Adelaide.
Super impressive Hudson O'Keefe in that contest too. Well done Mitch Hinge to be able to just anticipate and get in front of Byrne.
Taylor Byrne sends it into the 50, poor entry. Low and straight towards Neil Bullen. They had 3 Crows around Cripps, who's never making it to him.
So Neil Bullen goes on a little bit of a trot, thought about handballing, and then just chips it short to Cook.
There's your high half forward too, and Alex Neil Bullen.
Kicks long for Keys, scored away by Dirksen, out of play, boundary throwing.
I must have bit Rammer when Keys went running into goals. I don't think he anticipated the defender coming at him that quickly too. I was looking through my fingers going, just get rid of it.
It's good enough for some individuals. Rochelle kicked 3 in the first quarter. He's got 4 for the night, and now Keys has kicked 3 in this quarter. All to the same end. In the end, it bounced off the bonds of Pitternet. Falls down the way of Peatling. Hand pass away to Dawson for the Crows. High up and under to half forward. Walker the target. Punched away by Dirksen, but it goes closer to the Adelaide goal. Cowan needs a Sunday hop. Didn't get it. Tackled by Taylor, out of play. Umpire says throw it in. Left forward pocket for the Crows. They are not just attacking that Riverbank stand end. They are barnstorming towards that end of the ground. They have kicked 6 goals in the term to 1. After trailing by 14 late in the opening term, they lead it by 23.
Tossed in, Pitnet dispatches McAndrew. Throws it on the boot with a booming kick. Bouncing its way towards the logo. Williams is on the chase. Breathing down his neck is Hinge. He loses his feet. Spun in the tackle as well. Williams. Crowd want a free kick. They won't be getting it. All up to come in front of the Bashir stand.
Great defensive work, Hinge. Just too easy at the other end. Well done, Pitnet, just to get McAndrew out of the way.
So 7 of the last 8 goals Adelaide's way. Dawson out of the stoppage. Under pressure, just threw it on the boot. Tumbles towards the line. Carroll keeps it in. Hands it central for the Blues to Newman. Down the line, Adelaide have the outnumber 4-2. Rising. Laird wanted the boundary line with a fist and eventually will get there as the players crumple over it. Adelaide 12-4-76. Carlton 8-5-53. It's the start of gather round on ABC Sport at the Adelaide Oval.
Lance Collard fronted the tribunal today for his alleged homophobic slur in the VFL game. We'll tell you about that at halftime. Plus, it's Thursday night for the whole round at halftime. As Chera from the stoppage kicks to full forward, spills down to Evans. He's tackled. Umpire gives him a moment and now calls for it. So a forward 50 stoppage for the Blues. So tell you what's going on in the pesky NRL tonight. They're continuing their season. Despite the fact we've all gathered here on the same weekend, all 18 teams in one place. And the restart, Hinge got a handball away towards Peatling. Long kick out of defence, out on the full. Carlton free kick and they can reload. And Louis Young goes and picks it up from the gutter. So Carlton free kick between wing and half forward. It is the Crows by 23 points, time on in the second term.
Dirksen directing traffic and then squeezes it down towards the right forward pocket. Front position, Cripps, 1, 2, 3 bites. And gets it. 35 out, tight angle to the right.
Yeah, it was terrific by Paddy Cripps because he was just standing stationary inside forward 50. The Adelaide captain, Jordan Dawson, won't be happy with that. Just Cripps was a real show of strength there where he just held Jordan Dawson with his left arm and then was able just to control the ball with his right arm, or right hand.
Big alpha.
A little inaccurate to start the season. Patrick Cripps, 1 goal 4. This will test him. He starts at the Wanganeen stand. Patrick Cripps to once again lift the Blues from a dark place. Kicks from 45, starts right, doesn't come back enough. And there's a minus score for Carlton, who trail by 22 points late stages of the second term.
Miller brings it in hurriedly to Laird, gets it back. Long kick from Miller and Walker just turns Dirksen inside out. Oh, then didn't stand the mark. No. You can't do that. That's 50.
Both of them.
And Dirksen was in the 5-metre area. He knew it too. He just did a full U-turn and ran out of there. And that's not legal. But, one player needs to stand.
But if the umpire hasn't said stand...
Now Saligo's trying to return the ball to Taylor Walker and Evans just drops in front of him and takes the intercept mark. Bizarre stuff. Walker into the pocket and a mark taken here by Philthorpe out on the lead. Sprawling mark against the boundary line.
So if the umpire hasn't said stand and you turn around still and go, that's still a 50-metre penalty?
Yes. Yep. One player has to stand if they're in the protected zone.
Okay.
You can't retreat.
Okay. A lot of rules in our game.
I was a little with you, Ramo, actually.
Yeah. You don't want to stand on the mark. You don't have to stand on the mark.
So that was the old rule. And then the tightening this season was essentially if you're in the protected zone, one player has to stand. Philthorpe trying to hook it through, hits the top of the post. Would have been a good finish from out there on the left peg.
Thank God for you and Benny Cameron. Benny Cameron knows all the rules.
Yeah. Well,
he just texts Ray Chamberlain all the time.
I was on the same flight as Ray today, so that's why ask me something, Ram. I'm ready to go. 23 points is Adelaide's lead.
Newman plays on from the defensive goal square, heads to Mackay at left half back, bounced off his chest. Numbers at the 4, the footy. Evans, crunching tackle from Peatling. Ball bobbles out to Dawson. Back inside 50 go the Crows. It's a high one. Cowan flies to meet it. Bounced through 2 but couldn't control the footy. Ollie Hollands falls forward and they collapse on top. Ball up to come 45 out. Good effort from Cowan though.
Well done, Taylor Walker just took the contest. Was going to be a long way off it, but went through.
Crows by 23, inside 50, Saligo, sandwich.
And the ball spills, comes to ground.
Another ball up to come.
Ray Chamberlain's in the city, by the way. He's working tomorrow night, Friday night.
I was going. It would have been great to have Ben Cameron and Ray Chamberlain on the boundary together.
They could share one seat.
From the restart down to Rochelle, kicks to full forward, offhand slides through to Dirksen, but tries to keep it in front of him, and in the end ushers it through for a behind with support from Young. So a minor score for the Crows, up by 24. What do we got? Ray, Friday night footy, Pies and Freo. We got him Saturday arvo for the D's and the Dons, and then I think he's working the Cats-Eagles game on Sunday. So 3 lots of Ray on the same weekend.
Florent plays on with a short pass wide to Boyd. It's an all-star cast this week. Mick Malthouse in town as well.
Tippetty's doing a cashing tonight. That's why he's in town.
Ryan O'Keefe here as well.
Because he and Benny, they do the tour, don't they? Normally they give a
They go and get the jams. Arndorf.
A travel update.
Boyd to right half, back to Byrne. Treacherous central kick to Walsh. Coming back to the flight was Taylor with a fist, but knocked down to Elijah Hollands. As Rama called it perfectly. Spotted some space and gets it to Dirksen. Carlton have some time here. Ollie Hollands can turn, think about his next movement. He'll hand it to Newman. Quickly blast it towards the 50. Adelaide have the number 3-2. McAndrew juggled it. Mackay took it out late and then tried to calmly walk away with the footy like it was always his. Was never a chance, Big Harry, and gets brought to ground in the tackle. Ball up to come 35 out.
Good call by the umpire.
Yeah.
Terrific.
What about the swagger of Big H?
Half forward for the Blues. Evans grabs it, runs into trouble, caught holding the ball.
You've got to fake it till you make it, Jamo.
Yes. Josh Worrell gets the free. What a year this man had in 2025. Unlucky not to be in the final 22 in the All-Australian team.
Agreed.
Made the broader squad, and good start to the young season for Worrell. Goes short to Laird. At least this year they are named in 23, which is what we've played with for the last few years. So 23 in the All-Australian team. Led down the wing, slapped away by Young into the path of Walsh. Hand pass back to Young, handball down the line. Cumming had it, lost it. Ollie Hollands attacks it, wins it. Then he's caught holding the ball. Rankin with the tackle, wins the footy, defensive side of the wing for Adelaide. 90 seconds to go before the half. Short kick to Peedleen, hands it to Millerer. Almost ran himself into trouble. Turns and kicks hurriedly to half forward. 2-on-1. Cowan flies, spills it, slips through his hands to Walker. Hurried kick to full forward, and Carroll's back there to save the day. Takes the intercept mark at fullback for the Blues. It's a 4-goal lead for the Crows. They've dominated this second term, which is nearly over.
Matty Carroll.
Uh-oh.
Dicey out to right half back. It lingered to Chera. Cutting across, trying to knock it down was Hinge, and he's hurt himself throwing his body in. Ball shot towards the boundary line. He'll be held up just before it and tossed into the air, and Hinge threw his entire body into that one, and just a little bit proppy as he hit the deck. Testing out that right shin. Meanwhile, tapped down McAndrew. Did find a teammate, but it was a result of a blocking out free kick. So Mark Pitnett to take it, right back pocket. Poor Mitch Hinge has been through the wars. Hamstring issues, came in off the back injury, and now his shin's copped a whack.
He's got a limp up, hasn't he? I think he's working his way to the interchange.
Pitnett down the line. Mackay in front. 3 Crows though with the fists. Rankin, gorgeous handball. Got it to Nankervis. Berry drew 3. Threaded the needle back to Rankin, but he fumbled. They were out there. Instead, Carlton get the turnover. Carroll to Chera, who swings it out to the broadcast wing.
I fear as it might have been that right hammy that he's got a little hitch in his giddy up at the moment. Ben will keep an eye on that as Cummings sends it down to half forward. In the drop zone was Newman. Knocked it away to Ollie Hollands. Hands it back to Newman. Short kick finds Byrne. And he got up in pure frustration, knew that he couldn't go, just walking towards the interchange. Burned to half forward right as time expires. And Hinge is dragging that right leg right on the bell for half-time. Michael Annie and Francis Evans in a bit of push and shove, and Worrell trying to keep the fighters in their corner. And that'll do us for half-time. It is a 24-point lead for Adelaide. 12-6 to 8-6. Big turn for the Crows. They tried by 14 time on in the opening term. They now lead it by 24 at the half. That is a 38-point swing in proceedings. They kicked 6 goals to 1, the home team, in that second turn. Adelaide right on top. Gather round on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron is on the boundary. Ben.
Yeah, so Mitch Hinge is just having a chat to the doc at the moment, right on the AFL logo. He did put his head into his jumper, and I think that was a move of extreme frustration. He's sort of rubbing his head at the moment. It looks like the figure of a man who maybe knows that he's just hurt that hamstring. So it was his right hamstring, very high up, that they were doing a lot of work on earlier on in this game. And now, I just wonder with you, Corbin, as to whether there is an issue with that. We won't get to see the work because they'll go away at half-time, but I'd be surprised if he takes any further part in this match.
He's limping now, Benny. We're just looking at from a high, and he's right in the middle of all of them as they head off. He was with the head trainer, and they're all getting around him, so you've called it.
It just had that expression when he got up where he thought, not again. Like it was written all over his face.
I think sometimes he couldn't have done much more, and if he hadn't have taken the contest, he'd still be there. He's probably done more than he actually should have in that circumstances to remain healthy.
Just that unmistakable look just stood out like Maul's balls, the look on the face of Mitch Hinge. At half-time, it's Adelaide by 24 points, 12-6. They lead the Blues 8-6. The thoughts about all the goal kickers. Firstly, 4 for Rochelle, 3 for Keys, and then singles for Thilthorpe, Dawson, Walker, Rankin and Neil Bullen. Meanwhile, for Carlton, 2 for McGovern, 2 for Ainsworth, and then 1 each for Chera, Florent, Elijah Hollins and Matt Carroll. So 12 goals to 8, 4-goal advantage for the home team. Adam Ramanauskas, Rod Jameson with their thoughts through 2.
Well, I think the concerns of Carlton really came to the fore in that quarter. We spoke about it pre-game around what they do when a opposition team get a run on. How do they lock them down? And Adelaide kicked 5 before Carlton were even able to respond, and that was 6 or 7 in a row if you include the first quarter. And so I think that's clearly the biggest concern as to what Michael Voss is going to address at half-time. I think, and a number of the players too, like the concern you spoke about, Harry Mackay, he did not even touch the footy in that second quarter. Fraser Evans too, as a small forward, did not even touch the footy in that second quarter. And very few, and you talk about the amount of football that Walsh was able to win in the first quarter, Paddy Cripps in the second. Well, they were a whole lot quieter in that second quarter. Cripps with only the 3, and just having a look at Walsh, he's also just had the 3. And so in terms of just football time in hand in that second quarter, Carlton just got absolutely blown away.
65 possessions for the quarter.
Yeah. So, again, conversely to Adelaide, Wayne Miller out of the half-back line, 8, and just evasive we saw just down in front of us late in the quarter. Dawson 2, Peatling hard at it. I love his tough clearance work and his tackling. And he had in the third quarter last week against Freo when he stood up and had 11 or 12 disposals and a number of clearances and contested footy. He's done the same again. Spoke about what I wanted to see from Adelaide once again was just the ability to be able to hit up that lead. And Adelaide weren't and probably haven't done enough of it in the first 4 rounds. But tonight, you've seen players just lower the eyes and even almost anticipate, put it out in front. Thilthorpe in that quarter came to the western side, hit the post with his left foot snap. But you've seen Taylor Walker on multiple occasions hit the lead, and also Thilthorpe once again and Maley just create the contest. So, albeit a little slow in the first quarter, Rama, they were able to do it in the second and get going and kick 6-goal-3 to 1-goal-2. And now a deficit of 24 points. Oh, it's up to Carlton to find a way just to stay in the game.
Well, look, Adelaide turned the game in the second quarter through clearance. So it was 14 to 8 in clearance in that quarter in Adelaide's favour. Centre bounce was 7-1. So they actually started to dominate that area of the game. Carlton couldn't get their hands on the ball. I mentioned they only had 65 possessions for the quarter. That's not enough. Adelaide then are able to capitalise with 17 inside 50s for 6 goals, 3. So really went to work early in that quarter. It was 5 goals in 9 minutes. So that early part of the quarter, clearly Matthew Nicks give him a rev up at quarter time around, well, we're getting absolutely flogged in clearance, 17 to 9 in that first quarter. So really, it's a first possession game at the moment. That was where Carlton were able to dominate in the first quarter, and that's where really Adelaide were able to dominate in the second quarter. So it's okay. Cripps and Walsh go to work in the first quarter. Dawson, Rochelle, and the like go to work in the second quarter. Miller was really important in that second quarter with his run and carry from half back. Peatling goes into the middle of the ground, 3 clearances. Rochelle, as I mentioned, into the middle of the ground, 3 clearances. But I really like the quarter of Rolly Thilthorpe. Kicked 1 goal to himself, but he had 5 score involvements. So for a big guy, he's getting up the ground, getting out of the goal square, getting away from his safety net and going, well, okay, I need to work a bit harder here. I haven't got my running partner in Darcy Fogarty. I haven't had him for a couple of weeks. I'm going to go and do a bit of work up the ground. You can't expect Taylor Walker to do that all the time. He's simply not that athlete anymore. Thilthorpe, where he is now in his career, well, he's got to do that. He's got to have the work rate to get himself up around into a contest. Look, the game, it's a 24-point margin. We've had 20 goals kicked for a half of football for both teams. So 32 scoring shots amongst both teams. So a 24-point margin is not much. But as we talk right now, Corbs, The rain's starting to come down a little bit here at half time, so that might tighten it up a little bit in the second half with slipperier conditions. I still think the game, I wouldn't say I'm comfortable and confident Adelaide are going to run away with this game, but I think they've put himself in a really good position.
4-goal advantage for Adelaide at halftime. Ben Cameron will be pleased that he's got some good friends. He didn't even bring a raincoat, and you took one out of my bag.
Yeah, but it's character building for Ben.
It is. So he's got my raincoat down there. So good luck to Ben in the second half. Hopefully that clears up. A little gripe here as well, just before we go to the news at halftime. We'll give you all the teams as well as the latest on Lance Collard. And we're breaking our own news now on ABC Sports. I brought you some news earlier today. I'll bring you that as well on the other side of the latest from the ABC newsroom. The Little League. One of the great sort of talk about character building moments when you have as a kid and you get to play Little League is the fear of going to the game and being the road team, where you think, what set of jumpers are we going to get? And you never find out until you get there as to whether you get to be Adelaide and you got the local crowd cheering for you, or whether you got to be Carlton in the Little League.
They're both Adelaide.
What happened to those days? It's Adelaide versus Adelaide in the Little League at half time.
Well, we're not building as much resilience in kids these days.
Well, you can't tell them the score either.
Jeez, this is... I get it. Every generation points to the one after them. You guys did it to us, where essentially, the world's gone soft and everything else. That this is my turn, being an old man, basically saying what's happened nowadays with the kids. To Adelaide versus Adelaide.
So give one team the Collingwood jumpers and make them cry before the game even starts.
Where's the Carlton jumpers? Where's the road team? Maybe they didn't pack them. Something's gone wrong down there. But we got Adelaide versus Adelaide in the Little League. It was Adelaide versus Adelaide really in that quarter. The way the Crows pulled away from the Blues from 14 down, they lead by 24 at the half. All that news coming up after the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News, good evening. I'm William Howard Evans. Oil prices have crept up and financial markets remain on edge as concerns grow over whether the ceasefire between the US and Iran will hold. Sarah Amir has more.
After plunging in the immediate aftermath of the ceasefire being announced, the price of the benchmark Brent crude oil is now up 2.7% to around $97 a barrel, contingent on whether the crucial Strait of Hormuz shipping route will open. The conditional 2-week ceasefire is hanging in the balance after Iran accused Israel of breaking its conditions by launching a massive lethal attack on Lebanon. Iranian and US officials will meet in Pakistan's capital Islamabad for peace talks due tomorrow Australian time.
The UK has joined a chorus of world leaders condemning Israel's overnight barrage on the Lebanese capital, Beirut. Rescue teams are still working to recover multiple people who are trapped under the rubble, more than 12 hours after the 10-minute assault in which Israel launched over 100 strikes. Lebanon's health ministry says over 250 people have been killed and more than 1,000 others are wounded. British Foreign Secretary Yvette Cooper says failing to include Lebanon in the truce could destabilise the entire region.
We want to see an end to hostilities in Lebanon. I think what Israel was doing yesterday with this escalation of strikes was completely wrong. This escalation is damaging, it's wrong, it's going in the wrong direction. We want the ceasefire extended to cover Lebanon.
Israel has allowed Jerusalem's Al-Aqsa Mosque to reopen to worshippers following a 40-day closure due to war restrictions. Islam's third holiest site was shut in late February as the US and Israeli war on Iran began. After Washington and Tehran agreed to a 2-week conditional ceasefire, Israel has now allowed hundreds of Muslim Palestinian worshippers to visit the site for prayers. The 4 astronauts travelling back to Earth from the far side of the moon on NASA's Artemis 2 mission have spoken with reporters in their first media conference from space. The crew has been flying in the Orion space capsule since launching from Florida last week. They reached the moon on a trajectory that took them past its far lunar side. Astronaut Christina Cook says the spacecraft has been great to work and live in.
Wow, we have loved living in Orion, and in fact, we've all said that sometimes you can forget where you really are because we're in this small space that just gives us everything we need.
Argentina has passed reform to promote mining investment in the country's glacier regions. The controversial bill allows provinces to set their own standards for protecting glaciers and environments that serve as key freshwater reserves. As politicians debated the measure, police clashed with protesters who marched to Congress. Environmentalists and scientists say the move will weaken current glacier protections and risk water resources. Now to sport, and in the NRL, Brisbane Broncos coach Michael Maguire has backed young halfback Tom Duffy to rise to the occasion when he replaces Adam Reynolds tomorrow night. The 22-year-old will make his Broncos debut against his old club, the Cowboys, at Lang Park, after the captain failed to overcome a groin injury sustained in last week's win against the Titans. Maguire says Duffy has a strong kicking game and has been impressive in the Queensland Cup.
He's earning everything he's doing, so he's been able to sort of get himself around Renault and Hunty and those guys with experience and draw from that. So we're all excited for Tommy because he deserves it.
In the AFL, North Melbourne coach Alistair Clarkson has brushed off criticism of his exchange with defender Colby McKercher at the three-quarter time during the Kangaroos' win over Carlton on Good Friday. Clarkson made a beeline for the player during the break and jabbed him in the stomach as he berated him over his on-field performance. The coach says McKercher took his criticism as intended and their relationship is strong.
He knew he fell below his standards in that particular quarter, and he's a high character kid that wants to be the very, very best he can be, and that's why he welcomes any feedback, good, bad or otherwise, that helps him become a better player and helps us become a better team and better club.
And reports suggest leading Red Bull engineer John Piero Lambiase has agreed to join rival McLaren from 2028. You're up to date with the latest ABC News.
Get your footy fix with ABC AFL Daily Podcast. Corbin Middlemas and Ben Cameron are joined by a cast of AFL legends to pull apart the biggest stories in Aussie rules. Search for the ABC AFL Daily Podcast on ABC Listen. On ABC Sport, this is the 2026 AFL Gather Round, live from South Australia.
Straight to Saligo, beautiful spin as he gives it to Rushelli. 4 for Josh Rushelli to open Gather Round. And we're only in the early stages of the second term. Kick inside 50, Walker tapped it down. Thilthorpe handball out wide. Neil Bullen couldn't make contact, but Keys can. Back-to-back goals for Ben Keys. He's had a slow start to the year, but maybe Keys is unlocking his potential now.
Here is Thilthorpe, the man as tall as a Scobie pole, just pops it through. And Adelaide continue on their merry way. That is 6 unanswered goals for the Crows. Kicks to the hot spot at full forward, and a juggled mark for Matt Carroll. It's a must-have for the Blues just to stop the rot. The drop punt is good. And the Blues just hold the Crows' progress for the time being.
The 2026 AFL Gather Round.
On your radio,
ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
It is half-time at Adelaide Oval. The rain is falling. The Crows are leading on the back of that dominant second term. 6 goals to 1. Adelaide by 24 points at the half. 12-6-78, they lead Carlton 8-6-54. Corbin Middlemas and Aaron Bryans in commentary. Our premiership pair, Rod Jameson and Adam Ramanauskas. And down on the boundary, Ben Cameron got the elements to contend with when this second half begins. Aaron, a couple of things to bring you up to date with the teams in just a moment. A little bit of ABC Sport breaking news for you. But first, Lance Collard had his date at the tribunal this afternoon. How did it go?
Well, the news, Corby, is that there is no news. So Lance Collard at the moment currently trying to defend accusations of a homophobic slur in the VFL. The AFL argued for 10 weeks. His counsel arguing that he didn't say the homophobic slur and instead said the word maggot. This was a marathon hearing, so 4 hours long. It was full of witnesses, not only the person who accused him of it, Darby Hitwell, but also his teammate, Bailey Lambert. There was a VFL umpire who was brought up, the Pride Cup CEO as well. St Kilda's Indigenous Player Development Manager was there. And as a result of how long that it went, essentially there were only 35 minutes once they got through proceedings to actually deliberate before the 5 p.m. deadline, and they couldn't get a decision done in time. So we're coming back tomorrow. A couple of little subplots in it. So Darby, firstly, who again is the man who's accusing Collard of this slur, who used to play with him at Sandringham, said, "I could not be more confident in what I heard." So in what might boil down to a he said kind of scenario, Darby is planting his feet firmly in the ground and saying, "No, I heard him throw that slur at me." And then for Lance Collard, he's trying to counteract by saying, "Look, the last time I was convicted of this accusation, I admitted that I had done it at that point in time, and which is why I got a 6-match suspension. And this time I signed an oath during the week saying that I'm being 100% honest and I didn't say." So it's going to be really difficult to boil down to this because you've got two parties with two very clearly different interpretations of what was said on the ground that day. The other little angle as well is Collard's legal counsel, Michael Bursky. So this got a little bit ugly today in the sense that it went full lawyer mode where he was really unpacking the witnesses, in particular the players who weren't expected to be on the stand after the accusation. They got grilled for almost an hour each, and I think by the end of it the players were fairly uncomfortable, and I'm worried moving forward, Corbin, when it comes to these incidents that players might be a little bit more hesitant to report them should they find themselves on the stand for an hour having a lawyer really unpack their version of events. But yes, the news essentially is that we'll get a decision tomorrow.
Okay, we'll talk more about it then when we hear a little more, but thanks, Aaron, for the latest on Lance Collard's tribunal hearing. The teams for round 5, so tomorrow night, 3 changes at the Pies. We knew Angus Anderson was going to debut. Nick Dacos and Scott Pendlebury are a handy couple of ins. Sullivan, Hayes and Allen all go out. The Dockers are unchanged, so same 23 for Freo. They played here and beat the Crows last Friday night. To Saturday footy, Griffin Logan, Charlie Spargo back in for North. Spargo to make his club debut. Finn O'Sullivan out injured after having surgery on his jaw. Big ins for the Lions. 2 of their co-captains, Hugh McCluggage and Harris Andrews, both return. Joyce and Tunstall, the 2 that miss out, omitted. Big ins at the Bombers. Jordan Ridley, Nate Caddy, Elijah Sardis gets a call-up after a couple of big weeks in the VFL. And Sullivan Roby, he's been built as the second coming. He's going to put on the famed number 9 on his back and run out for the Bombers. We'll be here to see it, Ram, on Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, look, terrific story because he burst onto the scene only halfway through last year. So no talent league club wanted him before that. So it's a terrific story that he's a top 10 draft pick.
Perkins omitted along with Guelphy, Johnson and El Hooley for the Bombers. Bailey Fritsch is back for the D's. More on the other teams in a moment, but Ben Cameron's got some breaking news for us downstairs. Ben?
I can tell you that Mitch Hinge is out of the game with a hamstring injury, so he will take no further part in this match. Only 4 going to the bench. We've got the DJ who's playing Rain by Dragon as well, as it is absolutely persisting down here at the Adelaide Oval, so it is going to be very wet in this second half.
And earlier tonight, I told you here on ABC Sport that the wildcard weekend, which is new in 2026, could be for sale in 2027. This year, teams finishing 7th and 8th will host wildcard fixtures, but from next season, hosting rights could go to the highest bidder, so it could be sold off as a separate package like Gather Round. Now, the AFL says it will reassess the model at the end of the year. If you want to know more about it or join in the conversation at ABC Sport on socials is the place to go. So Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, all the good ones, and you can join in the conversation there. We're ready for the second half here. No Mitch Hinge for the Crows. Adelaide by 24 points here with Aaron Bryans.
The rain coming down. Pitnet taps it forward, coming out to meet it. Clean take by Ainsworth, who hands it back. Shearer sends it up to right half forward. Trying to force it forward as Francis Evans becomes the tackler, and Isaac Cumming ball hits the deck. Miller are trying to extract it. Berry came through as well. Like a bar of soap, it's pinballing around and volleyball swatted out of there by Cumming. It'll trickle its way to the boundary line. Tight rope at the moment. Got to paint in it. Florent keeps knocking it back. Haynes trying to get it to Dirksen. They're under a lot of pressure right now, the Blues. Laird gives it away. Chera into trouble. Crunched by Neil Bullen. Gee, he was steamrolled in that tackle. Free kick Adelaide just forward of centre wing broadcast side.
Aaron Chera actually threw his head back then to try and convince the umpire he went high.
Neil Bullen inside 50. You can hear the rain bucketing down. Fist comes in front of Walker and knocked over the boundary line, 45 out. It's Adelaide by 24. The good news for the Blues fans is they cannot bottle a half-time lead in this scenario. Bad news is they're 0-4 at Adelaide Oval against the Crows and have lost by an average of 50 points.
1-7 in second half quarters this year, the Blues. Got 24 points to make up now in the rain from the boundary throw-in. Pitternet palms it down. Ollie Hollands had it, lost it, and the tackle spills out to Dawson. His kick smothered. Ball ricochets to Rankin. Can't trap it. Slides along the deck and out of play. Underneath Miller and Evans. They're appealing for last disposal out of bounds, and we're going to have a conference between the boundary and the field umpire.
It's called a lasso, the boundary umpire, almost straight away, and now clearly they've got it wrong between the two of them.
Yeah. Just unsurprisingly, by the way, Mark Blitzar's managed out of the weekend against the Eagles, so his 300th game won't be played at Norwood against West Coast on Sunday, and that instead will be in Geelong the following week.
It's gone the other way.
Free kick for Keys after all that, and the check with the arc, so Adelaide reload, back inside the forward 50. Good luck marking that. Philthorpe had a fair piece of it, not to be. Spills out towards Cowan. Hand pass close to the boundary line, trying to keep it in Rankin. Clever. Whacked back by Ollie Hollands. Dangerous ball to the hot spot, picked off. And Haynes starts the rebound for the Blues. Pokes it to centre half back, and here's Ainsworth for Carlton.
Waiting for an overlap. Carlton will flood out a defensive 50. Here they come. Releases Florent. Streamlining by. Up to left half forward, caught behind. McGovern with the fist did well, brought it to ground. Carroll inside 50, very heavy kick to Mackay. Long and wide, bounces into the left hand behind post. Boundary throwing to come, Ben Cameron downstairs.
So when they initially changed that rule with the lasso free kick, we heard that the ARC would be able to intervene but not stop the flow of play. I'll just revisit that in a second.
Tossed in, McAndrew front position, swatted it straight towards Rochelle, bounced off his bootlaces, it'll work. Laird around the body, clearing kick, didn't really look ahead, a hit and hope. Only found Florent just wide of centre half forward. The former Swan opens the angle, gives it everything. Long range strike from 55, nearly cleared the pack. Little fingertip knocked it through. And Adelaide's lead reduced to 23. Back down to you, Ben.
So we were told that they wouldn't impact the flow of play, that if the ARC was going to make a decision, it would have to be quickly. I just wonder, we had the little conference there, and I wonder whether the ARC did come into the ear of the umpire and give them the instruction as to which way that free kick was meant to go.
I think you might be right, Ben, as Saligo on the end of a string of handballs gets a hurried kick inside 50, trying to knock it away. Newman put it straight into the shins of Neil Bullen. Ricochets further forward for the Crows. Haynes trying to jump on top of it. Ball bobbles out to Walsh. He gives it to Florent. Just a clearing, get out of here, kick to halfback. Ball hits the deck. Trying to knock it on Dirksen, put it straight into the lap of Walker. Handball to Rochelle, fends off one, goes back by hand to Cook. Cook through traffic, centering kick to the corridor. Three bodies collide in the air. There's a free. It is going Adelaide's way for a push. Evans and McGovern collided with one another, but in front of them both, Isaac Cummings going to get a free.
And McGovern's caught one too. He was well up, stretched, and his teammates come in, and we're talking midriff or ribs. Benny, have a busy night.
It's a bit happening down there.
Follow-up as well on the Patrick Cripps and James Peatling incident in the second quarter. So saw the vision slowed down. Cripps went to bump Peatling off the ball. Peatling went for the gut punch, and they kind of came together, and Peatling's punched him in the wrist. So I think we're probably all square, and
they got a free kick for getting.
They get a free kick for punched in the wrist.
Right. Haven't heard that one before.
No.
But anyway.
So, and this is where McGovern looked like he's coming to the 50 or maybe coming to the bench, but this is where they should be starting the game again, shouldn't they?
Get on with it.
So he's now at left half forward, right on the 50-metre arc where the sponsor's logo is, and the man having the free kick is only just now getting the footy. Isaac coming from the umpire, and he's 30 metres out right in front.
So they've actually allowed Carlton a few minutes to allow this bloke to catch his breath and start again.
Yep.
Which is incorrect.
Which is ridiculous,
isn't it?
And they're worried about game time.
And now the countdown clock is moving. The shot clock on the kick. And so the Crows to set the tone to start quarter number 3. Isaac Cumming, drop punt is good. Coming to Adelaide, the theme of the weekend. And Isaac Cumming knocks through the first to the third. It is the Crows 13-6 to 8-7. Make it a 29-point lead, a new game high for the Crows. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Gather round on ABC Sport.
Just a bit of a bizarre one. It was presented on Fox Footy last night by David King about the top 20 players that have come off the ground with an injury and returned to continue playing the match. Mitch McGovern was in that list, I'm fairly certain. He's elected to stay out there tonight. I just wonder whether that's come across his desk and maybe he's decided, I'm not coming off here, I'm staying out here, even with these sore ribs.
So they had 7 of the top 20 players, Carlton, in the competition. Doesn't include the blood rule. Guys coming off the ground and returning. 7 of the top 20 Carlton players.
Down 29 at the moment. Gather round on ABC Sport. Running it down in the middle. McAndrew has really been the sole ruck tonight. Tapped it down, but Cripps got the kick away. Up to half forward, Rochelli's there. Tackle laid by Walsh on him before the ball was in his grasp. So free kick to Josh Rochelli, who's got 4 goals for the night, all in the opening half. Rochelli will swing it wide to left half back to Worrell.
He's had a lot of knockers the last couple of years, Josh Rochelli, but he's put his head down and gone to work.
Spoke openly during the week about how he was so fixated on his goal celebrations, it was actually hurting his game. Wasn't really focusing on the set shot. Worrell's kick is very wide. Not towards Ben Cameron near the benches. It'll be a free kick to Carlton. Lewis Young to bring it in.
But that's the me attitude. And the more he gets that out of the game, no doubt he's a good player, but he'll be a star of the competition if he gets that out of his game.
Just the one celly tonight from his 4, which was the Yildiz mask again. To right half forward. Free kick paid to Mackay. Had his arms chopped by Philthorpe. Mackay to the 50 for the Blues. Flying are a couple of crows. Rochelli toes it as it hits the deck. Up to centre half forward for Carlton, and coming the other way was Haynes. Couldn't control it. Adelaide get another kick back up the spine. Blues have the numbers. Young, wayward handball, just a hit and hope to Newman. Put him under some duress. Dawson's there as well. Ollie Holland set upon. Keys brings him to ground. Carlton can't find any room, and they'll get a ball up. Broadcast wing close to the benches.
Good pressure. Dawson came into the contest and actually used his body first, and Keys the follow-up.
Pitternet moved out of the way illegally.
He's done that twice now, McAndrew. So it's simply you got to get to the contest earlier.
Pitternet hands it away to Newman on his preferred left peg. Kicks to another lefty in Mackay. Hands on it, not to be. Close to the boundary line and spills out off the shins of Evans. Ben Cameron.
Mitch McGovern has now brought himself to the bench and he's just chatting to the doctors as we speak. So possibly a little bit of treatment for Mitch. I'm not sure if it's ribs or maybe in the midships, but one to watch. And just as a side note, I don't know whether this will count under coming off with the injury.
We got another one of the first thing that you flagged, Ben, the intervention from the arc. So as we're getting ready for the boundary throw-in, they're just checking it back at Docklands. Last touch did come off the shins of Evans, so free kick for Adelaide.
But do you see what I'm getting at? Like, that's last touch. Then a guy spoils the ball over the boundary purposely.
Yeah. Yep.
Like, what is it?
We had a text message about that. John from West Footscray, I remember he was saying you should penalise that too.
Absolutely.
The deliberate punch out of bounds. By the way, the kick from Rochelli wasn't touched and rolled out as well between the arcs. So last disposal, free kick Blues. Boyd goes down the wing, punched away by Mackay. Skids through to the advantage of Evans. Brave man, takes a bounce in the wet. Pulls the kick back inboard, trying to collect the half volley burn. Unsuccessful. Elijah Hollands has got it. They've got him. Ball up half forward for the Blues. Ben Cameron.
Yeah, I'm just hot on that. Sorry, Corbin, I didn't have anything more on it. I'm just hot on as to whether the umpires are just having a little conference knowing that in the next 7 or 8 seconds, the arc will tell them which boot it came off and they can pay the free kick. I don't think that's how they wanted it adjudicated.
McAndrew Dawson, helicopter exiting kick, and Ben Keys comes in hard with a tackle on Carroll. Too aggressive, free kick Carlton in the centre square.
50-50. Well done, Carroll, though, for taking the contest.
They need everything going their way at the moment, the Blues. Carroll into the 50, and there's another one. Coming late to crash the pack. Hard hit on Zach Williams. I think it was Worrell from behind and Rochelli in front. The meat and the sandwich, Zach Williams is really battling on his haunches at the moment.
It's my only concern when the weather goes this way, Rama, too, that the umpires then make a decision at every contest, and it just will extend the quarter and just slows the game right down.
Just the knee in the back and then collapsed into Rochelli, and it will be a free kick. So Zach Williams.
I think Zach Williams is on that list as well, Corbin.
And a genuine football contest, you've actually got to allow it to go, don't you?
Set shot to come, slight angle to the left. Man on the mark's going to be 35 out. Williams, who had a rib injury last week, which is why he missed the matchup against North Melbourne. So now he's copped a big hit from behind. Let's see if he can recover. Williams to the jeers of the South Australian faithful, leans back on the kick, glides through the air and drops perfectly between the big sticks. Little bit of afters as well as he gets stuck into Joshua Shelley. Jumper tugs, lot of emotion. All that matters is the margin is down to 23. Adelaide 13-6-84. Carlton 9-7-61. 11 played, third term. Let's gather round on ABC Sport with Rod Jameson and Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, really, Jamo, it looked like a good contest to me. No, I don't see the free kick in that contest at all against Worrell. That's who the free kick was against. You're allowed to contest the ball in a marking contest. So, look, I think Carlton can consider himself lucky there, as this is serious rain now.
So they've actually gone high tackle was the infringement there. But then, to your point, then Zach Williams kicks the goal, jumps up and goes straight in for physical contest on Joshua Shelley, and he doesn't have a back or a rib problem.
Jeez, you can hear it coming off the roof there as O'Keefe got a handball away towards Dawson. High up and under the centre half forward for the Crows. Slides its way through to Berry. He gives a hand pass further forward to Neil Bullen, who's tackled, taken down. And the umpire says keep going. And the ball slides around like a cake of soap on the bottom of the pack there. I think Boyd's involved because I saw a long sleeve jumper at least. McAndrew got a hand pass out to Thilthorpe. Handball away towards Cumming. Punches it to Rankin. Rankin in the wet. Snaps goalward. Got it a little skinny and it's helped through by Newman for a rush behind.
Courage comes in all forms, Ben Cameron.
Still with this bunch?
Back with the flight, whatever you want, Rama.
That's why he's the best in the game. As Newman goes racing away with it to clear from the kick-out.
24-point lead to the Crows. Off hands, hits the deck. Carlton have numbers. Head over it is Walsh. Trying to blaze away, threw it on the boot. Only
Great
found Nankervis. Well, he trapped it, didn't he, Jamo? Handball out to Dawson, around the body, back towards the 50. Haynes is sitting back. It is so thick out there, it is hard to see through the rain right now.
Actually, the umpire has changed the decision. It's going to go to Thilthorpe, but hasn't the rain just cleared the seats down close to the oval? Everyone's gone for cover.
Riley Thilthorpe to get the free kick. Down on the mark will be 45 out. He was held in back play, which is why Haynes got the chance to come forward. The offender, Lewis Young, in defensive 50 for the Blues. Riley Thilthorpe with just the one goal tonight.
So I think the Arcs had a double shot before the game.
Thilthorpe in the wet. Good strike, just on a left iron angle. So minus score. Adelaide's lead 25 points. 14 minutes played, third term. Gather round on ABC Sport.
Riley Thilthorpe, 1 goal 3 tonight.
Crows by 25, midway through the third term. Newman, long kick out to halfback. They all climb for it. Slips through the hands of O'Keefe and into the lap of McGovern, who's back out there and tackled. There's a free kick for a hold going Carlton's way. Any idea why that happened, Jamo?
I cannot tell you.
Gives a little wrap around to Haynes, who kicks down the wing. Oh, gee, big sit and all of that. No mark, though, taken by Maley. Had a fair go at it. Adelaide win the footy. Spills down to Nankervis. He gives it to Laird. Kicks back to half forward. It'll be intercepted. Haynes leaping up and marking on half back. So a goal each in the quarter. It is Adelaide by 25 points. We're 15 minutes into the third term, and this is Gather Round on ABC Sport.
Haynes calling for an option. No one's really presenting.
Thought it was a lasso free, actually.
Down the line of Mackay. Fist came in. Maley brought it to ground. Trickles out wide. Fortuitous leader Ainsworth tried to place his kick to right half forward. It was a little shallow for Kemp. Tried to paddle it towards McGovern. Didn't reach him. Laird now. Hot handball. Peatling fumbled. Gets well to recover. Hands it to Cumming. Looped over the top. Now he's trying to barge through a couple as Dawson, but running out of room. He shot the handball forward. Trickles its way towards the logo. Set upon is Taylor. Berry trying to win it out. Coming through is Maley. Adelaide just can't get any clean disposal right now. Borlase couldn't find his feet. Play continues. Taylor into the 50. Thilthorpe too strong for Young, but couldn't get in front in time as he shrugged him away. And off hands, it trickles towards the boundary side broadcast wing. Will stay in though. Pitched a little bit. Towed back towards the 50 for the Crows. Keys was there. Young wins out, gets it to Williams.
Kicks into the middle of the ground. McGovern out after it. Needs it to sit. He's got Murray to contend with. Right on the 50. Crows with a few more numbers in support. Michael Annie lays a tackle. Ball comes out towards Cook. He got a handball away to Laird, to Nankervis. He feeds it across the half-back line. Back to Michael Annie. Kicks in front of the benches. Good spoil. Carroll finds the safety of the boundary line. Ben Cameron.
Rami, you'll be pleased to know I've actually heard back from my official source. 6 metres is the height that the umpires will go for throughout the game, so halfway between what Jamo and I said. And most importantly, what they speak about is keeping it consistent between the 4 umpires.
Yeah. Okay.
Makes sense.
I think the boundary throw-in is meant to be 18, isn't it? Is that correct? We'll give you another task, Benny.
Yeah, well, it's definitely not 18 high. I think
it's 18 deep.
We learned that, though, didn't we, Ben, last year?
Definitely 18 deep, as I always said.
And can you give up your source?
No.
Oh, there we go. What about his initials?
No, it wasn't Ray.
Oh, okay.
Ray came back and
that's what I was getting
and
at.
gave a different answer, but I went to a different source earlier as well, and they finally got back to me.
Oh, that's what they say. That's research, not just a suburb in Melbourne. So he's all over it. Ben Cameron from the boundary throw in. Pitternet got a hand pass away towards Florent. Handball further forward to Jagger Smith, who kicks down to half forward. He puts it out on the full. Give me a check on Jagger. Rama?
That's not a whole lot.
Only the 8 possessions, 4 kicks, 4 handballs. So, yeah, quiet night.
And that one went out in the full.
Down the line go the Crows. Big fist from Young. You can hear the thump in the wet. Landed into the lap of Carroll, and he's wrapped up by Cumming. It is Adelaide by 25 points. Midway through the third term.
11 frees in the first quarter, 10 frees in total in the second. Halfway through this, we've already got 10 frees and still 10 minutes remaining in this third quarter.
Pitternet with a great tap in the path of Cripps, who was running by, and he's just caught the wrong side of the ball off balance, out of the full as he went inside 50. Free kick, Adelaide left back pocket. They're heading to the left-hand side of your radio dial. Exiting kick to the defensive edge and ball ace. 2 back. Takes the contested grab, pops up and releases Nankervis. Bit of momentum for the Crows. Rankin presents. Takes it just forward to the centre wing logo. Turns. His kick was no good. Carlton had a triangle. And he's headed wide of Walker straight to Haynes. Stepped off his line and now has to rush his exit. Cumming was there. Another free kick, chop of the arms. Free kick Adelaide.
Generous free kick in the conditions as Cumming goes deep to full forward. 2 keys down there. Philthorpe and Walker spills to Rankin in the pocket. Centering kick, missed his target. Collected by Byrne, who's deep in defence. The small forward gave it to Chera, fumbles. Now to Boyd. Rankin came and got him. Caught him in front of the scoreboard. Says, I'll have it. No prior. And a ball up in a rain-soaked Adelaide Oval. As it is, the heavens have opened and it is poured down in the city of Churches in his third term. Adelaide by 25 points.
Feels like the passion's back for Rankin after a week of headlines. Tapped down by Philthorpe to Isaac. Wrapped up in the tackle.
Just outstanding play. One to bring one in, give it to a better position, and the follow-up defensive tackle.
Pitting it with the fists. Rochelle was happy to let it roll over. Ended up staying in. Tackle laid off balance as he tries to kick back towards goal and ends up putting it out on the full. Free kick Carlton, left back pocket. Adelaide by 25 as we close in on time on. Still very wet out there. We are underwater at the Adelaide Oval.
This is Ollie Hollins who kicks to the wing. Maley leaps up, no mark, punched away from him. Throw a blanket over around 20 of them. Cripps stands up, hand pass back into dispute. Rochelle knocks it out towards the advantage of his teammate who gives it back to him. In fact, gives it to Peatling. That's a high bomb from him into the forward pocket. Oh, Cowan camped underneath it, spills the chest mark. Now walks it out of play in the tackle from Rankin, and the ump says spin it in. I think he came in, by the way, the loose ball get there was from Taylor, who gave it to Peatling. For completeness.
We love hyping up all the gather-round experiences, Corby, but the hill jam-packed in the wet. No one's moved a muscle.
It won't be good for the rest of the weekend. That might turn into mud in a hurry up there. There's so many, 4 more games still to come here this weekend as Haynes, clearing kick from the forward 50 stoppage for the Crows, sits up with Taylor, who's now tackled right on the forward 50 arc for the Crows. 25-point lead for Adelaide. They made their move in the second term, kicking 6 goals to 1.
Tapped down by Maley, looking to get it out of Carlton's 50. Came down Rochelle, handball out wide. Ball ace. close to the eastern wing, slipping and sliding. It was absolutely like a wet and wild theme park. Peatling just couldn't gather and then thought he was caught high, but apparently knocked it over. No delay this time in the decision. They'll go quickly. Cowan has copped a heavy hit for his trouble as he kicks down the line. Peatling caught him late. Play continues. Off hands, Mackay tumbles one towards the 50. It's ugly wet footy at the moment. Bit of a scrap. Jagger Smith gets the handball to Ollie Hollands. Backtracking Chera to Hollands. Looped the handball to left half forward. Was very wide of Jagger. And over the boundary line, last disposal, free kick Adelaide.
The umpire just ran past, who was it, that Carlton player that kicked it before and just said, "Get up, mate."
Michael Annie kicks down the wing, turns it straight over. Haynes takes the intercept mark. Dan from East Perth off the SMS. If Carlton lose, it's okay, so long as it isn't a blowout and they don't blow a lead. If Adelaide lose, there are serious questions. And the Crows are going all right at the moment. 25 points in front. That's off the SMS, which is 0437 774 774, the SMS number. Clearing kick out of defence from the Crows, marked by Ollie Hollands. So the Blues reload, winning the territory battle at the moment. Into the forward pocket, slips through the hands of Mackay. At the back is Cook. Clearing ball out to half-back, close to that boundary line. In the end, it's out on the full. Blues will reload again. And Robin Greensborough, Mick Malthouse is right about Voss on the bench. He's always on the bench when the opposition get a run on. Would love to see the stats on it from Rob.
Haynes inside 50. Mackay got both mitts to it. Bobbled out in the wet. Charging by the handball from Elijah Hollands to Chera. Now Jagger Smith gets a go. It was too low. And on the behind line, an outnumber for the Adelaide Crows as they knock it through. Minor score. Carlton reduced the deficit to 24 points. So a runner behinds here and what is ascending into some scrappy wet weather football. That being said, the rain might be subsiding a bit.
A lot of people have taken evasive action, so the stands have thinned out, particularly on the lower bowls that aren't covered. Kick towards half-back for the Crows is coming back. Florent got a hand pass away to Smith. He feeds it off to Elijah Hollands. Loads up from 55 out and searching for the extra metres, puts it out on the full.
Not on your opposite foot with a wet ball. He had time to straighten up there to get onto his right foot, Elijah Hollands.
It's Adam Ramanauskas, not to be confused with Peter Ramanauskas, who's very popular in these parts.
That's my cousin.
That's what he says, a long-lost cousin.
Yeah.
Inside the forward 50 go the Blues, picked off by Laird, who just pumps it back in the other direction. This is classic wet weather territory stuff. Long kick down that eastern wing, scooped up there by Cowan of the Blues. Pokes the ball away to Ollie Hollands, who hugs it to his chest and marks right on halfway.
5 minutes remaining in this third quarter. We had 20 goals in the first half, and we've only had 2 goal for in this third by both teams.
In a slugfest, can Carlton break through? Byrne gathers clean on a bounce. Wet weather footy as well. Got it to Pitnet. A little bit too hot with the handball to Cripps, who just slipped out of his grasp and rolls over the boundary line.
Probably, I think 1 goal Carlton need. And that's a 3-goal margin going into this final quarter. It might be enough just to give them enough hope that they can still win the game.
Tossed in, Maley tapped it straight back up and down, had another crack, trying to get it to Berry, buffeted away by Byrne, and Taylor's caught too high. Free kick Adelaide in defensive 50. It's one way to silence the noise is, if you've been struggling with second half fade outs, is to be down and come back.
Yeah.
It was Adelaide by 24 at the half, that's the margin at the moment. Taylor up to the eastern wing, Thilthorpe comes late, knocked it forward, Ollie Hollands got there, but turned into a brick wall as Michael Annie escorts him over in front of the Williams stand.
Just repeating, Mitch Hinge, by the way, out of the game. A hamstring injury, which he had worked on. Ben Cameron reported in the first half, high on his hammy on the right side, and appeared to come up short in a contest right before the halftime siren and was limping off the ground. So hamstring injury again for Hinge in his first game back after back injuries, and we know that the close cousins back and hamstring injuries are. As the Blues from the stoppage. Smith kicks it inside 50. Hands on it from Mackay. Spills down to Byrne. Tackled. Dispossessed. Blues trying to keep it going forward. Elijah Hollands can't get a boot to it. Crows clearing through Laird. Handball out wide. Rolls out of play. The boundary throwing left half forward for Carlton. So 4 minutes to go before three-quarter time. Adelaide by 4 goals. Corbin Middlemas, Aaron Bryans, Rod Jameson, Adam Ramanauskas, Ben Cameron, your call team to open gather round.
Tossed in, Blues 50, Pitnet down. His bootlaces, Williams, knocked away from it. Trying to gather now for the Crows. Tackle laid on Nankervis. He did try to get it out, and then it was reeled back in by his opponent. And the umpire realises a moment and calls for a ball up. 20 out. Still inside 50 for the Blues at the Riverbank stand end. Pitnet dispatches Maley with ease. Taps it to Cripps, who was well scouted by Michael Annie. Ball at the deck. Evans gathered, nearly got boot to ball. No. Berry with the desperate tackle. Adelaide escaped from danger. Out to left half back. Cook flew, took out Saligo. Both pop up okay, but Carlton could cash in. Chera marching in a goal from 45. Had a late tackle laid. And Isaac Rankin gets into force holding the ball.
That's a size 34 wedgie.
Almost dacked him. Ripped the shorts right off his skins.
That was a great tackle.
Here's Braden Cook and goes long down the line. Thilthorpe the target. Almost took a juggled mark. Young hands it away to Dirksen. His hand pass a turnover. Peatling high up and under down to half forward. Coming over the top. Cowan couldn't kill it. Stays alive for Walker. Tackled by Boyd. Taken to ground. Umpire says ball up. 40 metres out from the Crows' goal. Tell you what about Isaac Rankin tonight. They say all the time about guys trying to get you going and work your way into form. Starts with the defensive efforts, and boy, we've seen that tonight, haven't we? The chase down tackles have been electric.
He doesn't need a whole lot, as we well know, too, and he just does stuff that a lot of players can't do, and the speed. So he's had 13 disposals at the moment. He's had 7 tackles.
Yeah.
2 inside 50s, 4 ground ball gets, and 5 score involvements. He's electrifying.
It's been eye-popping stuff, what he's done without the footy tonight. So from the ball up to a boundary throw-in, McAndrew wins it down. Smith clears, kicks down towards Mackay, no mark. Falls to Cook. Cook hands it to Millerer. Crows into the pocket. Walker in a tangle with Dirksen. Throws his hands up as Walker appealing for a free. And bounces over the boundary line. So a throw-in forward pocket for Adelaide.
What's been a huge win for Adelaide is Sam Walsh is only up to 20 possessions. He had 15 in the first quarter with 9 score involvements. He's at 20 possessions and 9 score involvements. So they've really put the brakes on him in quarters 2 and 3, the Crows.
Tossed in Pitnet with 2 bites, but slapped it straight to Berry. Exits attacking 50 to Miller with 2 side steps. Sold the candy from 50. Wayne Miller will fall short in the goal square. Knocked down though. Taylor tried to do the same. Boyd wasn't selling it. Came out wide. And a kick across the body comes from Thilthorpe. Tried his best to check side. It ends up going across the face and out of the full. Free kick Carlton. Ben Cameron downstairs.
Yeah, Jake Saligo, they're just manipulating his right leg, I think around his right ankle at the moment. So he's laying on the massage table, getting a little bit of treatment.
Thanks, Ben. Dirksen out to half-back, punched away by Mackay. Topo further inside forward 50 by Neil Bullen. Picked off, though, by Elijah Hollins for the Blues. It's a dangerous handball. Intercepted by Thilthorpe. He knocks it in the direction of Cook. His slippery handball then goes straight through the hands of Berry. Going back to get it, Nankervis. Hand pass back to Berry. Tackle dispossessed. And there's a free for in the back. As Berry was dumped in the tackle from Mackay. Rode him into the ground. Rain's back. Really impacted the contest here in this quarter. The kick goes to the top of the goal square. Punched away by the Blues. Smith trying to keep it alive. Stolen by Neil Bullen. That was clever. Looking for out on the full as he handballs it into the shins of Florent coming at him. And essentially saying that went off the Carlton player over the boundary line on the full. He's now asking the field umpire to check it. This is like the game of basketball, Rama. Just throw it into the oncoming player and hope that you can win a free kick out of it.
Well, are they able to check that one, Corb?
They are.
They are, okay.
And that's the delay, and Neil Bullen knows he's about to get the footy.
That's on the full, yeah.
That is incredibly smart, isn't it?
Yeah.
Incredibly smart.
The intervention from the arc for the boundary, it's been noticeable tonight, hasn't it?
Very much so.
They have waited for it at every opportunity. We've had more intervention from...
Well, I'm tipping the reason is because they've missed so many in the opening rounds.
Are we happy with it, though, the extra delays? And, no. I mean, we're never happy with anything. But
I'm just glad they're getting it right.
Neil Bullen from the boundary line, like shelling peas for him. Hooks it through, and Neil Bullen with a special in the wet puts it up to a new game high. A second for him and a 30-point buffer for the Crows. 14-8 to 9-8. Half-hour mark in this third term. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport. Adam Ramanauskas and Rod Jameson.
Well, Jammer, I say no because the mantra with the AFL over the whole of the off-season was to speed the game up, take time off the clock. Now, But then on the other hand, I totally agree with you. If we've got the technology there, let's use it to the best of our ability. So, but tonight, I would say on 7 or 8 occasions that the boundary umpire and the field umpire have come together tonight to talk about, well, who was the last touch off, was it out on the full and the like. And it adds time to the clock.
Adelaide by 30. McAndrew down to Dawson, gets it to Berry. It was a throw. Free kick, Carlton. Chera has it in the centre square. Game 150 for him tonight. Has a runner, gives it to Boyd. Long entering to the 50, coming out to meet at ball ace. Probably could have taken it, ended up knocking it to ground. Tackle laid front and square. Sam Walsh pulled off the canvas. Berry on top of him. Ball up to come. We are 35 out, Blues 50. McAndrew tries to reel it in. Rolls towards Miller. Quickly tackled before he could control it. Evans trying to swat it forward. Messy footy right now. Head over at Nankervis. Brought to ground. Another ball up. Ben Cameron downstairs.
Yeah, this is just a question, but like I said, I just wonder whether the umpires know if they confer that then they'll get the whisper in their ear, because that's not what's meant to be happening. I don't know if that is happening. I hope it's not.
From the restart, Miller clearing kick out of defence. First clean disposal. Keys was clean too. Gave it to Walker. Took too long. He's caught by Elijah Hollands, and that's holding the ball.
I would hope, Benny, it's the arc in the ear straight away saying we're checking that. Give us a moment.
Hollands, just a high bomb inside 50. Tough to mark that wet footy. Slides through to Berry. Berry jams it on the boot. Tumbles a kick down the boundary line western side. Picked up by Newman. Hand pass gets its way through towards Walsh. Walsh's handball picked off. Keys off the deck. That's proper wet weather footy. Just whack it forward. Knock on Sir John. Boyd intercepts. Gives it to Florida. Now Carlton going deep inside 50. Kicks to full forward. Juggled effort. Pitted at. Time expires. And the Blues unable to get a kick away before the siren as the umpire signals no score despite the hurried kick towards goal. And that will do us through 3 quarters. It is Adelaide by 30 points. 14-8-92. They lead Carlton 9-8-62. 3-quarter time here at Adelaide Oval. Gather round on ABC Sport. The goal kickers for Adelaide, 4 for Rochelle, 3 for Keys, 2 for Neil Bullen, and then singles for Thilthorpe, Dawson, Walker and Rankin. Meanwhile for Carlton, we got 2 each from McGovern and Ainsworth, and then singles, Chera, Williams, Florent, Elijah Hollands and Carroll. So they're the goal kickers through 3. Your thoughts on the SMS throughout the night, 0437 774 774. That's 0437 774 774. Mitch Hinge out of the game with a high hamstring concern. There's a whole lot for the MRO to pick apart. There were 2 incidents in the first quarter. Ollie Hollands on Taylor Walker, a late spoil which clipped him high, cost him 50. Is it anything more than that? We'll wait and see. And then Isaac Cumming, who collected Walsh after he got rid of the footy. Walsh was sliding to the ground and Cumming made high contact. A downfield free kick was paid. There was also a bizarre incident between Peatling and Cripps where they tried to hit each other, and in the end Peatling, looking to punch Cripps in the stomach, hit him on the wrist, gave away a free kick. So whether the MRO has any more to say about any of that. And then there's Jake Saligo, who Ben Cameron has kept us up to date with. We'll get a further update from Ben in a few moments' time. The thoughts of Jamo and Rama coming up next. We're back in 30 seconds at Adelaide Oval. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport. Throws it, goals it.
Get your footy fix
Live and ad-free with ABC Listen.
AFL, NRL, men's and women's.
This season, don't let life get in the way of the footy. Hear it on ABC Listen.
On ABC Sport, this is the 2026 AFL Gather Round, live from South Australia.
Centering kick to the corridor. 3 bodies collide in the air. There's a free. It is going Adelaide's way for a push. Evans and McGovern collided with one another, but in front of them both, Isaac Cummings going to get a free. So the Crows to set the tone to start quarter number 3. Isaac Cummings, drop punt is good. Coming to Adelaide, the theme of the weekend. And Isaac Cumming knocks through the first to the third.
Still very wet out there. We are underwater at the Adelaide Oval. And everything going their way at the moment, the Blues. Carroll into the 50, and there's another one. Coming late to crash the pack. Hard hit on Zach Williams. It was Worrell from behind and Rochelle in front. Meeting the sandwich. Zach Williams is really battling on his launches at the moment. Set shot to come, slight angle to the left. Man on the mark's going to be 35 out. Williams, who had a rib injury last week, which is why he missed the matchup against North Melbourne. But now he's got the big hit from behind. Let's see if he can recover. Williams to the jeers of the South Australian faithful, leans back on the kick, glides through the air and drops perfectly between the big sticks.
The 2026 AFL Gather Round.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
New game high, 30 points. Crows on top through 3. 1 quarter to go. That third term played largely in the driving rain, which set in just before as we went to half time. Crows by 30 points. Ramo, that's a combination. Is that a combination tonight? Jamo and Rama through 3 on ABC Sport.
I'm not sure who you want to go first.
Yeah. You guys work it out. It's just like those, those footy images where they mould the two faces. You got to work out which form of players they are.
Yeah, I'm no good at that stuff either, by the way.
But anyway, what did you make of that quarter of footy?
I was actually a little bit putrid, I've got to say. It was just weather conditions came in and made it really difficult. A real scrap, nothing to really see probably from that quarter, other than maybe the effort from Carlton just to dig in and do what they needed to do. They scrapped it out. They've had 30 tackles to 22, so they've actually sort of get at the contest. Nick Haynes leads the way with 10 disposals in that quarter, so again probably highlighting how much it was in the defence of Carlton and the forward line for Adelaide. 15 to 19 inside 50s in favour of Carlton on that quarter. Difficult decision. The contest to be able to take a clean mark in these contested and with the rain the way it is, but Harry Mackay, I'd actually like to see him probably lead up more than he does just to sit under the footy and probably do a lot of muscle work to just engage the contest as opposed to really present. But all in all, we saw Jacob Smith has had 9 disposals in that quarter. Ollie flowing off the halfback line creates the run and the carry for them, but they just haven't been able to score. They haven't got someone forward.
I'll come to you in a minute, Ram. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Just a bizarre one. I mentioned earlier on in the night about Josh Rochelle walking the boundary line and sort of pointing to Mark Rashudo, and they had a bit of a laugh about things. Bizarre then, Isaac Rankin was on the bench, came off, ran over to Eddie Betts, who was on the phone, who's working on the boundary for Fox. They had a bit of a yak. He sort of pointed towards the team huddle and then ran off back to the group. Just a little bit bizarre with the players who obviously have relationships with the two guys working on the television broadcast, but the sort of in-game interactions are a little bit different.
Yeah, well, that is a little bit bizarre. So
you didn't chat to Tipper when you came off the ground back in the day?
No. So look, heavy rain that quarter, obviously. Inside 50s, Carlton actually dominated 19 to 14 in that quarter. Didn't get much value for that, but the Crows out-toughed them in that quarter. I think that was the most important part when it was heavy rain, +9 or +8 in contested footy, and then +9 in ground ball gets. So only 2 goals to 1 in that quarter, but the tough stuff, the Crows just looked that bit better.
So 5 goals is the deficit. Carlton haven't won a final quarter all year. They had 14 a fortnight ago, didn't lay a tackle in the last quarter. They had 10 last week. And they get some small wins out of this, the Blues, as Adelaide on the hunt for their second set of 4 points in the young season. Rankin got a handball out there towards Taylor. His handball turns it over. Florent just bangs it forward for the Blues. Picked up by Millerer, all alone at centre-half back. He goes straight down the pipe, leaping up his Haynes, knocks it away. Now has to fight on again with Taylor, who got it out to Neil Bullen. Hand pass for Peatley. That was clever. Kept it in front of him. Sockers it inside 50. Florent intercepts for the Blues. Handballs a wet footy to Walsh, couldn't trap it. Spills out towards Peatley again. He gives it to Berry, kicks to full forward. Fair bit of it. Maley's going to be paid the mark. And Maley's got it right in front, about 25 metres out.
Well, it's paid as chopping the arms. I think there's very minimal contact there from Dirksen.
Tough gig in the wet, isn't it?
Well, the ball's dry now. Start of the quarter, the rain has stopped. So you should mark that still, Maley.
What's this celebration?
Finbar Maley, new Colt figure. Pops it through. and new game high to go along with it. The margin's out to the number on his back. It's Adelaide by 36 points, 15-8 to 9-8. 90 seconds gone in the last. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport.
Just around the contest, as the weather conditions have kicked in, certainly Adelaide have been a little cleaner, and Rammer's point, probably a brand new football in this last quarter, but just the clean hands by Adelaide, particularly when it's been on the ground. Ben Keys tried to just toe poke it forward. It's been a real concerted effort, I think, just to give the football to someone in a better position or get it out to the congestion as opposed to keeping it in, and it's kept the footy alive and dangerous for them in their forward half.
Lose for the Moose. Finbar Maley extends it to the game high 36-point margin. McAndrew flies on the ball up. Pitnet stays down. Tap goes the way of Berry. Tries to brush off the Blues ruckman, but dropped the footy in the process. Just kept running. Football stayed behind. Free kick Carlton. Pitnet has some assistance from Cowan. Shoots the handball hard as he dukes it out wide. And turning is Florent. The paddock to run into, and the bounce doesn't come back. The Blues struggling to play in the wet. Berry says thank you very much. Mops it up, and his handball's a little soft. Cowan gets back in front of Taylor, knocked it down. Keys barreled over. Dawson comes in, nutmegged out the back. Coming to Berry. They combine. And coming now, heads up to left half forward. Philthorpe outnumbered. Kick was too hot anyway. And drops down to the lap of Dirksen. Right half back for the Blues, down 36.
Short to Walsh on the 45. And Walsh keeps it moving. Up to halfway, finds Cowan. The tattoos on the left-hand side of his body. Clean skin on the right. Goes long inside the forward 50. Puts it out on the full. I know the obsession, us in the national media as such, talking about the Crows, and feels like a lot of it's viewed through the prism of, the three key forwards, is it going to work? I am surprised how committed they are to that, particularly with Fogarty out. And they had a chance to have a look at it for a couple of weeks without, going with two, and yet Maley stays essentially there as a support in the forward line. So he seems very committed to it.
Well, it works. Last year it worked, and they'd scored more from their top 5 goal scorers probably than they have in the last 5 years. And the targets, they're dangerous.
Blues going between the wing and half forward. Eventually spills to Evans, who picks it up, chucks it on the boot and drives through a goal. And the journey of 1,000 miles, it starts with a single step, and Evans takes it for the Blues back at 5 goals. 15-8 to 10-8. 4 minutes gone in the final term. Gather round on ABC Sport.
Well, it's really just generating scores as quickly and as often as they can in this last quarter, Carlton. So, it's not sort of caution to the winds type of stuff. 5 goals can be picked up pretty quickly, but it's more about ball movement now, I think, for Carlton. With the rain stopped, these grounds now, they absorb the water really well. It might be a little bit slippery still, but I want to see ball movement back through the corridor from the Blues. We haven't seen a lot from them tonight going through centre corridor, but they need to, particularly in the early part of this last quarter.
5-goal lead to the Crows. Gather round on ABC Sport, final term. McAndrew taps it down. Pitnet, though, puts his head over it. Wins the footy to Cripps. Full momentum as he kicks towards the 50, but Laird is sitting back. Takes the intercept mark. Dual Australian now assesses his options. We'll send it up to the broadcast wing. Big push comes in from Maley. Knocked out towards Neil Bullen in the tackle. He kicked it central, but Walsh was there. Hands it towards Cowan, and Carlton now through the spine. Cripps holds his line with Berry trying to bulldoze him. Takes the mark. Now heads out to the eastern side. Nick Haynes had some real estate, but decides to go wide instead of forward.
It just allows the Crows defenders to drop back.
McGovern into the 50. Mackay had it to work with, and it slipped through his mitts. Laird to Neil Bullen, out wide to Keys, and now Dawson has a chance for the counterpunch.
Dawson, the lefty, just pokes it down the wing, finds Philthorpe, who gets up, hurried kick down to half forward, and Taylor's out the back. Takes the mark, now has to slow it down, wait for some support.
Oh, he had Rankin.
At high half forward, kicks to Rankin, but he's outnumbered now, and Young in the end punches it out of play. He had the 2 men out the back. They could have worked it out, the Blues, but now they've got a neutral ball and a boundary throw in forward pocket for Adelaide.
The first time really Harry Mackay's come at the football and just drops a sitter. And the kick to Rankin is always going to be a tough one. You've got to get it over 2 defenders over the back. And it's just too low.
Gather round on ABC Sport. 5-goal lead for the Crows from the boundary throw in. Forward 50 again for Adelaide. Picked up by Taylor. Got a hand pass out towards Keys. Keys gives it to Cumming. Hurried kick to full forward. Young went to soccer, missed it. Maley hits up, grabs it, turns it over. In fact, he's caught. Trying to get a hand pass away by Chera, so that'll be holding the ball. And a free kick for the Carlton midfielder at fullback. Both he and McGovern playing their 150th games tonight. They both started their careers elsewhere. Of course, McGovern, his first 48 here in Adelaide, and Adam Chera, his first 76 with the Dockers.
Predominantly in the role that he's playing tonight, McGovern up forward.
Heads to Haynes, who then uses Dirksen, kicked around the body, hit and hope. It might bounce fortuitously well. Williams backtracking, gets it, hands it to Kemp. Empty 50, decides to unselfishly use it to Mackay, who floats forward to the top of the goal square. Plays on quickly and snaps it through. Hearts in mouths there, but Harry Mackay's on the board. Carlton with back-to-back majors. Margins only 24 now. Adelaide 15-8-98. Carlton 11-8-74. 7 minutes into the final term. It's Gather Round on ABC Sport with Rod Jameson and Adam Ramanauskas.
You just see glimpses of it, don't you? This young team, when they want to pull the trigger, they can get going, and they were able to win the footy deep in Adelaide's 50. Finbar Maley holding the footy, couldn't get his hand on it with a clean handball, and then one end of the ground to the other.
If it ended now, Rama, how would you judge the night from a Carlton point of view? Give me a grade.
What, out of 10?
Like a school report.
Or an ABC?
C minus? C
Okay.
minus?
Yeah. 4 goals.
Just easily disturbed.
Yeah.
Not a focused student. Poked over halfway, the Crows. Picked up here by Rankin, who's been good tonight. Short kick to centre half forward. Collected there by Keys. He lays it off back to Rankin. Kick slides off the side of his boot. Smith keeps it in front of him. He's got Rochelle to contend with. Rankin gets a third touch in the chain. Topoke ends up out of bounds forward pocket.
So if the student's name is Carlton, then on the report card it would say Carlton is easily distracted in class. I had that quite often in my report.
Yep. Work on areas are.
Yes.
Gather round on ABC Sport.
Concentration. Staying in the moment.
Adelaide.
Oh.
Tap down. Mick Andrews straight to Rankin, who was surging by but can't cash in. Minor score on the right. Adelaide's lead 25 points. We've still got 14 to go here at the Adelaide Oval. Sold out crowd. A lot of them have stuck around in the wet. Funny that those on the hill don't move and those in the stands do. Carlton look to exit to the broadcast wing. McAndrew gets front spot and clunks it. Gee, what a revelation he's been. This is only game number 7 for Lockie McAndrew. He's 4th in the league for hitouts. Releases Miller up into the 50. Walker uses the body, knocked it down. Keys front and square, tackled quickly. Ball up to come, 30 out. So the problem you were asking about the 3 talls before, Corby, is that I think they always need a pinch hitter that isn't Riley Thurthorpe. And that's why they've gone with Finbar.
And the restart comes down to Smith. Clearing kick out of the defensive arc. Oh, hands on it from Nankervis, not to be. Spills to Neil Buller. Does a full 360, runs into trouble. Got it out, said the umpire. Spills to Ollie Hollins. He's tackled upended. Now Buller.
Am I correct in saying last year, when the Crows obviously finished on top, when Thilthorpe went into the ruck, their scoring power went up a notch?
I think Dan Curtin had a little bit to do with that as well.
Yeah, correct.
The problem they're worried about is with the new ruck rule, if they go knee on knee and he does a PCL, their season's bust.
I agree.
That is the other tweak, isn't it? That you can, given the rotations haven't changed, 5 on the bench, you can probably afford to carry one more. As McAndrew kicks to the goal square, they all missed it. Slides through to Newman. He tried to cleverly disguise it through for a rush behind, and the umpire bought what he sold. So that's a behind for Adelaide, 15-10 to 11-8, and of course 15-10 for those of you mathematicians at home. That means the Crows have cracked the ton. 26 points Adelaide's lead, final term 11 minutes in.
A difficult year for them, averaging 79 points per game, down from their 99 last year, so this will mean a lot to Adelaide to find some firepower. Nick Haynes at right half back, high long searching kick. Underneath it was Cripps. Berry came from behind, knocked it down. Worrell spun in the washing machine, holding the ball. Free kick Carlton. It's big for Adelaide, who this time last year their defence was shaky, and against Geelong it's really where they turned it around, and now it's the role reversal tonight as they find some offence. Walsh inside 50, cleared the pack, tumbles towards the goal line. Hudson O'Keefe just kind of trotting his way towards the behind line to get there. Ends up with the hip and shoulder as he barrels Neil Bullen through for a minor score. And And Adelaide's lead down to 25.
Yeah, and Alex Neil-Bullen, he's their high half forward, and there he is running it over the line and getting in the right spot to defend for Adelaide.
Up to the wing they go. A long kick from Laird, flying for a Dawson, not to be. Smith reaching for it off the deck. Just runs out of his grasp. Saligo got it away to his housemate in Nankervis, who's taken high and gets a free kick. Handball away to Dawson. Down to half forward for the Crows, and I'm not sure if Newman marked that or that ball marked him, but he's got it. Half back for the Blues. It's like a heat-guided missile straight onto the monogram on his chest, the Carlton half-back. Centering kick back in the Dawson direction. Punched away. Laird, clever tap to the advantage of Berry. Adelaide through the corridor. Saligo feeds it on to Rochelle. Sweeping hand pass further forward. Keys has got it. Tackled immediately by Cowan. Keys appealing for a free. None forthcoming. And Cowan with a long kick up to Carroll on the wing. Collides with Neil-Bullen in the air. Cripps keeps it alive. Goes back by hand to Carroll. Fumbles close to the boundary line. Two-man tackle. The umpire says spin it in as Dawson and Neil-Bullen shoving out of play.
I'm not sure what Ben Keys is complaining about. That was a great tackle by Lockie Cowan. Get on with the game.
Yeah, I agree. I thought he did the right thing to take off the contest, but after that there was nothing in it.
Crows by 25. Maley wins it down. Blues, though, there. Get the exiting kick from Walsh as he was off balance. Carried just the 15. Ollie Holland slides in, knocked it to Chera. Up to left half forward they go. Late, the tackle is Camp on Murray, picked up by Nankervis for the Crows. Can't break free. Got it out late. Another tackle laid as Jagger Smith holds up Peatling, ball up close to the boundary.
We see it so often, Jamo, where a player thinks he should get a free kick and then completely stops, and it impacts the team.
O'Keefe taps it over his head, straight towards Cumming. He's happy to walk it over, and they pay insufficient intent. Free kick, Ollie Holland's left half forward. Blues down 25, 11 minutes to go. Hollands arcs inboard, sets it up, 20 from home. Mackay nearly stuck at that time, bobbled out late, gathers on the bounce, tackle, dropped it. He's having a mare. Free kick, James Ball-Ace. Adelaide has it in defensive 50. He almost finally got the reward he'd been searching for, Mackay. Just can't get his full arm around it.
It's probably a little stiff. You go the other end, Finbar Maley does exactly the same and gets awarded the mark.
Ball-Ace, long kick up to the wing. Rankin clean, scoops it up, gives it to Dawson. Prime movers involved. Handball out to Taylor. Taylor to Neil-Bullen. He's mowed down. He didn't want to go forward, Taylor, and Neil-Bullen had the blinkers on. McGovern got him. So 25 points Adelaide's lead. We're almost halfway through this final term, 14 minutes in. Boyd marks out on the wing and short kick down to half forward for young Byrne, the youngest man on the ground, the only teenager out there at 18. Adelaide's youngest player at 22. Byrne kicks into the pocket, punched away by Ball-Ace into the path of Michael Annie. Handball meant for Cook, and in the end rolls through for a rush behind, and that's all okay, a minor score. So 4-goal lead for Adelaide. Just over 10 minutes to play. Crows by 4 goals.
Well, I think it's getting pretty simple now. The Crows kick the next goal, it's game over. If Carlton kicks the next goal, it's game on.
Margin is 4 goals right now as Murray sends it to the broadcast wing. 2-on-2, off hands. Walsh spinning and thrusting his handball, but only found Rankin. Came back to him though. Spun by Dawson, but got it out to Jagger Smith. Inside 50, a little bit too high for Ollie Hollands. But that was because Max Michaelani had him all wrapped up. Free kick for the hold, and Ollie gets the set shot. 35 out.
I think the umpire got it incredibly wrong looking at the replay.
Bit of afters from Max Michaelani to the official, and Ollie Hollands now gets marched to the top of the goal square. Matthew Nix will be frustrated. They had the foot on the throat. Carlton have a lifeline. Ollie Hollands with his first of the night. The Crows faithful frustrated, but it's not done yet. Adelaide by 18 points. 15-10-100 to 12-10-82. Still got 10 minutes to go in the final term on ABC Sport.
So the Crows have got two options here. It's either score and trying to shut the game down completely, or slow the game down through uncontested mark and through stoppage for the next couple of minutes. Drag some minutes off the clock.
What would you do?
I'd score if I'm Adelaide, because I don't trust their stoppage work at the moment. Okay, yep, they've had one good quarter within stoppage. But we know if Carlton get their tail up around stoppage, they can be really, really effective. You look at the first quarter, 17-9 in Carlton's favour. Centre bounce clearance, 8-3 in Carlton's favour.
Haven't been this close since late in the second term. So you got to go back a minute, back to 18 points. Peatling for the Crows, got a handball out to Berry. Berry with a high up and under down to half forward. So Adelaide get it going forward. Picked off by Dirksen, grabs it, tackled, lost it. Dirksen a second go off his knees, inadvertently socked away by Walker. Picked up by Chera, hand pass to Boyd, hurried kick forward, picked off. And Maley takes the intercept mark on the wing. He can put it inside 50 for the Crows. Kicks in a Thilthorpe direction. And Riley hugs it to his chest. And he's not happy with the attention from Boyd, who landed on top of him. And Riley Thilthorpe has all the responsibility on his shoulders here.
Just worked hard in that previous contest to be able to put the pressure on Carlton, to be able to then just get a quick kick away. Adelaide had set up reasonably well outside their 50, and surprise, surprise, 200 centimetres just leads out. It's always going to be difficult for a defender.
It's what key forwards are paid to do. Thilthorpe goes back and misses. Trying to ice the game. That's his fourth behind. 1 goal for Riley Thilthorpe. Adelaide by 19. The doors ajar.
Long exit for the Blues to the eastern side. It'll be cut off immediately by Nankervis. Outmarks Mitch McGovern. Mitted last week, back into the side. Nankervis in a big moment, back into the 50. Walker tries to bounce off Young. Fist comes across though, knocked it into the front row, 25 out. Adelaide by 19. Sam Berry with a career high 27 touches tonight for Adelaide. Sam Walsh had 15 at the half. He's now got 26 for the night.
We ask you, Rama, after this, George Hewitt's exit or omission, has it worked?
Pitternet down, but only found Peatling around the body. Moves it right and actually bounces a little shallow. Catches a little bit of off spin and out over the boundary line in the Riverbank stands.
Well, if you look at stoppage, it's 39-38 in Carlton's favour. So contested footy. Well, Adelaide are plus 21 in that area. So maybe it is costing a little bit.
Crows by 19, tossed in, hits the deck. Chera slides in, can't extract the footy. Cripps can't barge out of there. Out the back door. Chera with a hot handball to Florin, who's run down by Walker. Dropped it, no free kick. They'll be incensed. Cowan to Cripps. A spiral out of there, and it lands in the lap of Mackay. This could be a big sliding doors moment for the Crows. The Blues are on the offense here with the overlap.
Kick goes out wide for Evans, who marks in front of the benches. 19-point lead for Adelaide. 19.5 gone final term from the gather round logo. Evans kicks down to half forward. Hands on it from Murray. Spills front and centre to Kemp, who's tackled. Ball up. Forward 50 for the Blues. Yeah, Dirksen was holding the ball. Thrown down by Walker in the act of kicking. Didn't get boot to ball, and no whistle from the umpire. Picked up here by Cripps. He's tackled, trying to get a kick away. Again, the umpire lets it go. No whistle again, despite the tackle effort from the Crows. Evans kick smothered. Forward pocket for the Blues. Picked up by Williams. Shoots goalward. Kick bounces from one pocket to the other and rolls out of play. So the whistle's gone away. We don't need to remind you of Adelaide's recent history on this front. 19 points. The Crows deficit. The Crows lead. Crows lead by 19 as we tick into time on in the fourth. Gather round on ABC Sport.
Tossed in. Pitnet down just wide of Evans, but it bounces to Chera. Read the occasion and handed it to Florent. Kick smothered. Awkward bounce for the Crows. Evans is there. Shoots the handball up and down. Miller are crunched in the tackle. Williams gets him. Ball up to come 10 out. It's just last week that Adelaide received from the AFL their 6th apology in 4 seasons. You'd hope they don't get another that could cost them. Tap down McAndrew. Straight to Ollie Hollins. It's a low snap. Skids its way through on the left for a minor score. And Adelaide's lead is a flat 3 goals in the last quarter here at the Adelaide Oval.
Seen the memes and the jokes about them hanging them almost like banners from the AFL, the apologies. 3-goal lead. Miller out towards Walker. Hands to it, not to be. Falls to Florent. Got a hand pass away to Smith. High up and under inside 50. Mackay underneath it, crashing the pack. Byrne, he flew to his Carlton teammate, hits the deck. Evans is there, pack forms around him. Ball up centre half forward for Carlton.
I think they've just got a permanent stamp now, Corby. Just got one made up.
Jeez. Swatting it away, McAndrew. Cripps trying to grab it. The greasy footy. Evans, handball to Pitternet. Pitternet gets boot to ball. Kick favours Nankervis and he picks it off. Takes the intercept mark. Last line of defence for Adelaide. So 3-goal lead for the Crows. Time on, final turn.
Short chip to Rankin in the right back pocket. Straight line drive to the broadcast wing. McAndrew got a falcon. Ricochet back to Boyd. Into the 50. Camp. The diving Superman mark to his right.
Come on, get up. Don't lie on the ground. Let's go.
Landed hard on the footy. Ramanauskas unforgiving.
Well, you got 6 minutes remaining and you're 18 points down.
Kemp was almost lining up like he was going to try and snap it from 45 and now will go back on his mark.
But there's no time for photos now.
He was actually rubbing the back of his head as if he got hit in the back of his head, and the replay showed no one touched him.
Adelaide by 3 goals. Final quarter here at the Adelaide Oval. The kickstart gather round. Kemp in a big moment. Opens the angle. It's looking good. Will it have the length? It's a line ball finish. Umpire's unmoved and Murray will just walk it over. Everybody stopped waiting for the goal umpire to make a decision. And in the end, Nick Murray says, I'll do it for you.
Well, this is interesting. So now they're going to check the score, whether the kick carried. Clearly the goal umpire didn't think it did. And then what does it mean for Murray?
He was frozen in time, the goal umpire. Full squat, did not move.
Well, if it didn't cross the line,
it didn't cross the line.
The goal umpire's done the correct thing.
But then the question is, Nick Murray, who stood there with the ball, walks it over. There was a little bit of intent from Patrick Cripps, so probably not a free kick.
Well, you got Williams on one side and Cripps from the other, and he's well within the margin that allows him to do that.
Yeah.
I don't know what Lockie McAndrew is doing, knocking that back in the play.
No.
Behind in the margins, down to 17. Adelaide lead, 5 minutes to go.
Time's going to become an issue for Carlton. Inside 3 straight kicks, though, the lead. Murray, long to a pack, it all collapses. Walker stands at the back and marks it. Hands it away to Peatling, heads down to half forward. He finds Saligo, inside 50 with the kick to Maley. And the Moose has got it right half forward. He's 5 in from the boundary line. And he has a chance just to put this a little more at ease for the Crows.
Nick Newman's almost knocked himself out too in the contest. I think he's got Finbar Maley's hip on the way through, trying to get to the football, standing the mark.
And with those big antlers, I thought
they're ripping, aren't they?
No way through there. So Finbar Maley, tight angle to bring it back. The drop punt hits the post. Into the Stobie pole. So a minor score. That makes it a 3-goal lead for Adelaide. 24.5 gone final turn.
Straight down the middle go Carlton. Hit and hope. Cripps put down a mark he probably should have taken. Ricochets out to Cook. Backtracking with the handball to Worrell. Inside 50 they come. Penetrating kick. Pat converges. Offhand Saligo. Left the footy. Tackled by Dirksen. Well read. Jake Saligo knew the pressure was coming. Left the pill behind and draws the free kick. 25 out.
Yeah, but it was there. It was smart by Saligo. Didn't take possession of the ball. Dirksen just held on.
This is probably the 3rd time I've said it, but Dirksen's game, I've actually quite liked his energy and his enthusiasm. He looks like he gets a bit angry if it doesn't go his way, and he's a big body. So in his 2nd game, Carlton have got plenty to look forward to.
45-degree angle to the left. Jake Saligo leans back from 40 and crushes Carlton's comeback. Adelaide by 24 points. 16-12, 108 to Carlton, 12-12, 84. It's Gather Round on ABC Sport with Premiership players Rod Jameson and Adam Ramanauskas.
10-goal scorers to Adelaide, and Josh Richelli lit it up in the first half with his 4. Hasn't had a shot since. Then Ben Keys kicked 3 in the 2nd. Alex Neil-Bullen's got 1 in the 1st and the 3rd, and the rest have been spread across the 4 quarters. Good return for Adelaide. 16 goals.
He's a player that they need to get going, the Crows, Saligo. I think it looked like he was developing really nicely as a player the previous couple of seasons, but just looked like just might have stagnated a touch at the start of the season.
McAndrew wins it down. Cripps got a handball away towards Ollie Hollands. Back to Cripps. Tackled, lost it. McAndrew goes and gets it for the Crows. Hand pass back in dispute again. Keys whacks it off the deck once, twice, only as far as Haynes. Handball away to Coward. Hurried kick forward, not good. Berry left it behind. Then handball missed McAndrew. From the other direction, Evans wins it for Carlton. Hand pass looking for Jagger Smith. Knocked off the ball by Berry. Berry whacks it away, only as far as Newman. His handball ends up with Chera. Evans clever. Just feeds it over the top to his skipper. Cripps shoots goal, but he's wildly off target. Misses out to the left and behind. Carlton's hopes fading fast. Final 3 minutes. It is Adelaide by 23 points. 27 minutes gone, final term. Gather round on ABC Sport.
I won't labour the point, Aaron. We've spoken about this last week, but just Saligo, he had heart surgery in the early part of the year, and he's sort of slowly working his way back into form and hasn't played a lot of on or midfield minutes.
Miller to right half back. The handball chain results in Rochelle down the line. Good body work from Haynes. Gets in front of Keys. Cuts it off for Carlton. They've just got to go. Nick Haynes up to half forward. Flying from behind McAndrew, off hands. Francis Evans tracking it. Coming the other way was Miller. It bobbles its way to Berry. A little bit of an arm wrestle for the ball. We'll get a ball up. Through centre forward.
Number one player on the ground. He's had 8 marks tonight in these conditions.
Tossed up. Pitnet fists it forward. Miller on the bounce, couldn't trap it. Rochelle's there though. Hands it to Dawson, who's collected as he kicked. Rolls towards the boundary line. A desperate diving, saving attempt from Neil Bullen will be unrewarded. Last disposal, free kick. Ollie Florent steps inboard. Carlton back inside 50. Mackay's on the march. Too long for him. Out the back door. Head over the footy. Worrell to Laird. And now Nankervis. Adelaide can settle. The kick, pinpoint. Rochelle, right half back.
Adelaide have been very good in the defence tonight, and that congested. Just 3 or 4 handballs to get out of trouble.
Rochelle long to the wing, punched away by Taylor Walker, back into the middle of the ground, picked up by Smith. Hand pass away to Chera. He sends it inside the forward 50. Williams the target. Offhand spills down to Worrell. Slick hands coming. Kept it moving away to Cook. Back to Worrell. Carroll. Diving effort trying to run him down. Just out of reach. Worrell even takes a bounce, and then the long kick up to halfway. Taylor Walker. There's a Crow throw. Chucked it straight out to Rankin. It's all working downhill for Adelaide. And Rankin kicks the door shut. He's got the winning goggles on, Isaac Rankin. Pops it through for his second of the night. And it's party time in the city of churches on their weekend. Adelaide headed for just their second gather-round victory. 29 gone in the last. The Crows by 29.
Oh, just want to watch. Oh, got away with one there, Tex. But you probably deserve to if you played 300-plus games. What's he had Rankin for the game?
He's been his best hit out of the year, hasn't he?
That's 22 possessions and 2 goals, 7 score involvements, 4 inside 50s, so
7 tackles.
Yeah, much better evening for Isaac Rankin. I think that will really please Matthew Nix and his coaching staff.
Just another example, though, of, you called it, just the tight hands, quick hands, breezy conditions, keep it in possession, and then rebound out of defence and straight down the other end.
How was the Walker disposal run?
That was a throw.
Adelaide by 29. In the middle, Pitnet down, looking for Lockie Cowan. Paddled it straight towards Dawson, though. He knocks it back to McAndrew. Tackled by Pitnet. Walsh gets it out of there. Cripps to Ainsworth. Hospital handball. Fist comes over the top of Jagger Smith. Philthorpe flung it out straight towards Florent for the Blues. Walsh now gives it straight back. Dawson to Laird. Bulldozed over, his kick a turnover, bounces to Haynes, back towards the 50 for the Blues. Ainsworth juggles it just outside 50. Opens the angle, tries his best from 50. Ainsworth and Worrell strong on the line, wrestling with Williams, gets a hand in, knocks it through, and Adelaide's lead is 28 points in the final term.
Started well, Ainsworth, but just drifted out of the game. 13 possessions for him and the 2 goals.
Murray.
In the first quarter.
The contest kick up to the wing. Thilthorpe punches it close to the boundary line. Ollie Hollands overruns it. Rochelle keeps it alive. A 1-2 with Cook, but he's going in reverse. Has to hook it back over his shoulder down the wing. Taylor Walker, great use of the body. Like a full-bodied Shiraz, just aging beautifully like a fine wine, and a hurried kick forward ends up bouncing out of play. So it's a last disposal free kick. The free kick for the Blues.
As the footy world assembles in Adelaide, the Crows remind the competition of their credentials. They pile on 17 goals to win by 28 over the Blues.
We're courageous, stronger, faster, and respected by our foes. Admiration of the nation, our determination shows. We're the pride of South Australia, we're the mighty Adelaide Crows.
Down 7 at the first change, Adelaide kicked 6 goals either side of quarter time to surge to a 24-point lead. That was the margin at half time. They extended it to 30 at three-quarter time. Little late surge from Carlton brought it down to 17, but ultimately Adelaide winners 17-12, 114 to Carlton's 12-14, 86. 4 goals to Rochelle, 3 to Keys, 2 to Neil Bullen and Rankin, singles to Thilthorpe, Dawson, Walker, Saligo, Maley and Cumming. The season's back on track at 2 and 3, and Carlton sink to 1 and 4.
We're the mighty Adelaide Crows. Yes, the pride of South Australia. We're the mighty Adelaide Crows.
Something to crow about for Adelaide for the first time in 4 games and the first time in 4 years in the state's biggest weekend, with Gather Round as their second victory on this weekend, of course, where the whole competition comes to their city. Adelaide get it done. 6 lead changes in the first half, but when Adelaide went in that second quarter, they really killed off the contest. 6 goals to 1. From that point on, Carlton really couldn't get it back within 2 goals at any stage thereafter. Adelaide running out victorious by 28 points. So 17-12, 114 over Carlton, 12-14, 86. For Adelaide, Rochelle kicked 4, 3 of them in the opening quarter. Ended up with 4 all before half-time ahead of his 23rd birthday on Saturday, so there's a nice little offering for him. 3 for Keys, 2 for Rankin, 2 for Neil Borland, and then singles for Thilthorpe, Dawson, Walker, Saligo and Maley. The new Colt hero. 2 for McGovern, 2 for Ainsworth. Singles for Ollie Hollands, for Chera, for Williams, Mackay, Florent, Elijah Hollands, Carroll and Evans. So the Blues had 10 different goal kickers making up their 12 goals for the night. Big win for the Crows. They led by 24 at the half and they win by 28 in the finish. Adelaide by 28 points to open Gather Round. The initial thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas and Rod Jameson on what we've seen here tonight. Gather Round on ABC Sport. The home team by 28.
Well, I'm intrigued to see what the narrative will be, because it's 28 points over Carlton, and Adelaide needed the win, and it'll be, it'll only Carlton, and they don't score heavily in the second half, so you can just sort of read what it's going to be like tomorrow. But I think in part the way Adelaide were able to do it and how they played was super impressive. Their passage to play, their ball movement, and some of the players that needed to get a hold of the football did and returned for Adelaide tonight. But conversely, I thought Carlton actually played pretty well in that second half, which has been their real knock on. I just thought they scrapped it out where they had to. In the second half, Adelaide 5-9 to Carlton 4-8. So, albeit not the score that they needed, and they still go down in that second half by being outscored but also losing the game. I think Michael Voss will sit there and go, well, we started incredibly well in that first quarter. The second quarter was the one that seriously let them down, Ramo.
Yeah, well, that second quarter, it was 5 goals in 9 minutes for the Crows, and that really broke the game open. You look at quarter time, and the Blues are up by 7 points. So, and we're playing quite well, albeit there was a lot of goals. There's 13 goals kicked in that first quarter. So it was a really open game of football in the first half. I thought when the rain came, and I said this at three-quarter time, I liked the way Adelaide just played tough football in those conditions. That quarter, It was +8 contested possession. It was +9 ground ball gets. There's only 3 goals kicked for the quarter, and 2 of those came from the Crows. So it was a lot of hard work. Carlton had 19 inside 50s in that third quarter alone, so it really made Adelaide's defence work. I thought they stood up really well. Rochelle was brilliant with 26 possessions and 4 goals. I thought Miller worked into the game really well. 25 possessions, 620 metres gained, and 7 ground ball gets. So, playing across half-back to be able to mop up, but also then to be able to take the ball forward and have those metres gained was really important. Keys had a real purple patch in that second quarter when he kicked 3 goals from 3 kicks. I thought Thilthorpe competed really well. A little bit inaccurate with his kicking, 1 goal for. Worrell was terrific again. Across half-back. Harry Mackay threatened a lot in this game, but he just, because of the way the Crows defended as a unit, he just wasn't able to take those marks inside forward 50. So if you look at Harry Mackay, he's had 7 possessions and 3 marks, but he would have got to 20 or 25 contests. But when he was going into those contests, it was 2 or 3 Crows that he was competing with. So Carlton do have a little bit of an issue with their forward line. Obviously losing Charlie Curnow hurts and the like, but they need to find other avenues to goal. Now Ainsworth started really well with his 2 goals, but then completely drifted out of the game. Other than that, it's very hard to go, well, who was another winner forward of the football for Carlton tonight? Very, very hard to find. Walsh was terrific early, 15 possessions and 9 score involvements, but ended up with 28. So, he really quietened down after quarter time. Sam Berry sort of went to him, and Berry was the highest possession winner for the Crows tonight with the 29 himself. But I thought the importance of his role after quarter time, where he was able just to slow down Sam Walsh, which became really important to way the game played. Now, look, have I seen the Crows play better? Absolutely I have. Did they need to get the win tonight? Absolutely they did. So they go to the 2 and 3 now. They're happy for a weekend. The city will be jumping now, I think, Corbs. I think we all agree when Adelaide win the opening game, Gather Round has a little bit of a different vibe about it.
Yeah, as opposed to the local staying at home. Everyone's out and about joining in the festivities and got the colours on.
Correct. So, I think they go home tonight and they're happy. And Carlton now at 1 and 4, things become very tricky for them.
Yeah, there was an element of tonight that Adelaide just had to win, didn't they? By hook or by crook. You didn't need to get any style points, and particularly when the rain came after half-time. It was, let's just get out of here with the points. And ultimately, there were a few moments maybe where the heart rate started to get a little bit higher in the last quarter, but was there ever really a moment where you thought, Adelaide's going to cough this game up?
No, I didn't feel so. And I think the big tick again was the second quarter and how poorly once again they started. So that probably balanced it out a little bit too. But I think we all sit back here and go, I think we all comfortable say that Adelaide are a top 6 or top 8 side when they put it together. They have clearly a lot of players out of their first 22 that do get picked, or 23. But to be able to turn it on like they can, that's there. And then the weather obviously hindered that in the second half.
2 and 3, the Crows on the season. They win by 28. They're coming your way, Ben Cameron, in the winners' rooms.
Oh, there's people everywhere in the rooms, understandably. They're a pretty happy bunch down here. Lots of family and friends. And Isaac Rankin leading the boys in. Then Josh Rochelle, Luke Nankervis, and Taylor Walker shaking hands with Mark Rasciuto. Also Nick Rewald on the way through. So they'll just huddle up and sing the song in just a moment. But they're a pretty jovial and loud bunch as they just work their way together to sing the song in the rooms here. Ben Keys just getting himself into position. Here we go. Just about ready down here. Finbar Maley's copping the sports drink shower. So we'll come back to you with the player in just a moment.
Thanks, Ben. More from the Crows rooms to come. So Adelaide by 28 points over Carlton, 17-12 to 12-4. Finbar Maley, obviously, his first win as a Crow here tonight. So 2-3 on the season. Adelaide by 28.
49,184 in the house. That is the second highest opener for Gather Round. So last year's pipped it with 50k, but 49,000 to get us underway in a very wet night. You think might ease some of the concerns about what the cost of living crisis could potentially be doing to Gather Round.
Crows now 2-2 in the format. So beat the Blues in year one, lost to Melbourne and Geelong by 15 and 19 points in the last 2 years, and they win again tonight. While for Carlton, they also go to 2-2 with a pair of losses to the home team. They beat West Coast and Fremantle in between. 28-point win for the Crows. Plenty of bits we'll pick up on here, but Isaac Rankin's best night for the season so far. We ran through his stat line late in the piece, but 22 disposals and a couple of goals. He also laid 7 tackles, and of his possessions, 9 of them contested, 7 of them led to scores. The concern's Mitch Hinge, so he's hurt his hammy. Just coming back from a back injury, and we know, Jamo, just how related the back and hamstring issues are, but basically hurt it in the second quarter, came off the ground, had it looked at, had work done on it, went back out there, and then basically knew he'd done it, which he sort of pulled up sore, and at halftime it was confirmed that he would take no further part in the game.
Well, Calamachi's the other one that has been out, and his hamstring injury is 4 to 6 weeks. So if that's any guide, Mitch Hinge has had those types of problems. So let's say it's 3 to 5 at least, but let's say it's half a dozen, particularly after he's only just come back in, first game back this year, and then he's done that too. So he'll spend some time. The other one is Sid Draper as well. He is playing locally, but again, it's more his explosiveness and how he plays. So they're managing him to get him so he can actually cope with the speed that his body provides to be able to, so he doesn't blow himself up. But you go Calamachi, let's say he's 5 weeks away. Jordan Butt's concussion. Dan Curtin's 4 to 6 away. Pedler got concussed last week. Mark Keane, another 6 to 8 away. And then Darcy Fogarty might be back for round 6. So some big names missing from this team.
Obviously, the change in the medical staff in the off season. So Darren Burgess, the guru, off to Juventus. So he's no longer heading that up. Last year, of course, whenever you open the AFL website, Adelaide listed first alphabetically. You'd go to the injury list, and there'd be one name at best, just about there all year. And I don't know if that's correlation or causation, but I'm sure it'll help his resume at least a little bit to all of a sudden see that early in the new season he's gone, and the Crows have half a dozen of their best players there.
Yeah, we spoke to Adam Kelly about this last week too. For that reason, they could mount a case for that being it, but I think Adam Kelly summarised it by saying because they went so deep in the finals, they then didn't start till late, and then they were trying to get more speed and explosiveness in the way in which they play into players. So that was probably part of causing the injuries, but they were mindful of it. But another hamstring. And it's right across the board. It's not just Adelaide too, isn't
it? Saints here at Adelaide Oval, Brisbane away, which would be a fun game in round 7, and then the showdown. So that's the next 3 for Adelaide. They win by 28 points. More on the Blues to come. They had their own little players meeting out on the ground long after the full-time siren went. We'll tell you more about that in a moment, but into the winners' rooms, Ben Cameron.
Yeah, I'm down here with James Peatling, and James, one thing footy clubs do really well is this young man who got involved and was singing this song with you boys. He was leading this song. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, Enzo. He's been around the club a while, and he's some of the best value we've ever had. He normally sends in a nice video. We normally play it before pre-game, and once again had that, and it's words of encouragement, and that's what makes footy clubs. And I think the boys, we get around him, he gets around us, and we always see him around the place, and that's what footy clubs are made for. And put a smile on his face, and he does that to us as well. And it's a nice way to repay him by getting a win.
Yeah, it certainly it was a heartwarming moment down here in the rooms. The football, to just get a win, how important was that?
Yeah, it's not all bad, is it? I think the good thing in football is not as good as it seems. It's not always as bad as it seems. So, it was nice to get a win. They've been playing some good footy. I think looking into them this week, they've been leading 75% of their games. So they've faded out a few games, but they're playing strong football, and we knew we were playing strong football in patches. So we just had to put a full performance together tonight, and I think we were on the way to doing that. And
had a little run-in with Paddy Cripps. Do you know what I'm talking about and what happened there?
Yeah, well, he's about 100 kilos, and I'm not the biggest frame, and just bracing for contact. He was going to bump me, and I think my elbow caught his hand, and we chatted about it after the game. He was all good, and even out there I asked him, and I was like, how are you? And he wasn't too bad, and he understood what it was. There was no malice in it. It was making sure I didn't get pushed into the 20th row, really.
So there was a bit of conjecture across different broadcasters as to whether you were sort of half giving him a gut punch, whether he was half giving you a gut punch, and where the contact was made. So he had sort of his hand that hit your elbow.
Yeah, so it was basically like he went to go on his shoulder, and I just put my forearm up, and I've got to meet him with some force, because if I don't meet with him with some force, I'm going to end up flat on my ass. So, it was just trying to give back as much as he did, and unfortunately, a pretty bony fella, so caught him on the hand, and we chatted after, and he said, it was on the hand, so there was no malice in it, and it wasn't a gut punch, but he'll probably have a sore hand for a while.
Oh, I think you'll be all right with that looking at the replays. But he then got a free kick because I think the umpire saw him keeled over. Did you know what had happened at that point?
Yeah, obviously they thought I'd gut punched him, but no, that wasn't the case. It was, I just flushed him on the hand, and hopefully it's not broken or anything like that. But just trying to protect myself, because last thing I want is a hip and shoulder through the middle of my chest. So I think, maybe at worst, hopefully I don't have to lose any money out of my pocket. I've already had that once this year, so that would be nice to avoid. But there's nothing here. He said it was all good, so
I think you'll be fine. I'll send you upstairs. Rod Jameson and Adam Ramanauskas have a few more questions for you.
Yeah, James, Rod Jameson, congrats on the win. Needed to go 2-5. Your game last week too, particularly that third quarter of yours. But tonight, the slow start in the first again, and then with the clearance work. It's just still a work on, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's just consistency with it. I think chatting quickly to BB after the game, I think we only went down 4, which is a good result considering the first 5 minutes we went down 6. So to fight it back and be winning clearance, there was a few things we were just lacking in there, and we turned around quicker than we did last week, so which is a positive. But they're a very good stoppage side, I think, especially from centre bounce and stuff. They've got some dynamic players in there, and credit to Lachlan McAndrew's stretch. He started to get his hands on the pill in that second quarter, and really just probably giving us a bit of first access, which does make it easier.
For a bloke that's played little footy, and I know he's got the rugby background, but geez, his craft is good already, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got soft mitts, doesn't he? He's quite nice to rove to, and he's a genuine competitor. He's all limbs, but he does get after it, and we love having him. And he's only going to get better as the more footy he plays. So we're going to be wrapped with his development.
James, you referenced a little earlier the previous weeks you were doing things well, but you weren't doing things that well. Can you elaborate a little bit on the things that the team weren't doing well and how you've gone to work with that over the week of training?
It's probably a bit of trust in roles and stuff like that, and probably not having to chase the game a little bit, which is probably what happened a little bit. But I think it's just that first quarter probably need a rocket before the game to get us going, I reckon. I don't really know what areas. I can't think off the top of my head, but I think it's just getting in the fight and just winning ground ball, loose ball sort of contested footy always is a good start, and I think we got back to that tonight.
Now, Josh Rachele lit it up in the first quarter with 4 goals. Just one of his celebrations. Did you see the celebration to the crowd? I think it was the first one. Do we know who that one was inspired by?
Was it the one where he covers his face sort of thing? Yeah. So Darren Burgess, our old high performance coach, he's over at Juventus at the moment in Italy, and there's one of I don't know his name, but there's a young player over there, they call him the Star Boy, and that's his celebration. And I think Burjo was in Rash's ear because he knows Rash is going to love a celebration. He started doing that, and I think Rash gets a bit of attention from it, so which is what we know he loves. So we love the way he goes about it. He brings the crowd involved, and he played some bloody good footy in that first half.
So when Adelaide win the opening game of Gataround, the weekend in Adelaide seems to have just a little bit more of a vibe, a little bit more bounce. What's your plans now for the next couple of days, and will you get to a few games this weekend? How will you spend your gather round?
No, I won't get to any games, that's for sure. I'll be sticking well clear of the football. We got, obviously, with everyone in town, might catch up with a few of the old mates. We're going to probably have a few beers, and I think one of the boys is having a little birthday, so we might have a few beers there, few quiet ones, because we've had a few short breaks, so it'll be good to just enjoy it after a win and then get back to work.
Catch up at the skipper's house for his 29th birthday by the sounds of things. James Peatling with us on ABC Sport after Adelaide's 28-point victory over Carlton. James, it's Aaron Bryans here. Wanted to ask you about the last disposal rule. There was a bit of conjecture across the night, given that it felt like the umpires were almost instructed to pay it a little bit more prominently, and also the fact that the arc was intervening a fair bit as well. Did you notice that there was a lot of pauses in play that were disrupting the rhythm?
Yeah, I did notice there was a lot of pauses, but I guess we can thank Zach Taylor and Tom Atkins for that. Well, I'd rather them get it right than get it wrong, and we've obviously been on the wrong end of it, and I'd hate games to be decided by that in the future. So I'm happy for them to take the time if they get it right, but the game's pretty quick as it is, so for a couple of us it's not too bad to get a little spell for about 5 or 10 seconds.
Just on that quickly as well, so the 666 infringement, which probably didn't cost you the game last week, but 6th time in 4 seasons that Adelaide has had an apology from the league. Was it quite frustrating internally that, again, the AFL umpiring had kind of let you down?
Well, I've only been here for, 18 months, so personally I'm not frustrated by it because I haven't been involved enough about it, but there's nothing you can do about it after the fact. We just deal with it, move on. I guess it's nice for them to own up and say they're wrong. You'd rather them do that than just try and hide behind it, so appreciate them for doing it. It's a tough game to officiate. I'm not going to pull anyone over hot coals for it. I definitely couldn't be an umpire. They do an amazing job, and I'm not going to say anything else. I reckon they're undervalued in our game because we need them. So
no, you've answered it well, James. A little rogue one for you. I know you're a full-blown crow eater now, but your time at the Giants and obviously growing up in the western suburbs as well in Sydney, there's a report during the week that participation numbers are dropping pretty dramatically. Can you just talk us through your time coming through the ranks in GWS, and do you feel like there is kind of enough engagement right now happening in Western Sydney?
Yeah, I think the Giants, and I think they're doing as much work as they can. It's a very hard demographic to crack. I think if you look at sort of the people that live there and the sports they play and just the social demographic of who lives there, it makes it hard. It's not like a place like Adelaide or something where it's born and bred into. You're trying to convert it in through schools, and people play as a second sport on a Sunday and stuff like that. So having my dad's from Victoria, country Victoria, so that was my in, and I was always there for footy. So they're doing enough there. It's a bloody hard area to crack, and I think if they keep drafting people from that area and giving them a crack and sort of showing that there's a way to go there, it would be nice. I would have loved to stay and try and promote the game there, but obviously footy works in funny ways, so I'll do whatever I can to promote the area and give back. And the Giants put enough money in, they've got enough good people there that are going to grow the game, but it needs time and it needs money as well in there. So, they can keep getting out and doing as much as they want because it is making a difference.
Thanks, James. James Peatling with us in the Crows rooms. Last one before you go. Most importantly, Jordan Dawson, 29 today, but Rochelle's 23 on Saturday and Josh Worrell's 25 on the same day. So whose birthday party are you going to?
Can't say. I think there'll be a fair few boys at the same one, so I think we'll just get together as a group, which will be good. We need to probably get away from footy and the hustle and bustle for a few days and sit down together and just enjoy each other's company, because you can get caught up in the week to week. A few beers is the best way to do it.
James, enjoy it. Appreciate your time.
Lovely. Thanks for having me, boys.
James Peatling in the winners' rooms. Crows by 28 points full time. 17-12, 114 over Carlton, 12-14, 86. Off the SMS, Daniel from Mount Barker. I'm not a Crow supporter, but they've played well, especially given the weather. Keep up the good call. Days like this when you're happy to watch. Thanks, Daniel. Appreciate that off the SMS. How many throws did the Crows get away with in that game? Do they know what a handball is, Steve, from the Gold Coast?
I agree with that. I think they got away with you tonight.
But why is it their responsibility? It's onto the umpire to officiate, isn't it?
Not correct.
Yep.
Correct, but you get away with it and you play on.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Yep, correct.
Tonight says more about the Crows and the Blues. And this is from Rob. Crowd with the it should be Crows with the bonus home game. Terrible umpiring that favoured them with literally every decision and non-decision. Only beat the worst second half team by the margin they had early in the third. So Rob's not convinced by any of that.
Just bank him. Bank the wins.
I can't pronounce this. Baz, the sprayer driver. What's the suburb he's cruising through?
Mungy.
Right. Okay. Just found a Carlton hat in the bin at the Mungy Roadhouse. BW name tag. Loving the call from Baz, the sprayer driver. From Mungy, wherever that is.
A sprayer driver?
Wherever that is.
I don't think I got that right either. I was just having a punt.
Mungling up.
Oh, what about you?
Up.
You've just dragged him in. You're just having a punt.
But apologies for all the great people in Mungling up, wherever they may be. 0437 774 774. That's 0437 774 774. The votes in the ABC Football of the Year coming up. ABC AFL Daily is the place to get your footy conversation 5 times a week. I hear no Brett Delidio tonight, but there is a very special guest that's slotting into the chair. He's going to give us his super dog selection. He's got to find an underdog this weekend. So I hear Adam Ramanauskas will be hanging around for all the fun of that. Question from each of the key games. So when you wake up tomorrow morning, it'll be there in your podcast store. You can get the ultimate preview of Gather Round with Ben, myself, and Adam Ramanauskas in for Brett Delidio. Crows by 28. The Baggers, so a 4th defeat.
Yep.
1-4 on the season. They've only got that razor-thin win over Richmond. There was an interesting moment where Patrick Cripps, well after the final siren, had brought the team in. You were doing your analysis at the time, Rama, and they were huddled at centre-half forward. He gave them a long chat, and then essentially they turned and walked off Adelaide Oval. Just, Penny, for your thoughts? What do you reckon the nature of that chat would be?
Look, I think that would have been a bit of, stick together. Here's the good parts of our game. Obviously, the first quarter. The third quarter was a real arm wrestle there for a lot of it. 1-4, it's a long way back, as I mentioned before the game, which team went to 1-4. But yes, look, some of their football looks okay. I wouldn't say it's going to compete with the best, but some of their football does look okay. 7 goals, 11 scoring shots in that first quarter, and it looked good. It looked promising at times. Their centre bounce work was really strong. The clearance work that quarter was really strong. But I also think they have parts of their game where it becomes basically win the ball back and then just blast it forward. And there's no real method to the way they want to take the ball forward. Sometimes I mentioned Harry Mackay, who had only the 3 marks today. But he would have been in 20 contests. No dramas whatsoever. Now, if he's playing in a top team and he's leading and he's getting the ball delivered by a Brisbane midfield or a Fremantle midfield or a Gold Coast midfield at the moment, he probably has 8 or 9 marks tonight. And he's having, 5 or 6 shots at goal. So I think they've got, as much as you talk about how they defend and this and that and the other, I think their biggest issue right now is how they actually move the ball.
Did you learn anything? You were looking to see how they would defend without Jacob Wiedering?
No, I didn't learn anything new from that point of view. Look, Phil Thorpe could have tore the game open. He took the 6 marks and kicked 1 goal 4. I thought Taylor Walker actually played well tonight. What did Taylor end up with? Where is he? He's had 14 possessions himself and a goal. He took 6 marks. So between Phil Thorpe and Walker, they've taken 12 marks between them and kicked 2 goals 5. So look, it could have been a lot more in terms of that stat. But look, you take one of the premier defenders out of any team, they're going to have a few issues.
What about the George Hewitt omission, Ramos? So
yeah.
Elijah Hollands goes in there a bit, 16 touches, just the 1 clearance. Zach Williams, 15 touches and 4. Now, you don't always have to be the last person to clear it. You can just be part of the mix. But did it look better with some speed on the ball?
At times it did. Obviously when the rain came in that third quarter, and I reeled off the stats of the tough stuff that Adelaide were able to win in that quarter, that's where Hewitt potentially comes into his own. But you look at clearance in the game, Carlton they're +5 in clearance. So, look, you've always got to, when you drop a player of that quality, you've got to go, well, how much are we losing by having him out of the team? And if it's not going to be significant, well, you take the risk at times, I think, to, that maybe that move of dropping Hewitt might not be, the effect might not be tonight. It might be a couple of weeks down the track where players are feeling the pressure. And then what that does is that Monday to Friday, it changes the mindset of a player. Well, I can't go through the motions. I've actually got to go and train. I've got to train hard every day. I've got to get there, and I've got to make sure I improve, and I've got to make sure that come the game day, I'm having an impact on the team's performance. So, it's a bit, it can work both ways. Sometimes it can go, well, everyone's under pressure. Other times it can drive your own performance along.
It felt like it wasn't the night to find out about that, was it, when it came to Hewitt? I mean, in the end, they probably could have done with him when the heavens opened, and and then all the issues that Carlton have had. It felt like because of the elements and everything that was baked into it, I don't know if we got any of those answers.
Well, I just looked at his game last week. He's had 22 disposals, 7 tackles, 10 contested, 91% disposal efficiency, 77% time on ground. And then you have a look at his last year, and clearly he's not to that level at the minute, but number 1 disposal, number 1 contested, uncontested, score assist, clearance work for Carlton last year, and number 2 in tackles and inside 50. Like, it just bewilders me that he's not in the team tonight. So,
well, I think, Jamo, tonight, for the first time, I've noticed the last touch rule. I think there would have been probably 15 last touch tonight, out of bounds. Now, that's 15 more stoppages potentially that Hewitt's at last year.
Is that because of the wet weather?
Possibly.
Yeah.
Yeah, possibly. But I would say 3 or 4 of them would have been caught as deliberate out of bounds, but the others would have been throw-ins. So how does that affect his game being around that contest more?
Yeah. It's that was Ben asked. Aaron, asked about the last disposal to James Pateley moments ago. More intervention or less intervention? What's our last take on all that?
The marginal ones where it just comes off a player's leg or the like, I find that frustrating then when you see a defender come in or whoever and just spoil it on purpose and it goes out of bounds. Like what impact are we trying to have on the game? If it's last touch, well, his only intention is to get the ball across the line. Now, if it comes off a player's leg accidentally, that's incidental, isn't it? That's the way I look at it.
I think they're just trying to remove the black and white scenario, aren't they? Like, or the grey area. I mean, I've seen multiple. I called a game, Hawthorn and Adelaide in Tasmania, and again, I think it was someone spoiled, to your point, and it went over the boundary line, and there was no intent to, and they paid the free.